Karine, long time no see. Welcome back to M365 Chicago.
I'm so excited to be here. This is actually one of my admittedly favorite events of the year.
Well, yes, you and a few other special guests that every so often show up, and we are so glad to have you over here. We're just wondering, uh, is your back as a partner, which is great. So some folks might be able to get some pizza. Just a thought, maybe. But here's the thing: is there and now that you're back, is there anything that you're looking forward to? Maybe a session that you might have seen that you're thinking about attending?
Well, I know that there's been some big talk, especially since Ignite on Viva. So I will admit, the last time I looked at Viva, there was four different sectors of Viva, and there's 14 now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Look at
So
that.
if you
Oh,
don't
Viva.
know anything about Viva, definitely check out some of those sessions coming through because there's been a lot happening with that. Power Platform's been exploding. If I find any time in my day, that's where I'm going to be looking.
La Viva Viva! Yay! Hey, so sorry, Ricky Martin, but I'm taking over your Viva stuff right there. But yes. Oh, hey, tell us about your presentation. You actually have a true presentation that you're giving us. Tell us a quick thing about it, and we'll see what you say.
So my presentation is a rolling presentation that is one of those security topics that's probably never going to die, but I refresh it every couple of months, and it's a security feature crash course. And
Whoa!
I actually highlighted it back in EduCon not too long ago, so it's completely up to date and a couple new features from Ignite.
Wow, fresh from behind the paywall to us. We are so grateful for your contributions as usual. And hey, we're going to say bye because we're going to go see you at the show. Everyone who's watching, check out the channel for later, or be there live, or be square. Say bye to the folks.
Bye.
Hey.
I would say welcome everyone to M365 Chicago, and welcome Daryl and Alexander, and take it away.
Okay, fantastic. So first of all, thank you for having us. It's really a pleasure being part of Chicago 365. We've got a really, what we think is an interesting topic, and that's everything to do with negotiating the next generation of commercial contracts with Microsoft. So first of all, for everybody on the call, just please join us in saluting and helping the veterans. So you've got a quick barcode over here. You can just scan it, go in, and just help out as much as you can. And again, thank you, Michael, and our gold partners, silver partners, and the community partners that are providing us with this platform for the presentation. If you can, following our presentation and other presentations today, really just go through a quick survey. It's the feedback for us personally as speakers, and in general for the Chicago team to learn and to improve following conferences. So just a really, really quick background about who we are, Daryl and Alex. We're both part of a company called Sam Expert. We basically provide cloud economics and enterprise licensing consultancy. And it's really about bridging what we call the gap between traditional on-premise standard licensing that we've all got to know, and cloud and subscription licensing. And today we're going to really be talking about how do you really bridge that gap that's apparent due to the changes in on-premise to cloud and everything that's happened with COVID and digital transformation. And that's really changed the way that the way that we should be negotiating, or the way that Microsoft, or it could be Microsoft, talking about Microsoft, but we can talk about Oracle, we can talk about IBM, we can talk about GCP, AWS. It's basically almost the same basic steps or concepts that are driving this new negotiation, this new commercial negotiation strategy. So what are we going to be covering today? We're going to look at how we negotiated in the past. So if you don't know your past, you don't really know where you're going and what the future looks like. We're going to understand the disruptive technologies and trends that have brought upon us these changes in the negotiation approach, talk about short and long-term impact and how that has affected negotiations. Of course, now that we understand the past, but the future, how we need to adapt. And call to action is basically adapt your roles and competencies, and we'll talk about that in a minute. And of course, call to action, and that's what we want to leave you with. It's basically how you move forward with your next negotiation. So let's just talk about how we negotiated in the past. So basically, I think that everybody knows that traditional licensing is all about creating your baseline, so understanding what you have. It was almost straightforward. You use the software asset management tool or CMDB or whatever you had, and you basically went in, scanned your environment, understood how many on-prem licenses you are using, software is installed, and you brought up your current licensing estate or your assets that you purchased. You put them together, and then you see, okay, I'm over licensed, I'm under licensed. What licenses or software is redundant, and you have your licensing position. Went forward with yours annual true up, and you put together your future requirements. Okay, what does the future look like? What are you going to be needing in the next 3 years? So you had to look at the 3-year trends, hardware refresh, software refresh, certain projects. And then when you had your requirements and your current position, you could basically put together a negotiation strategy, almost, I would say, straightforward if you're looking back at how we used to negotiate, finalize the negotiations, and almost, it's like forget about it. So you close off your deal and you set for the next 3 years. Maybe you trued up once a year, maybe you didn't, maybe you had an audit, maybe you didn't. It was more or less business as usual, and there was like a rhythm that everybody went through. Now, as we all know, there's been some substantial changes in the world of technology and in Microsoft that have basically made this redundant. So this standard process that many organizations still follow or they still try to follow has basically been disrupted. Been disrupted due to technology and Microsoft specifically. First of all, COVID accelerated digital transformation, accelerated the move to the cloud. Everybody like rush. Nobody looked at what the actual costs were. Optimization was like something that, okay, we'll leave it one day, we'll get to optimization, and just let's move quickly, let's adapt, let's provide capabilities for working at home, working remotely. And costs were important, but they weren't the most important aspect. And then when costs aren't that important and time is essential, then you really don't negotiate. And who's got the leverage? The supplier, in this case, Microsoft. So you lost a lot of that leverage due to circumstances, due to technologies, and your internal management that basically was and still is pushing everybody to accelerate adoption, accelerate digital transformation, these new acronyms that have been out there for a number of years. And of course, Microsoft 365, that is a real disruptive technology, moving from on-premise standard Office project, Windows Server, SQL Server, Exchange Server, everything's moved to the cloud. And we'll talk about subscription licenses compared to on-premise licenses. Again, a completely new ballgame. Azure, of course, everything on the cloud, unified support. So if we were used to having our old type of Premier support, and today, and Premier support was disconnected completely from your agreement. Pricing was standalone based on the number of tickets you had, or what kind of supportive professional services were added. That's what you paid. Today, unified support is connected to your actual price of your 365 and Azure spend. So as your 365 spend goes up, your Azure spend goes up, your unified support goes up. Doesn't mean that you're actually getting more from it. So that trend in the way that Microsoft has structured their support agreements is actually driving costs as well. CSP and CSP hosting. I don't know how many of you are actually aware of CSP hosting. CSP hosting is Microsoft's new service provider. It's for service providers that have been hosting and paying through a very specific model called SPLA. So today, that SPLA is being modified and is evolving into a new program called CSP hosting, and that provides smaller service providers and hosters the ability to provide end customers like yourself on the call with hosted services. It could be 365 and it could be any other one of Microsoft services. So you don't have to go directly to Microsoft. They bundle their applications, their software as a service application with Microsoft backend licenses, and you get one package. So that also changes the paradigm of disruptive trends and how basically services are provided and who's providing services and how the costs are established and how you negotiate, and the approach that Microsoft has put in of channel first approach. So channel first approach is Microsoft's way of saying we are taking a step back from providing consultancy services and first tier support to our customers. It's our channel that is supporting our end customers. And what we're seeing now is that the let's call it old school or previous LSPs, your licensing service providers, they're basically starting to disappear. They're still there, but they haven't got the leverage. They don't have the unique enterprise agreement options on the table because CSP provides almost a one-to-one alternative. Not exactly, but the CSP program is adapting, all subscription based. So LSPs have got additional competitors, and again, that's shifting their weight and your ability as a Microsoft customer to negotiate with different partners that maybe weren't available previously, and now they can provide you with a full experience from licensing all the way to application providing application services and consulting and support services. So the technology has changed, and the programs have changed, and the Microsoft ecosystem has changed. So the standard way of negotiating in the past, either directly with a partner, directly with Microsoft, or just going to an old partner and buying an open license or a select license, for those of you that have been part of the historical Microsoft offerings, has really almost completely changed. Now, how does that impact your contractual commercial relationship with Microsoft and with the channel? So first of all, discounts are diminishing. If you look at discount trends on large agreements, enterprise agreements for mid-sized to large organizations, so that is really I would say it's in a decline. So if you in the past could have negotiated double-digit discounts and brought in various options to the table to discount your enterprise agreement, either by bringing in a new product or maybe increasing your licensing quantities, your user quantities, and you could get a higher discount. That's almost impossible to get. And we are seeing double-digit declines in direct negotiations on, I would call it old school standard enterprise agreements. And of course, everything to do with CapEx and OpEx. So that's, again, that's a huge impact on how CFOs, and we'll talk about the CFO role in a few more minutes. So CFO roles in the past have been really looking at, okay, this is your budget for capital expense. This is your budget for operational expense. We always prefer capital expense. And what's happening today? CapEx is dead. I mean, really, it's almost non-existent. It's all about OpEx, all subscription-based, all cloud-based. And that's a huge paradigm shift. So we need to take that into consideration as well when we look at the impact on your internal P&L, sorry, and how you basically structure your budget. And this needs to go up to the highest levels of the organization. And of course, no walkaway option. So when we talk about a walkaway option, if in the past, one of the going back a few years, just before 365, you could actually say to Microsoft, well, you know what, we don't want to renew Office. We're not upgrading Office as frequently. We don't need the next version of Windows because we're happy with what we have. SQL Server, we're still on an old application that's running SQL Server 2000 or whatever version. We don't need to upgrade. We don't need software assurance. So you've always had that type of leverage. That's non-existent today. You can't use a walkaway option. You can't not have ongoing support, not for your Windows servers, your SQL Server, for Exchange, of course. That's almost everybody's in the cloud these days. And of course, Office. It's not only about the next and best and greatest features. It's a whole platform. And of course, the platform lock-in. Once you're using Office 365, you're locked into security, you're locked into productivity, you're locked into the Office, Excel, SharePoint, OneDrive, everything's locked in. It's almost, I would say, sorry to say, it's almost for life. And then what do you do? How do you build leverage? And that's what we're going to talk about in a minute, because if you don't understand your current issues and what you're working with, you can't really strategize and build up a new approach to what I call the next generation of negotiations. And if you're looking at what's happening with cloud services, so if previously cloud services were like a niche, you went only to Microsoft, you went only to AWS, and it was unique. And today it's becoming a commodity. You can run multiple clouds, a multi-cloud environment. You can move from one cloud to the other. Nothing's easy, okay? But it's becoming a commodity. Price is everything. And you need to understand that, because you want to utilize that as part of your next step or your next negotiation approach. So basically, once we understand the past, we understand what's happening and the effects of technology and the changes in Microsoft environment, how do we adapt? So first of all, we need to take an holistic approach. It's not only about negotiating your next CSP renewal or your next enterprise agreement renewal. It's about looking at what I call a 360 approach, one Microsoft approach. It's about your enterprise agreement renewal. It's about your Azure platform. It's about your unified support. It's everything. And Microsoft doesn't like that approach. Microsoft likes to slice and dice and basically say, okay, this team will do your EA renewal. This team will provide you with a Azure cloud contract, and this team will provide you with unified support. So it's like silos. That's not the approach. Today, the approach is to look at Microsoft as, of course, one Microsoft, and you need to be really, really assertive to get Microsoft's attention, to provide you with that view, because your spend is Microsoft. Microsoft looks at you and says, oh, no, this is one group's P&L, and that's their P&L. So it's not, as funny as it seems, it's not one Microsoft. You need to change that approach. You need to make sure that Microsoft is listening to you. Azure versus, so, and again, part of the approach is, okay, if I have Azure, maybe we need a multi-cloud approach. We need to build up alternatives. Really important. You need to have a multi-cloud approach. You need to have a proposal from Azure for, I don't know, certain, don't know if you got an SAP migration. So it's not only, well, SAP you can migrate or you can upgrade, and maybe you want it to be on SAP for HANA, and you want it to be within the SAP cloud. It doesn't have to be with Azure. It can be on the SAP cloud. It could be on the AWS cloud. So you need to build up options and alternatives. It's not just Microsoft. And if you don't do that, Microsoft will basically provide you with a vanilla, or maybe not even Microsoft, just the channel will provide you with a vanilla offering, a standard negotiation process. And the bigger you are, you deserve, because of commercials, you deserve better pricing, better tiering, better discounting. And you need to put up the entire case. And of course, on everything to do with M365, organizations are, I would say, overpaying by an average of 20 to 30% on Microsoft 365, at least. And we found organizations that are actually paying more. It's the number of users that you have, active users, and of profiles. So there are so many different flavors of 365 out there that you have to mix and match. You have to look at the various options from E5 to E3 to kiosk users and everything else, and optional, even just standalone security components. So there is a management side to that. We understand that, but that overhead is really worth the effort. Because if you do the optimization, just on optimization, pre-negotiation, predefining your next generation of requirements, there's savings just to be made there of anywhere between 20 and 30%. And unified support, you don't have to take unified support from Microsoft. It's nice to have everything from Microsoft because you have, I don't know, as we said, an holistic view. But if Microsoft's not providing you with best practice pricing and your unified support is connected, as I said, to your Microsoft 365 spend, and it's connected to your Azure spend, and your support costs are going up, but you're not seeing the value, then introduce a third-party support. You absolutely need to look at that. And there are some really, really good third parties out there that are providing support. And it's not tied to your Microsoft spend. It's old school, number of support tickets, number of professional services, professionals that are actually there, and what additional services are you going to be receiving? What's the priority? What's the severity? Are you getting support directly in the US, or like many times with Microsoft, you being deferred to their support centers in India and in other countries? So is that what you want? Do you want US-based boots on the ground? There are third-party support contractors out there that provide you with US-based support centers. So again, you need to look at that. You need to get quotes, you need to get proposals, you need to look at the mix. And then with Azure, Microsoft loves to push you to long-term contracts that they might be discounted, pay as you go, and they discount it, and there are a lot of benefits there, and it's like the easy way to go. But what about reserved instances? Reserved instances, there's a misconception that once you reserve an instance and you stop using it, you're locked in forever and you're just going to be paying for the duration of that reserved period. Actually, that's not true. There are ways to actually move that reserved instance to another workload. That's like, I would say it's obvious, but there's a misconception out there that a reserved instance is just for a specific instance. And there are many organizations that are a bit skeptical and they apprehensive about moving to reserved instances just because of that. But there are ways around it. There are ways to utilize it if you don't use it. So you really need to understand the licensing. Yes, the licensing, old school licensing rules about reserved instances versus pay as you go. Because reserved instances automatically, doesn't matter what kind of deal you get on the table, is going to be cheaper than any pay as you go contract that Microsoft provides you with. And the new channel model. So there are so many different CSPs out there. The channel, as we said, LSPs are dying. It's a dying model, and they are adapting as well. I'm not saying they're going to disappear, but their unique offer and their ability to provide a unique offer is also, it's not there anymore. So you need to look at how the Microsoft has structured the channel So as I said, you had the CSP channel, and you have this CSP hosting channel as well. Also something that you can utilize and have a one approach with a new channel partner, and you can negotiate with the channel partner better terms and conditions, because they have a very nice margin. They have a very nice margin. It's a lucrative business if it's run well, to being a Microsoft CSP partner. And you as an end customer, if you understand that and you have multiple providers that you are negotiating with, you can really get a good deal. So it's not only about negotiating with the old school LSPs, you can bring into the mix the new channel. And Microsoft's compensation model has also changed. If you understand, and if you're a large organization on the call, and you are negotiating directly with for an enterprise agreement, you need to really understand how Microsoft's internal teams are actually compensated on of course on Azure, Microsoft 365, and what security components. When do they receive their compensation? Is it based on monthly, annual, 3-year revenue? Is it based on specific Azure products that are sold? Is it based on pay-as-you-go versus reserved instances? You need to ask these questions. And if you ask the right questions and you understand the model, you can build up leverage when you negotiate. You can actually build up leverage, because if you're dealing with the channel and you understand how Microsoft in the back end is compensated, you can actually utilize and leverage the channel to negotiate on your behalf with Microsoft, because everybody wants to get compensation. Another thing that's overlooked is that your system engineers, your Microsoft system engineers that are working within your organization through unified support or MCS, they actually have sales quotas, something that most people don't understand. So you need to be aware that you can actually leverage your system engineers, your Microsoft system engineers and professional service team to your benefit, because if they don't get that deal, if they don't get those new products, they don't get Azure consumption going, then they're going to lose their bonuses. So there are multiple ways to understand how the Microsoft team is compensated, from your account manager all the way to standard system engineers and professional service personnel, and use that to your benefit. And of course, everything to do with optimization. So I call it shift the focus back, because I think that most organizations, because everybody's been so busy with COVID and with digital transformation, everybody's really forgotten about optimization. So I think we need a bit of old school, rolling up our sleeves, getting our hands dirty approach to optimize our state. And as I said, 20 to 30% easy. And on Azure, we've seen on AWS, GCP as well, 50% optimization is possible as well, due to the way that services are being consumed. So yeah, go back to basics, go back to optimization, get your teams involved, get the right services as consultancy, bring them in, people that understand about FinOps, understand about Azure, understand about moving from Azure to AWS, and just mixing everything up about reserved instances and how everything works under the hood. And if you understand this and you understand how to adapt, change that concept of commercial negotiations, bring in the new pieces of the puzzle, the compensation model, the optimization model, the channel, reserved instances versus Azure, unified support, bringing third-party support, AWS. If you really look at this and you look at a one approach to Microsoft, you're building up a completely new way of negotiating, way of looking at Microsoft. It's more complex. It's not as simple as it used to be, but you're spending much more with Microsoft. We're seeing organizations that are paying 10, 15 times more than they used to pay Microsoft. A lot of it's due to 365. A lot of it, of course, is due to Azure consumption. Everything's moving to Microsoft. It's your hardware that's moving to Microsoft. It's your software. It's your electricity bills moving to Microsoft. Everything's moving to Microsoft. So it's a whole new ball game. to actually adapt and to move and to understand this, you need to change the roles, or well, yeah, you need to adapt. You need to evolve the roles and competencies within your organization, and that needs to start with your CFO. So your CFO is still in the most CFOs, sorry, are blown away by the Microsoft spend. They don't understand. They just can't get their head around why 3 years ago you were paying Microsoft $1 million, and now you're paying Microsoft 8, 9, 10. I've seen 20 million, going from $1 million to 20 million. The CFO just can't get it. But because everybody was moving diligently to the cloud due to COVID and digital transformation and application compatibility and flexibility and everything else out there, the CFOs said, okay, well, we just need to get things done. And management was saying, okay, just get it done, just get it done. And the CFOs don't get the new models yet. They don't understand how to negotiate. They don't understand that once you're on a Azure platform, you can't just move back to old on-premise environments. And if times are tough like these days, and once to save money, you just missed a hardware refresh. And if you missed a hardware refresh, you could miss a software upgrade, and then you could maybe downgrade your agreement. And you can't do that anymore. You actually, it's just like any other commodity. It's like just paying for an electrical bill. You switch it on, it's working. You can't work in the dark. You have to have it always on. And CFOs is taking their time to adapt. So the CFO's role needs to adapt. He needs to be educated, or she needs to be educated, and their competencies need to change. Old school on-premise licensing CapEx is dead. It's a whole new ballgame. And ITAM needs to evolve it as well. The whole concept of how ITAM has been working is, again, I know I won't say it's dead, but I think it's dying. And today's all about FinOps, financial operations. Okay, I get it, but they can't work in silos. An organization can't work with ITAM in the back end and then having FinOps doing the financial analysis, and they don't understand anything about technology. Everything needs to come together. The entire organizational mindset needs to evolve about how you manage. Yes, you can call it an asset, you can call it a service, you can call it, I don't know, a utility. It doesn't matter. You are paying for it. You have to manage it. You have to manage it from an old school IT aspect approach, and you need to manage it from a new generation of cloud utility-based subscription services. Always on, you're always paying for it. So you need to look at the competencies. You need to upgrade the competencies of your team, your CFO, your ITAM team. Even your CTO needs to, even though they've adapted much more, they've adapted quicker, but I don't think they've adapted their financial view of software and the impact that's having on the bottom line, and where you can put your money, and where you can invest and where you cannot invest. So it's not only about adapting your negotiation approach and understanding how basically the pieces have moved. It's getting everybody in your organization up to speed, from a knowledge perspective, from a competency perspective, and from an approach. So if you don't adapt, you're going to just continue bleeding. It's not about dying. Okay, it's not adapt or die. It's adapt or bleed, and the bleeding can be severe, and that's money. And ultimately, it runs out. Budget runs out. And hard questions by management come up saying, okay, I'll be getting value. Now, the old questions, it's like very much, if those of you on the call that remember the days of outsourcing, there was an enormous trend 15 years ago, if I'm not mistaken, maybe even more, an enormous trend about outsourcing, moving everything to outsourcing. And everybody was moving. What happened ultimately? Pricing went through the roof, services dropped, and everything started to come back in-house. I'm not saying this is going to happen with the cloud, but if you bleed too much, expenses go up and you stop seeing the value, things are going to change. So you need to either adapt or continue to bleed, and there's going to be ramifications to that. So I want to leave you with that. I want to leave you with that a thought, and hopefully providing you with a different view of how to negotiate and what you can actually use today to better your position and to stop what I call the new generation of bleeding. So I want to thank everybody for being on the call. And I want to really stop here. We've got a few more minutes still. And if you want to ask me any questions now online, or if you want to send Alex and I offline any concerns or query that you might have, you've got our email up on the screen, ask@SamExpert. You could go to our website. You've got a lot of information there. We share a lot of knowledge. You can go to our YouTube channel as well. Just look up Sam Expert. Join our community of over 4,000 Microsoft specialists around the world. And I hope that you've at least realized some value that you can take away and implement tomorrow. So thank you very much, everybody, for the time spent on this virtual conference. And thank you, Chicago 365 team, for inviting us. Okay, thank you.
Welcome back to M365 Chicago, and welcome back, Karine from Veeam, one of our favorite friends. Hi, Karine.
Hi.
Karine, you look like you came back from a trip. You
Came
did.
back, left somewhere. I'm not even sure what time zone I think I'm in anymore.
Oh no! Wow. So Karine's been around a while. I saw her at Ignite. Was the last time actually saw her in person. So that was great. And there was EduCon. There was a whole bunch of things going on. We're so glad to have Veeam back over here. But you know, I'm going to stop short because I know everything about Veeam. Yes, and Karine says yes, you do, right? But
I hope
our
you do.
folks watching us right now are not in the know, and we would like to get them into that state. Let's talk about that a little bit. Karine, can you tell us what Veeam does? Pretend that we don't know, and like I don't know. Pretend that we don't know, and let's maybe what do you guys do? What are you doing now? And what's new? Because hey, if folks that have been watching this and maybe understand a little bit about Veeam, it's the what's new that's going to get you. Tell us.
Right. So we're kind of in this bubble right now of some people that are now coming to cloud. They may have heard of Veeam before and they think VMware backup. They knew us for that way, way back. And now we're just in this new field. But we've actually been here for several years and we're doing the Microsoft 365 side. We're the modern data protection, but we have an entire platform from physical, virtual, cloud to containerized infrastructures. We protect the entire suite. If you're looking at the Microsoft 365 side, we have some really cool things coming in the next year that hopefully in Q1 we'll have some more details on. I'm currently writing some blog posts for, especially around the backup copy with some security features that I will allude to. We kind of dropped some hints at VMon around the corner. Then in our most recent release in diversity of platform, we actually now support Salesforce. That's our driving yay Salesforce right now. Ooh. Yeah, we now do Salesforce backup as of a couple weeks ago. And we've actually been using it. We developed it for us internally to be able to use. Now we're pushed it out to the open market so that they can just absorb the thing that we created for our internal guys to use. We have one of the largest Salesforce deployments out there on the market.
Oh dear! So this is it's the best of everything when you actually create something for yourself and then say, hey, and share it as well, not exactly share it, but let's just say you've given it back to the world, and at that point, of course, this stuff should not be free, and really it shouldn't. That makes sense. So that's new. All those pieces are new. You have like you have a couple of talks that are going to go with this. Is your I know you have a regular session that's going in. In your, I believe you guys are going to talk about a little bit. Is this something you're going to share with us? Are we going to talk about Bruno perhaps, or is it more teasers during your talk? What do you think is going to happen at your talk?
I don't think we're allowed to talk about Bruno.
No, we can't talk about Bruno yet. However, we can tease Bruno some more.
So we're actually going to cover something that we've been talking about since the beginning, which is some of the key factors as to if you're not already doing data protection of Microsoft 365 data, some of the reasons why you might want to do that, and some of the key security risks that you may be vulnerable to if you're not. And I'm going to be joined by one of my colleagues, Emily Tejas. She's actually recently off the field. We stole her to the product strategy team, which I'm super excited about. And she's got some of the insights of customers she actually watched lose that kind of data and had to have those hard conversations. We should have been protecting that, especially in the Microsoft 365 side.
That sounds super useful. That's actually, I know I'm recording it and I know I'm there. That almost sounds like one that I'll probably have to be there in person for. To be sure, maybe we'll even stream that one. I'm just looking to see if we can do any of those going forward. All right, great. So let's see. Have we covered our dots over here? We know who Veeam is. And if you don't know by now, well, for heaven's sakes, Veeam.com, right? Click about, for heaven's sakes, figure it out. But most importantly, though, if you're not at least doing what they're showing you should be doing, you should be doing it. And if you're not using them to do it, then we're sorry, that's going to take you a lot of times to get there. In this case, as they say, why not accelerate your work? Hey, you want to get there quick? A little bit of scratch and get yourself into the horse quickly and not slog in the mud with everyone else. And so this is why that's why I love the Veeam product. Really, I call it an accelerator to bring you to where you should have been, probably a lot sooner than later.
Exactly. And just to call out, if you do
Yes.
want to try out the product, we have 10 users completely for free with our community edition forever. So this is
Trial.
our product that it's not a trial, it's just all forever. Like if you have something at home you want to try to protect, if you run your own website, you're a
For
small
home.
like user, yeah. It's what we give back. All of our product lines have a community edition that we give out to the community for free. And then there's always a 30-day trial if you want to try to scale up for a
To scale
business
up.
reason.
Got it. So the trial for the scalers, to the folks that should come over. But this is great. This is news to me now. Well, that's really. I think you've had this before, but now this is for the folks that are now hearing about Veeam. There is a community version. Watch our links. There will be links all over the place, and of course on their website you'll find them as well. Thank you, Kareen, and may your travels keep you in a time zone that you remember next time we ask. Next time.
Great.
All right.
Thanks.
It's a pleasure.
Bye.
We'll look forward. Bye.
which is like salute to services. And yeah, so my topic is it's under Microsoft security and the compliance, and I'm going to demonstrate the privilege identity management, Azure AD privilege identity management. So just to start, it's we could donate since this is the very service which we are providing. Salute to our services through this our virtual conference. So I'll request to the attendees or who are watching this stream to donate. Then next, we are very thankful to our partners or sponsors who are sponsoring these events and giving us the opportunity to present, to speak. So I'm very really thankful to all our gold partners, silver partners, and the community partners. Before starting the technical session, I'll just like to introduce myself. I won't take much time here, but I'm Prasham Sabadra, having almost 17 years of experience, and out of that, since last 14 years, I'm working on the Microsoft technologies like SharePoint, then move to the SharePoint Online and Microsoft 365 and Azure as well. I'm working as a cloud architect at the Apex on Bangalore. I'm working from Pune. I'm very much passionate about this SharePoint since I started working on the SharePoint from WSS 3.0 till almost all on-premises versions, and now the SharePoint Online and the Microsoft 365. I'm avid contributor in community, almost 500 plus articles in various cloud for various cloud services like Microsoft 365, Azure. You could find my blogs on the knowledge-junction.in. That was my blog site, and almost there are the we are completing the 1,000 articles, and out of that I almost contributed 500 plus articles, and very good response from the viewers and the community and forums. So yeah, you could see that. You could connect me at any time on Twitter, LinkedIn, and my mail ID is present this in slide deck. And I'm very keen to discuss about like Microsoft security, Defender, and that's why PIM is one of the topic. Uh, I'm very have fond of that Microsoft Graph, lots of application implemented and articles written on the Microsoft Graph. And yeah, they're working on some few services of the Azure, not much, but the few services like privilege identity management, Key Vault, app service, web jobs, and yeah. And trying to simplify the concepts of Kubernetes and Dockers as well in my plate. So some work on the having our own Kubernetes cluster, private Kubernetes clusters, and deploying the Docker images and yeah, executing those. So that is about me. So let's start. Let's discuss what is the agenda today. We are going to discuss what is a PIM, and that is the Privilege Identity Management Service. How to configure this PIM for Azure AD roles, how to get the alerts, what are the kind of alerts which PIM supports, and we could have the PIM audit history and the reports as well. I have the slides, good amount of slides, but I won't go much about slides. I'll highlight over the demo how to navigate to the PIM and how to configure the Azure AD roles from PIM. What are the category types like eligible and active categories, and then what how should they work. So we'll more concentrate on the demo. So just to start before the demo, basically what is the PIM? This is one of the services from the Azure AD. We call it as a privileged identity management service. And this enables us basically to control, monitor, access, and like our resources in our organizations. Resources include the Azure AD resource, Azure resources, Microsoft 365 resources, Intune resource, and yeah. I'd like to have some use case here before going to the discussing the PIM. what happened and why this beam we choose, and how we understand. It happens in the vacation time. We have the global admin role in our Microsoft 365 tenant. We're supposed to use to the help to the teams, various different teams, and whatever the required to get the details, or from the tenant, or to have those the users, to provide the information, those the users who don't have access to the admin center. So this role, the user which have the global reader role, they used to perform these kind of actions. But what happens suddenly, we got an call, and we got to know that this our user is not feeling well, and he is not able to attend the office, or he was not able to come in online. So on that day, our work has stopped. And now, since our global admin is also not available, or global admin, whether irrespective of whether it is global admin is available or not available, suddenly give a role, this role to the another user, and then to explain what to do and not to do. So that was not like a, not a simple task. It is a time-consuming task. Then finding the appropriate user who could fit into the global reader role, explain the roles and responsibility of the uh, global reader role, and these kind of thing happen. And then we have, till the time our global reader is, the actual original global reader is absent, we have, and this basically need to perform and identify the user and give the role, and means like the temporary role, assign the temporary role and all those things. Then we understand, yeah, we must have an option. If in case our main administrators or main users who perform the kind of roles and activities are not available, then we have an option, or we need to be ready to option the secondary options. But then at the same time, we also don't want to give the whole, means all the time or permanent. We don't want to make it the permanent actively our roles. We need this temporarily whenever only our main users, main administrators, main roles are unavailable. And that's why this in we have implemented, we have this like a PIM kind of privilege identity management. So one of the main tasks why PIM, basically this allows us to give a just-in-time access to our resources. So I want to make, for example, global reader role for my any one of the user for only a day. So I could use the PIM service of the Azure AD, and I could assign that user active as a global reader for only particular day. I could assign specific time or a specific duration for that. So this is the kind of one of the most important service it provides to you. Also, what happens because of this, because of just-in-time access, or for access management, or for active role for only some time, I could reduce the number of roles available for all the time. I could minimize the number of peoples who have access to my resources. If I need to give the global admin role, global reader role, team administrator role, power platform administrator role, so I could give them the for some time only. So I could reduce the number of admins or number of users who have access to these resources, these my Microsoft 365 resources. So this is a very important feature, a very important service which Microsoft come up with, and that's why this PIM, privilege identity management service. So basically this PIM is important to minimize the number of people who have access to secure information or resources, or just to assign the just-in-time privilege access to my So these are the kind of features which the privileged identity management service provides. One more basic requirement for this privileged identity management services, we required the premium licenses like Azure AD Premium P2 license or Enterprise Mobility and the Security E5 license. So at least my tenant have this one of these license available, then only I could have the PIM feature available or active. Now, now let's start. I want to start to use the PIM. I have assumed that I have these two licenses. So we could navigate to this PIM service from two options. So either one from the Azure portal or otherwise from the Microsoft Intranet Admin Center. So let's start. This is my local user. I'm using my local tenant. Consider this user @prasham knowledgejunction1.onmicrosoft.com. This user is logged in. So let's log in with the portal.azure.com. So I have options here. If I'm using the PIM, then it will appear here. Otherwise, I could search from here as well. Otherwise, I could go for the more services as well, where my all Azure services, which are belongs to my subscriptions, those are available here. I could search from the privilege identity management. So if I click on the Azure AD privilege identity management service, I will be here. On the privilege identity management quick start page or home page, you could say it out. There is another option to navigate to the PIM through the. So these are the slides how to navigate and how to visit. I won't go each and everything since we'll go to the demo. But then we could access it from the intra.microsoft.com as well. So if I say, for example, with this my account, if I log in with the intra.microsoft.com, I will with the Microsoft on the Microsoft Internet Admin Center. And under, so these are the services, and under identity governance services, you will see this privileged identity management. So if I click it, I will be on the Kickstart page of the privileged identity management service. Okay. So this is the way how I will navigate to the privileged identity management service, either through Azure portal or Microsoft Intra Admin Center as well. So let's start our demo. Consider a use case here. We will consider the same use case which we discussed a few minutes before. That I need to give some temporary access to a user. I need to assign a role called global reader to my user for a temporary basis. For a day or for a couple of hours, something I want to perform this task. My main global reader admin is absent. So I need to get it done, the task get it done, which the global reader need to perform. So I will assign the temporary assignment. So how we are going to start this? This is the main important feature of the privilege identity management service to manage the accesses, to activate just in time. So let's here when you visit the privilege identity management homepage, here you will find that these options like uh, manage access, activity just time, and discover and the monitor. So there are various options. You will get these tasks as well or the manage as well. If you go to the task under my role, so if you check the active assignments, so it will show me my active assignments. See, and which are of type permanent. So what is the permanent end time and time that we will see now. But if you see the my roles, there is a Power Platform administrator, global administrator, team administrator, and a SharePoint administrator assigned. Okay, so those are the my roles. Let's go back. If I have requested some role or something that comes here. So before that, let's say now I'm into the Microsoft 365 tenant. This is my local tenant under the development program, Microsoft development program, and which is I have the E5 licenses underneath, and then the I have a free trial version for the getting access to the privilege identity management. So I have the trial version of my Active Directory P2 license, and then this is under the Microsoft 365 development program. Now let me start with the user. So I have these many users in my tenant. So let me start with the user. I have a knowledge junction user. Okay, what I would like to show you here. For this user, there is no roles assigned at all. So I have an option that I could assign the role from here. That I'll just do one more thing. This is another user, life is beautiful. So I will assign one role from here only to this user just to start, and say it's a help desk administrator, and save changes. So just for now, and I'm closing this. I'm coming back to this knowledge junction user and want to show that there is no roles at all. Now I want this user to assign a global reader role for the knowledge junction user, but I want to do it for the specific time. One more important thing, when I assign this the role from here, I don't have an option to specify just in time. We call it as a specify the start date and end date. Okay, that was one more important point. So I want to specify only for couple of hours, minimum duration 5 minutes, and but I want to assign it for only couple of hours. So that's why I need to go to the privilege identity management service of the Azure. Let's say they manage access, and in the manage access, when we go to the, these are the Azure roles, AD roles which are available, which we could assign to the user based on the their permissions, what they could do with that role. For example, like attack payload author can create attack payload, then an administrator and can initiate and something like that. Okay, so we either we could go here on the roles page and add assignment here, or from this left pane we could click on the assignments here. Here you will see eligible assignments and active assignments, which are the active assignments and the eligible. What is the difference between this eligible assignment and active assignments? That we will going to see. We'll discuss it soon. But before that, from here as well, we could add the assignments. Okay, so I just came back here to setting, but let's go to the back privilege identity management service. Assign ellipse. So I'll click on this add assignment and let's start. So if you see this here, resource is a knowledge junction one, which is my local tenant resource type directory, and here those all Azure AD roles which are available, which we could assign to a specific user. So we have here the search role as well. So since we need to assign the global reader role, so I'm searching for the global, and here we have the global reader. Okay, once we have selected the role which we need to assign to our user, we need to select the user or a member. So let's say I need to assign, as we saw here in our Office 365 tenant, knowledge user as a knowledge junction, and there is no role. So I need to go and select the member. I selected the knowledge junction as a user. I selected it, and then next button is visible for me. The next step is what is the eligible and what is the active types. So here there are two tabs. While assignment, assigning a role to particular user through PIM, privilege identity management. One is a membership where we need to select the role and the members. And then the second tab is the setting. So if I came to the setting, so there is like assignment type and active type. So now what is this assignment type and active type? Let me move to the slide desk again. So here you will get in, I have included all detailed steps with the snaps in the slide desk. So you will get easy. Yeah. Let me go back where I need to explain what is the eligible assignment and active assignments here. So if you see here, there are two types of assignments. Eligible assignment is the role which need to perform some action, and then only it becomes activated. So for example, I have selected eligible assignment for to. I'll demonstrate that as well. But if consider example now, I have assigned eligible assignment to my user knowledge junction, so that the user need to go to the Azure portal under PIM, under assignments, and need to activate. And to make it happen, to make it activated successfully, he perform need to some action like enable multi-factor authentication kind of example. We'll see that how it works. Okay, and then the active assignments are the role assignment that doesn't require any perform any action to or something. We could directly have the user becomes, the role becomes for that user directly active, and he could perform the he have performed to the perform the actions which he have permission based on the role. Okay, so that is difference. So we'll see in the demo how it differs, so that you will get an idea. But first of all, we will go for the active assignment type, and then I'll explain the eligible assignment type. I'll not go for permanently assigned. So it takes the current time, and let's see change it. We'll do it for 7 to 8 minutes only. Default is a 5 minute, so at least we need to keep the 5 minutes. So I'm selecting the today's date again, 11/11, and I'm selecting this 55. As we mentioned, what allows us being, we need to give the valid justification for here. For what purpose? So let's say I'm giving is temporary assigning role, since main global reader is absent today. Need to perform high priority task. Okay, and let's assign it. So here you will get an notification what is happening basically. So if you see that a member knowledge junction, that means the user in the knowledge junction. The active direction is too short, it should be a 5 minutes. Okay, let's assign it again, more than 5 minutes. Okay, so I'm searching for, so you got an idea. The default time minimum, it requires the 5 minute. It requires to perform any task into the tenant. So okay, let's select it again. Knowledge junction, select, next, active role. I don't want to assign permanently. 8:55 is okay. Let assign to the line 2. Okay. Yeah, I need to change this date. 11. Okay. Temporary, skipping short to save the time. Assign. See now. So we have provided almost for 7 minutes, and assigning role to member is successful. Okay. If I go here, it will show me the details. Assigning role to member knowledge junction is assigned this. What is the tenant name, tenant ID, resource ID, whole directory, and from where to where. So if I go to the again privilege access management, and if you see here, manage assignments, under assignments, active assignments, and see this global reader knowledge junction. Okay, today's date, if you notice this, it is from 8:56 to till 9. What now I'll need to show you, Again, I'm going to the My Office 365 tenant and I'm refreshing this page. We'll see the roles of the knowledge junction. If you notice here, see the global reader role is assigned to the knowledge junction user. Okay, we assign this role through PIM for specific duration for 7 minutes only. Now this role appears here, and now this user could perform whatever the action or whatever the permission he has and whatever the action uh, team want to perform from him. Okay, now we will again see at the time of uh, 9:2 after the 7 minutes what happens, whether that user has this role becomes or automatically deactivated or disappear. Okay, so this is one of the very important feature. We didn't give specified the role to the users from my Microsoft 365 portal, but from the PIM. Now what I would like to show before checking whether this get disabled or what happens with this user, what I would like to show, I would like to show the some alerts. Okay, let me navigate to you. Yeah, let me show you the mails as well first, the kind of emails which you receive. Not this email ID, even not this. Let me close this. Let me open my Outlook from the. Okay. And meanwhile, before it expires, I will log in with the. Yeah, let's see. This is 8:57 and see the notification. PIM knowledge junction has the global reader. Okay, so this user has now the global. So I'll get the this kind of notification as well with the details from what time to what time, 15:26 UTC to the 32 UTC. And yeah, this is my again local time and this justification and all those things. So I receive the this kind of notification as well. Okay, let's move to the again the Azure portal. What I want to show you, I want to show you the alert. This is also a very important feature with the PIM service schemes. Now see, roles don't require multi-factor authentication for activation. That was one thing. Or role is being assigned outside of privileged identity management. So this is also one kind of the alert which they give. So this user has role assigned Power Platform Administrator, but that was not assigned through the PIM. It was assigned to the outside, like might be from the Microsoft 365 portal or somewhere added on the Power Platform Admin Center or something like that. So you could we have an option here to either fix. If I select this, we have an option here to fix or to dismiss. Let's go back. I need to show you the other alerts. Important point is it very nicely shows me the 3 counts or risk level medium. So well, who are the other users to whom I have make it eligible and active? So here, see this roles don't require multi-factor authentication for active, like Power Platform Admin, Team Admin, or Directory Readers. These the users to whom these roles are assigned. They didn't have the multi-factor authentication, and that's why this risk is there. Okay, so what I'm trying to say, these alerts are like a very good feature. If you go to the settings sections of the alerts, you will see the all kind of alerts here the available. The organization doesn't have the Azure Radio Premium, so and with the along with the risk level and which alerts are now active and which alerts are not active, that kind of scenarios here. Here one more thing, like potential steal account in my privilege access. So let me show you from the here potential stale accounts in the privilege remix. So it says that these 2 users have assigned the role. One is a global administrator and team administrator, but both the users are not logged in since past 30 days. And this is really a very like a potential risk. If my global administrator didn't logged in, since last 30 days, or even my team administrator. So this is risk. I need to evaluate whether I want to keep these roles with these users or not. And this provides the alerts into the PIM. So in this way, I got to know actually what are the risks. This is a medium risk, but this is a very high risk, and from I got to know, okay, these are the risks for my different roles, and I could mitigate that risk with the appropriate action. It also allows me to fix, or I could take the uh, other actions. Now again move to the assignment section. I hope the 7 minutes happens. Let's check. I'll go to the active assignments. And if you see here, we have assigned the global reader role for the knowledge junction user, and that role are now disappear from in the active assignments because 7 minutes have happened. How I'll got to know whether this is working or correctly or not? I could go from the audit sections here, my audit. If you see here, let's have the audit section and see this 9.2 Azure AD PIM request remove member from role in PIM completed. It's a time bound. See this. Okay, got to know. So this user, this is my tenant knowledge junction one. The role is the global role. Subject user this knowledge junction type user. Remove the role of the global reader and it get automatically removed. So it make me a worry free basically. For 7 minutes, I have assigned the global reader role to the knowledge junction user in knowledge junction one tenant, and I created it under the PIM and it automatically get removed. See this, how interesting this. Okay, and that's why this PIM becomes for from the security perspective, it's become the very important. And this audit log whole here the time span, last day, last week, last month, or even the custom I could select in the maybe uh, a range or something, and then here the data range comes here, and then audit type all eligible, assign, activated, active, or whether it is for members or group, I could select and I could export as well from the here into the CSV. It also shows me the status whether this becomes succeeded or failed. Now this one got failed. So what was that? Let's see. Remove member from role in PIM completed. It was time bound again. The requester is the user, myself user, but it got failed, and it gave me this correlation ID and the these details that this didn't happen and this failed. So this is a very good audit history available, which I could download, which I could go and check whether what happened and what not happened, which are succeeded and which are failed, and fail in case then why. I could investigate why those why those activities are failed. Okay, and then I have select date options as well. I could have last day, last week, last month options as well. So this is really nice. So we saw that from the assignment. Now I will again move to the my Office 365 tenant. And let me refresh this page again. Please notice it's showing the role global reader for the knowledge junction user. I'm refreshing the page again now. Yeah, and see this. See the role, no administrative access. This means here also it gets reflected. So yeah, just that I want to demonstrate to you how it works. Okay, I just want to check we have assigned a license help desk administrator here. Okay, now so this we saw how the active type work. Now let's see eligible type. So I'm again going to the assignments. Let's see how the eligible assignments works. We saw that active assignments, so that user become global reader for that specific time bound, specific duration. Now see the eligible assignment. So I'm creating a new assignment again here for the same user. For same user, currently there is no role available. See, for example, knowledge junction, there is no administrative access. Okay. Now I'll go back to the my Azure portal, add assignment, select role. We could specify any role, but let's have a reader role, global reader role. Let's select the member. I'll select the same member since I know, because we need to now, for in case of eligible, to make it active, we need to log in with the user to the Azure portal. I know the password of this user. So let's select the knowledge junction again. Next, and I'm selecting the type, assignment type eligible. I don't want to assign it permanently eligible. Okay. So 11/11, it's 9/7 today. Sorry, now. Let have the 11/11 again. And let's have some specify more time for 20 minutes, say, for example, or 15 minutes. So it's a 9/7. Let's have a 9:25 because we need to log in with the user and then make it active. So let's assign till the time 9:25. Assign. So here again we have a notification, the progress of the assignment. Yeah, it assigned successfully. Let's refresh the page. Yeah, it appear here. See, the role global reader, user knowledge junction, tenant. This is the principal name for the user, tenant knowledge junction 1. And I have an option as a global admin. I have an option. It's a remove update extension. Yeah, one more important thing I just remember. So to perform all these kind of action, we need the rights. These are the licenses we need. Let me tell you. Yes, if you see the step 1 here in the slide desk, to navigate the PM and to perform these kind of assignments or to activate or deactivate and to manage these kind of things, at least I need a global administrator role or privileged role administrator. So I should be, as a user of Microsoft 365 tenant or Azure tenant, I should be a part of global administrator group or privileged role administrator. Okay. So here my user, if you see, if we go to the user details again, and this is my user here in my development program tenant. It's loading. Let me refresh. Oh, sorry, it appears. If you see the role, I'm the part of the global admin. Since I'm the same user, I can't edit my settings, but just to show you, I am the global administrator, and that's why I could perform these actions on the PM. Okay. Now we have assigned the eligible assignment for this knowledge junction user. Now how to activate it? This user can't perform anything. If we go to the user details panel, click on the knowledge junction, going back, I'm closing this knowledge junction, no administrative access. We have the eligible assignment. Remember, we have or not, we have the eligible assignment, not the active assignment. So how to make it active? Before that, I will like to check my mail, whether I receive any mail or something. Yes, I receive an communication mail that knowledge junction is assigned global reader role for tenant. This is tenant. And if you see here, the assignment time is eligible. Now make it active. To make it active, let's log in with the user knowledge junction. So I need to make it incognito window so that proper credential. New incognito window. Okay. So I will go start with the portal.azure.com. We'll go through the Azure portal. Note the user here on which I am logging it. It's a knowledge junction. On Microsoft.com. Please note this user. I'm logging with this user. Okay. Next. Password. I remember. Password is expired. Okay, let's do it now. Let me note, otherwise I will forget and then I couldn't log in. Okay. And, I hope it will work. Password doesn't match. Okay. A. Okay, great. Finally, we could log in. Okay, so if you notice here, the user is the knowledge junction at the whatever my tenant knowledge junction 1 dot on Microsoft.com. Okay, so let's visit to the PIM service. I'll go from the here. I'll going either here from activate just in time or from my request as well. Let me go back. Let's see. It's loading. If you notice here. Yeah, see this global reader. And now as this user, knowledge junction user, I have two options, activate and extend. So I'm clicking on the activate. So it's saying validating the request. And please note this, it's saying that additional verification is required. Now you got the difference. When we say that the eligible assignment, that means user need to perform some action. So here PIM has asked to perform additional verification required. So I need to perform some action. I need to, when I click to continue, it will ask me to do something, either to enable MFA or some other action that I need to perform, and then I'm getting activated. So let's see, I'm clicking on click to continue. And it's saying that verify your identity. So more information, are you verification methods current, check at these. So it's okay. I'll say that okay, text me on my cell. Let me check the code which I received. Yes, I receive it. 027967 verify. And again it came back to here validating the request. And see now it is asking me the reason. So temporary assignment, main user is on vacation, need to perform high prior task. Okay, activate. See this, it goes to the different 3 stages. Yeah, stage 1 completed, validating our activation. I hope it will happen successfully. It is taking time. Okay, generally it won't take such time. Yep, stage 2 is successfully done. Step 3 is done. And it auto redirects. We no need to refresh the page. It's refresh in 5 seconds. See this page is getting refreshed. though it's showing here, but if I go to the active assignments again, see this global reader, there is an option to deactivate. Okay, so it is getting activated for whatever the time bound we have specified. And these are the previous expired. We could renew option as well. So we have the expired assignments for this role. Okay, global reader role. So currently this is active. So the knowledge junctions user become the global reader. So we could go and check our Office 365 portal. If you see here, I receive email as well. Knowledge junction is activated. See this knowledge junction is user for the tenant knowledge junction 1, and this is the time 15 to 23. We have whatever we have selected UTC time. Okay. So this is the email communication. This email communications comes to the users as well, to whom we assign. Check the outlook of the user. Let's navigate to portal.office or sorry, or we could directly navigate to the outlook as well. No issues. Let's check the user's outlook. First, just check the user, which is the knowledge junction one. As we sign in, let's move to Microsoft 365 Admin Center. Or outlook.office.com if it is not coming from there. See this. This is the user, which is the knowledge junction. And see this notification. Your global reader role is now active for the knowledge junction 1 directory with the specified time. See this comment which we put there. Temporary assignment, main user is on vacation, need to perform high priority task. Okay. So in this way, the user also receives the notification. Now again, go to the Microsoft 365 portal. I am here. You will see no administrative role for the knowledge junction. Let me refresh it. And see the global reader role. And this role will automatically disappear when the time finishes, when the end time appears. So see the beauty of this PIM service of the Azure AD portal. This is very, very handy for my tenant where I need to keep a very minimal number of administrators, and I have this service available along with those licenses which is required. Okay. Let's move to the Azure portal. Let me show you the alert history alerts once. Yeah, those are the same one. Let me go to the audit. And if you see this one.
Sorry
And
to interrupt, but you should be wrapping up now, preparing for the next speaker.
yeah, only a couple of minutes. I'm finalizing it. Okay. So if you see this action here, the eligible member to role PM completed, and it becomes active now. So once that active time duration will be finished, it will be again logged here. And yeah, so these are the like PIM feature, PIM service offered by the Azure AD based on this two type of licenses which require premium P2 and that the licenses which we required, and we could have this service available in this. Okay, I didn't went through these slides. I'll have to finalize 2 more slides in that, and then I'll upload the slide decks onto the portal so that we have the snaps here and the detailed description for each snap, and what are the different types of assignments and how to do activities and all those things. Okay, I have included few references. Microsoft documentation is very good, very handy for this kind of uh, to get the knowledge or to have a hands-on. So please have a look once. And in case you have any questions, you could put here into the chat box, or you could mail me directly, or you could discuss at any time for these security concepts or PIM concepts kind of thing. And please share the feedback. It's very necessary to share the feedback, whether you got benefit from this or not, or what are the improvements area basically. We would like to know, so that wherever the next session will include those improvement areas. So that's since we need to wrap up, that's all from my side. Thank you so much for watching or attending this session. It's really appreciated. Thank you so much. Any questions? I'm still here, so we could discuss it out, or please feel to ping me or email me.
Kareen, long time no see. Welcome back to M365 Chicago.
I'm so excited to be here. This is actually one of my admittedly favorite events of the year.
Well, yes, you and a few other special guests that every so often show up, and we are so glad to have you over here. We're just wondering, is your back as a partner, which is great. So some folks might be able to get some pizza. Just a thought, maybe. But here's the thing: now that you're back, is there anything that you're looking forward to? Maybe a session that you might have seen that you're thinking about attending?
Well, I know that there's been some big talk, especially since Ignite on Viva. So I will admit, the last time I looked at Viva, there was 4 different sectors of Viva, and there's 14 now.
Yeah, oh yeah.
So if you don't
Viva.
know anything about Viva, definitely check out some of those sessions coming through, because there's been a lot happening with that. Power Platform's been exploding. If I find any time in my day, that's where I'm going to be looking.
La Viva Viva, yay! Hey, so sorry, Ricky Martin, but I'm taking over your Viva stuff right there. But yes, hey, tell us about your presentation. You actually have a true presentation that you're giving us. Tell us a quick thing about it, and we'll see what you say.
So my presentation is a rolling presentation that is one of those security topics that's probably never going to die, but I refresh it every couple of months, and it's a security feature crash course. And
Whoa.
I actually highlighted it back in EduCon not too long ago, so it's completely up to date and a couple new features from Ignite.
Wow, fresh from behind the paywall to us. We are so grateful for your contributions as usual. And hey, we're going to say bye because we're going to go see you at the show. Everyone who's watching, check out the channel for later, or be there live, or be square. Say bye to the folks.
Bye.
Hey.
customize your finding path. Welcome to M365 Chicago, to this virtual event. So when it's possible, help donate today for these guys, for the veterans. You can see here the barcode, the QR code. When you like, please make a snapshot. And thank you very much for all the sponsors, a lot of gold, silver, and community partners. It's very important for this kind of virtual event to have a lot of partners and sponsors. Thank you very much. Help us to improve the conference. You can fill out a little survey. Please do that so we can do it, make better for the next time. So let's start. We spoke today about the Microsoft Search introduction, Microsoft Search and Graph. Then let's compare Microsoft Search and SharePoint Search, and then start your search. I have a lot of demos, not too much slides, so we can jump into the demo and lay back and enjoy the demonstrations, the live demonstrations. And at the end, a little, we look at to the roadmap. Not too much topics, but a few interesting things. So about me, I'm David Mehr. I'm head of collaboration and board member in the management by Ersatz AG in Switzerland. You can find me on my website, Mehr365, on Twitter, LinkedIn. I'm a M365 Apps and Service MVP, a SharePoint and M365 consultant over 10 years, and my topics are SharePoint themes, SharePoint related technologies, and for sure Microsoft Search. And I talked about it. I'm from Switzerland. You see, it's the emoji on my Windows keyboard. For Switzerland, it's icon like fondue. So I don't have flag, but when I tap it in Switzerland, it comes this kind of icon. So Microsoft Search, the goal of the Microsoft Search is to bring a unified experience on all over the application. You see here Microsoft Search and all the applications, and you see the Microsoft Search in your Office application on M365 on the top in the header, and that's the goal, that we have not the same content, but we have the same the search experience for all that. So the Microsoft Search, you can see here a lot of print screens about Microsoft Search, a lot of application. After that, we see in the demo a lot of things on these topics. It's very important. User can find information which are relevant in the context. That means when you search in SharePoint, you can find content from SharePoint. But when you search in Word or in PowerPoint, then you can find functions or others from the Word, from the Office application. And Microsoft Search is private, so users can only see documents to which they have access. They called also security treatment. It's very important. When I have no access to a site or to a Teams, so I can't find this content in my Microsoft Search. The results are based on Microsoft Graph. I will explain that in the next slide. And for sure, you have the Microsoft Search in Bing. You can find information, content from your work environment, also from the whole internet, from the whole internet. All you can search. So Microsoft Search and Microsoft Graph. Why? Then Microsoft Graph is the gateway to data and intelligence in Microsoft 365. So you can see here in this graphic, Microsoft Graph is the base based on that, and you can find all on the top in the different applications. So you can not only find information from SharePoint, so that's in the SharePoint search, you can find information from Teams, Conversations, Outlook, and other applications. So we will see that after that in the demonstration also. So this is a very cool slide. It's not from me. So you see the source in the bottom. That's the difference between Microsoft Search and SharePoint Search. SharePoint Search, so have the content only from SharePoint. So you can find pages, sites, documents, and for sure items. So that means content from SharePoint, also all other files stored in SharePoint from Teams or other applications that store the files and informations in SharePoint. So on the left side, you can see the Microsoft Search with the graph to search other applications in one experience. You see here a lot of core services that I spoke before, and also you have integration in Dynamics 365, and it's very interesting. Dynamics 365 also, and external content sources that you can configure in that environment, and we will see that how you can do that and how it feels. So you have different entry points. That's meaning with start your search. You see on the left side, it's the Microsoft search in Bing. And very important is not all the entry points have at the moment the same verticals. The verticals are the verticals. So they called before in SharePoint scopes. So on the left side in Bing, you have a message. The message is also available on Microsoft 365. It's the new name, Microsoft 365. Before you have office.com. It's the same experience, but a new name with a new logo. And in Microsoft 365 and also in SharePoint, you have an image vertical, but you don't have an image vertical in the Microsoft Bing, but you have a Yammer vertical in Microsoft Bing. It's a little bit confused and different, but we will see an interesting entry at the end of this presentation in the roadmap slide. So when you searching, you can search and finding informations on all levels. So when you the default start point of the Microsoft search box is where you are be. That means when you are in a site, you search in a site, or when you stay in a hub, then you search all informations in a hub. So when you go down to a list or to a library, you will search only in this library. But you can go, when you not find enough, you can go up a level higher to hub or to the whole organization. So this little breadcrumb, it's very useful for users or for all other people. You will search in different levels. So on that, that's the look and feel of the Microsoft search. So the terms, I will use the same terms after that in the demonstration. So number one, you have a search box. Number two, you have the search verticals. And number three, you have the filters. And on the fourth, you can configure bookmarks, Q&A locations, acronym, or you can see Viva topic cards. That's the in this example. And for sure, on the bottom, you can see the search results. And the search results have a lot more information, the storage location or a people card modified, and it's and it's different to the SharePoint search. In Microsoft Search, you cannot configure all this information. So you can add new verticals, you can add filters, custom filters, but the visualization from the search results, it's not possible. It's not right. So only for external data sources you can configure an external result type for a better visualization, but for the normal SharePoint results, it's actually not possible to configure that. But the last slide, the roadmap slide, have news about that. So that's only a little introduction to Microsoft Search. And now we jump into the demonstration, and I will show you a lot of them, what I called direct in my test environment. I think it's a better way than only a print screen, so you can see how it looks, how it feels when you search, when you do that, when you use that. And I hope you can learn a lot of things about the Microsoft Search configuration. So start your search. You see here is the new Microsoft365.com site with a new logo. I call that it's the same experience, but the new name. So here you can search all over the existing tenant level verticals, and you have informations from whole your environment, from SharePoint, from Teams, and we will see that after that with verticals and with filters you have possibilities to configure documents and site in focus of the searching. So when I go wider to my next tab, you see this is the SharePoint search, and you can see here it's the same, but I come from SharePoint, from the SharePoint start page. So I go back to M365. When I search anything, then I see here a lot of informations from SharePoint that I see here in this experience. So, and as last, I have configured my Bing search, my Microsoft search in Bing. It's a setting in the Microsoft Search Admin Center that you can map your account to Bing. And so when you search in Bing, you can switch to your work, to your environment. So I go back. This is only the Bing search, and when you have activated this connect, you will see here the work vertical in Bing, and so you have here all the verticals that you have configured in your tenant level, and you can search a lot of things. And also when I search here to search, a good search to search, and I can see here the same informations like in SharePoint or in M365 on the M365 start page. So the other things with the navigation, that the breadcrumb, is when I go here down to my list session tracker, and I will search here to search. So I can only find informations from this list. The search box called me that, so it's very helpful for users. So you have the right level, you can search your elements, your terms. So when I search here in this box, I can see all the elements with search. Yeah, I have all my sessions have anything to do with search. So when I search here to Chicago, I have only this session here, so I can only find one element. So when I search and go bottom, so I can here search over all elements. When I click So you see I'm now in a search center, in a search page from Microsoft Search, and you see here only the site level verticals. You can configure this on this site. There are individual verticals on this site, but it's a little difficult when you have tenant level verticals and site level verticals. I think it's not the best. I like more tenant level verticals, so it's a central customization over the admins. So what I would like to say is you see here the breadcrumb, and I search in the events site. So I see now all informations in the events on the whole event site. Now I can go and level upper, so to MER 365. So when you have that's a hub, and the events site is associated to the MER 365 hub. When you have hub association, so it will show up also in this breadcrumb. So now this is only one site with one hub. I can go up to MER 365, and when I think I have other hubs, I can't find this information. So in my intranet hub, so I can go a level upper to the whole organization, and now you can see also more informations. I will explain these informations, these special informations as next. So, but I think it's very important, and it's very helpful for users when you see on which level you search. You can go upper to a level higher with the breadcrumb. It's very helpful for users, for you sure, and for me too. So, as next, I will show you more, or tell you more about the special informations. You see, it's I have here bookmarks and the search results, and here I have other informations from a website. So that's the connector that we will configure later in this session. So when I looking for Chicago, then you see here, that's a bookmark. You can call before in SharePoint best bets, promoted links. It's the same, it's bookmarks. So you can tease very important informations, or informations that whole users will search. So you can configure that in the SharePoint Admin Center. I will show you a few use cases about these special informations, and after that we will see in the SharePoint or in the Microsoft 365 Admin Center how you can configure this information. So you can see here, these are bookmarks, special links or shortcuts or imported informations. So with a link to the website, internal or external, so you can promote informations for your users. The next one is every company has shortcuts, so you can define acronyms for these shortcuts, like a glossar. So when I search for MLP, you can find only informations from my tenant, informations like documents, pictures, others. I think it's not so helpful. So when I define MLP, then I will show up an acronym. Then MLP are the multilingual publishing, and so we are in Switzerland, and in Switzerland we have 4 languages, and it's a topic here, and so it's very important. These terms here define is you can use others like what is AAD, and so I have explained what's AAD. It's Azure Active Directory. So I will show you what's the terms, what terms you have. So it's the page from Microsoft, the documentation, very good documentation from Microsoft. And you can see here are more other words that you can use for your users to search after for that acronyms. So when I go back to my search page, we have configured, or we have show up bookmarks, and we have you can configure acronyms, and so you can use questions. So when starts M365 Chicago, so you can configure also Q&As, and when a user starts the search, he will see, okay, the M365 is on the 11th November today, and with a link with more informations, and it's also very helpful. And another thing, one more, is you can configure locations when you have more offices or companies on over the country or world. So you can Chicago location, and so you can see here all the search history. It's very cool. It's a newer feature, so it's really cool, and you can use the same search terms. So when I searching for Chicago location, so I have here only I have here the map from Chicago, and so when you have more offices or locations, it's very helpful to use the locations. So that's the possibilities and how you can configure that. I jump here in the Microsoft 365 Admin Center, and you can find, and yes, you need to use, you need to be the global admin or a Microsoft Search admin, so you can configure that. The SharePoint administrator, it's not enough for the rule from the tenant rule, and you can find here under search and intelligence all the things what you can do. All the informations, all the configurations are here. For sure, in SharePoint you have also a search administration, so you can map the properties. These topics are under the SharePoint Admin Center. But today we will focus on the Microsoft Search, and I will show up the possibilities here in this Admin Center. So you see here you have informations about acronyms, bookmarks. So one more, the floor plans. You have locations, Q&A, and also the Viva topics that you can include here. The configuration, it's very simple. So when I open here the MLP and I will edit that, you can insert the acronym. The MLP stands for an explanation for this acronym, a description, and more informations. So when you publish that, it takes several hours, no, I think minutes at the moment, and then I will show up in your Microsoft Search. And so this simple configuration, it's for the most of the other, also for bookmarks. You can add a bookmark with these informations, and also on the top you have a live preview, for 365 Chicago. So, and you can insert here all the informations, and very important, here are the keywords. So the keywords means when you search after that in your Microsoft Search or a user, so they will show up in the search as the terms when the keyword matches with this search from the user. It's very simple to configure that all. Also the same in locations or in the Q&A. So I think it's a very simple configuration, but so helpful for to bring up your search to a higher level. So next is the custom verticals and the filters. It's so helpful when you search, when you have a lot of informations in your environment. So you can build verticals, your own verticals, that before 5 sites people use images. That's all default verticals from Microsoft. And after that, I have configured a lot of customized verticals for me. So every user can see, okay, here I can find information from events, or I can find only content from Teams, from stored data in Teams, private Teams, public Teams. Oh, sorry, the teams are only the sites. I have a little site search in there. So yeah, you have that also in Microsoft Teams himself. But when you have a lot public teams, you can build that in your own vertical. And here you have only I can click. It's I think you can see that. So only informations from the events page. You can see here all the presentations and informations for my sessions. And here you can see the teams, the team sites. And you can configure that also in the Search Admin Center. I will show you that after that. And I think very interesting is the Teams content, or also the SharePoint content. And you see, I can also configure a lot of custom filters. So when I search for my search, and I know I'm looking for information from my event M365 Chicago, so I can refine this information, and then I will show up only my relevant informations for this event. And you can configure here filters with default properties from Microsoft, like you see here. I go back. That's the site name, the file type. Events are manage metadata, or text keywords also manage metadata. And I will show you how you can configure that. That you can configure are the verticals on top, and you can configure here the filters, but you cannot configure at the moment this visualization here from your search results. So, but here you have a lot more information with a breadcrumb, and I think here the 3 dots have also more information. So you can open that as preview. It's the same when you click on the title from the document, but I use very often the open the folder, or when you like to download it, or you can copy link and you don't go to the library. So you can search for a document and copy direct here in the search experience, or I think the open folder, I use that very often. So I'm in the right informations with a lot of more informations for my search term. So I will show you how you can configure that. I go back to the Microsoft Search Center, and you can see on top here the customizations. And under customizations, you have result types, yes, but I called that you can only configure external or your own data sources. I will show up that on the next step. But for me, very important at the moment, you can see here are the messages vertical, but I can't see that on my environment. You see that? I think it's not a long way to we will see the message vertical. So I have here the SharePoint online content, the SPO content, and when I edit this content, that are the same steps when you create a new. But when you create a new, it can take several minutes that they will show up in your environment. So for me, for this example, it's easier to configure, to show you the configure here in an existing vertical. So give a name, a good name, a simple name, not too long, but every user can see with what they can search in this vertical. It's very important. So on the next, you can select the source. Under connectors, you can choose your existing connectors. I have 3, but these 3 are in used in other verticals, so I can only use my SharePoint content source that that I can use for my SharePoint vertical. So, and now it's it's optional. You see, it's option, but it's a very important. So with the Cockwell query, you can configure your query what you like to see. So with this query, you see here it gives a lot of properties that you can search or use in this query app, in the query box. So you see it's a lot of attributes, information that you can use. So for me, it's very important, the content class, you will see only informations in that case from document library. You can use that for other cases. You can filter only custom content types or more only from one site or more sites. I will show up after that my other verticals. So in that you can see other queries that you can use for this use case. So in this use case, for my SharePoint online vertical from content SharePoint online, so I will only show up informations from document libraries. So when I go next, I can configure the filters under the verticals, and here you can see also default properties, the file type, or here with the event, you see it's a managed property. I have before this managed property mapped in the SharePoint Search Admin Center to existing refinable string. And after that, I can use the refinable string for a filter configuration in my Microsoft Search. So I know it's a little bit complicated, but it's really important that you map the properties to existing SharePoint default properties, and after that you can use these properties also in your search configuration. But it gives a lot of source in the whole internet how you can configure that, or what's the relation from a column to a crawled property, from a crawled property to a managed property, and then you can use that for more configuration. But I think the experience, it's very easy, and yeah, when I have configured that, you can click next, and yes, I have no change, so it's not active, the update vertical. So that's all. So with the right content source and with the query filters, so you can configure your own verticals. So I will show up more verticals, more configuration. So when I go here, Teams content, you will see it's a little bit a bigger query. Then I say here, show me all informations from the site template group. Microsoft Teams are based on Microsoft groups. So that's the site template group, and only content, also not content like pages or lists item. So I want to only show documents, informations from in document libraries and with the site template group. And so you can configure these queries when I go up here with the sites. So it's the site, and here are another content class, not the library content class. So in this vertical, I will show up only sites, not documents, and all the sites with the web template group. And so you can build a little Teams site search. So when I go back, when I search with that, so I will click here on the events. So you have seen these are all documents from my events, and so I can filter with less clicks to Chicago, to PowerPoint, and then I see only the informations that I want with less clicks. So that's the way you can configure verticals and filters. So, and as next, I will show you an external data source that I have configured here, our block. You see it's a default result type, but I can show you how you can configure this information. So when I go here to looking for chatbots, and then I see informations from an external website in my SharePoint search, in my Microsoft SharePoint search. And here I have a lot of more informations. So this configuration are also here in the search and intelligence. And I will go back here to data sources. And when you try to add, you have a lot of default data sources like the enterprise website. It's very helpful, file share, CSV, and other default connectors from Microsoft. So, and now here are my IoT block. When I go into that, we will see the configuration of this data sources, of this external data source with a lot of steps, but the very important step are the connection settings. So now here you can see the URL that we'll search for, and for sure a website is open for all, so it's a very easy use case that you can test or try. But we have a lot of information on our blog, but not on our internal store, and so for us this use case are very easy and so helpful for us. So very important, try to type in the URL, and then you have now authentication type, and can go to next. So it's a I simply say it's a next finish. I can go one more step, every step with default settings. I have a lot of optional informations or settings, and I don't need to configure that. And when I go back or to down, so at the refresh setting, and at least I can see the review connection with all my important informations. So that's the first step, configure a data source. And I say that a website, it's a very easy use case that you can use, and you can build your own search vertical with an external data source. So, and a special thing for the external data sources are the configuration. When I add a new result type, a test, so you can see here on the next step, you can only choose the external content sources. So it's not possible at the moment that you can change the visualization for your internal data sources. But it's coming in the next month, I think. So, and then I have created a result type for my Ersatz block. You will see here with a logo, title, URL, and the description. And when I go back in this result type Ersatz block, so it's very cool. Here you have a layout designer for that. So when you start the layout designer for your search result type, you have a lot of templates that you can use, or you can create your own blank template. So for this use case, and I will show you how you can use that. So here are the information, how that looks. And when I go here to edit layout on top, so you can click here every information. And you have see it's a default icon. It's not the icon from Ersatz. I have here, I will insert here on the right side. You can see here, that's the logo URL. And the image URL I will post in a new one. So when I map this layout, so I click here. So you can see now here are the Ersatz logo. It looks better than a default logo. And I can map this. It's very important on the right corner upper. You can map this layout, and then you need to configure the properties. Here are only three properties: title, title link, and description. And this property comes from the site before. So you can see here the description, and you can see here the title and the URL. And so that's the things that we use: the title, URL, and the description. After the last time, I have here a button to create the layout, and create the layout calls me your layout is copied, the JSON code is copied to the clipboard. I think it's okay. I go back to my layout designer, control delete all and insert my new configuration, and then I will close my configuration, update result types, done. So, and it takes several minutes. I hope I can show you that in the last minutes from my demonstration, but the case is you have here then an Ersatz logo and not the Microsoft default image logo. Another thing that you can use with external data connectors are the, I will show you that in the data, no, in the verticals. Here in the verticals, only on the all vertical, you have here the hide connector results. When you have not activated that, it will show connector results. In the command bar, they will show connector results. I have activated that on my all vertical, and I do that. I have to do that before. So when I looking for search informations on my environment, so you can see here the special things. Like the bookmark. Here are informations from SharePoint, normal informations from SharePoint. And now here are the connector results from the external data source. And you will see now with the right logo. So you will search on the all and vertical, and you can see other informations from SharePoint or from your external data sources. So before I go back to my last slides with the roadmap, I think we have a few minutes. So another special thing that's integrated in your environment is extracted text. So I will explain you. When I'm looking for a winner and filter, go to my image, you can see an image, and in this image the name or so are not, I will open that. So you can see here winner is not in the name or in the title from this image, but winner are here in the picture, inside the picture. And when I go back to my image vertical, I will open the folder for the document, and you can see here the libraries, the SharePoint libraries have two interesting columns. The extracted text column that will extract text from your image. You have seen that in the search. And another thing is the image tags. The image tags are automatically tagging for your pictures. And I have a page here. I will open a support page from Microsoft. It's only 37 terms available. So your pictures have one of this tag in the text, in the image text, and then you can search for outdoor. It's one of them, and then you can find all pictures that you have inside the SharePoint that have the text, the automatical tag outdoor, and I think all these pictures have topics, have informations about outdoor informations. So that was the last thing that I will show you. I go back to my presentation, to my slideshow. So the roadmap, it's not a roadmap only for Microsoft Search, or on the last Ignite, I can't find any slides, but the roadmap topics are included in the Microsoft roadmap. You can see the URL here on top, but I think it's not a fully roadmap with Microsoft Search. Only a little bit information's on there, but also not. I think I'm not so happy with the time range. So we can see here that's print screens from today, and we can see here in this conversation search GEA in July 22, and it's also in development. So you have see also in my environment, I can see the messages vertical, but I can't use that. So I think it goes not so long, then all these things are coming to the environment. So I have 4 interesting changes that will come in the next time. The conversation search in Microsoft Search, I think it's very helpful. So you can search also your Teams messages or your Outlook emails also in the verticals, in that conversation vertical. And another thing that I called is the custom result types in Microsoft Search. And when you read that, it's explained for documents, for PDF, for sites, for pages, for lists, and so you can build your own visualization for the elements, for the results that you can use. So, and I think a very interesting thing is the search usage analytics. When you go to the insights, but this is the start page from the Microsoft Search Admin Center, you can see more analytics informations, query analytics, user analytics, and it's really new. And another thing that I think it's very helpful, you can search after attachments from Outlook. That's also possible on your Microsoft 365.com start page. When you search informations that I have from Outlook, you can find your Outlook attachments in your start page. So I think I'm at the end. Thank you so much to attending this conference and my session, and yeah, happy search, and stay tuned with M365. Connect with me. That's all. I think. I hope you can learn anything from that, and as you can ask me, I will go to the chat. I see nothing. All are clear, I think. So when you have questions, connect with me, and we can talk about your use case or other things in search or what you like. So thank you so much, and have a good day.
Welcome back to M365 Chicago, and welcome back, Kareen from Veeam, one of our favorite friends. Hi, Kareen.
Hi.
Kareen, you look like you came back from a trip.
Came back, left somewhere. I'm not even sure what time zone I think I'm in anymore.
Oh no! Wow. So Kareen's been around a while. I saw her at Ignite. Was the last time I actually saw her in person. So that was great. And there was EduCon. There was a whole bunch of things going on. We're so glad to have Veeam back over here. But you know, I'm going to stop short because I know everything about Veeam. Yes, and Kareen says yes, you do, right? But
I hope you do.
Our folks watching us right now are not in the know, and we would like to get them into that state. Let's talk about that a little bit. Kareen, can you tell us what Veeam does? Pretend that we don't know, and like I don't know. Pretend that we don't know, and let's maybe what do you guys do? What are you doing now? And what's new? Because hey, if folks that have been watching this and maybe understand a little bit about Veeam, it's the what's new that's going to get you. Tell us.
Right. So we're kind of in this bubble right now of some people that are now coming to cloud. They may have heard of Veeam before and they think VMware backup. They knew us for that way back, and now we're just in this new field. But we've actually been here for several years, and we're doing the Microsoft 365 side. We're the modern data protection, but we have an entire platform from physical, virtual, cloud to containerized infrastructures. We protect the entire suite. If you're looking at the Microsoft 365 side, we have some really cool things coming in the next year that hopefully in Q1, we'll have some more details on. I'm currently writing some blog posts for, especially around the backup copy with some security features that I will allude to. We kind of dropped some hints at VeeamON around the corner. Then in our most recent release in diversity of platform, we actually now support Salesforce. That's our driving yay Salesforce right now. Ooh. Yeah, we now do Salesforce backup as of a couple weeks ago. And we've actually been using it. We developed it for us internally to be able to use. Now we're pushed it out to the open market so that they can just absorb the thing that we created for our internal guys to use. We have one of the largest Salesforce deployments out there on the market.
Oh dear. So this is one. It's the best of everything when you actually create something for yourself and then say, hey, and share it as well, not exactly share it, but let's just say you've given it back to the world. And at that point, of course, this stuff should not be free, and really it shouldn't. That makes sense. So that's new. All those pieces are new. You have like you have a couple of talks that are going to go with this. Is your I know you have a regular session that's going in your I believe you guys are going to talk about a little bit. Is this something you're going to share with us? Are we going to talk about Bruno perhaps, or is it more teasers during your talk? What do you think is going to happen at your talk?
I don't think we're allowed to talk about Bruno.
No, we can't talk about Bruno yet. However, we can tease
Uh,
Bruno some more.
So we're actually going to cover something that we've been talking about since the beginning, which is some of the key factors as to if you're not already doing data protection of Microsoft 365 data, some of the reasons why you might want to do that, and some of the key security risks that you may be vulnerable to if you're not. And I'm going to be joined by one of my colleagues, Emily Tejas. She's actually recently off the field. We stole her to the product strategy team, which I'm
Ooh.
super excited about. And she's got some of the insights of customers she actually watched lose that kind of data and had to have those hard conversations. We should have been protecting that, especially in the Microsoft 365 side.
That sounds super useful. That's actually I know I'm recording it and I know I'm there. That almost sounds like one that I'll probably have to be there in person for. To be sure, maybe we'll even stream that one. I'm just looking to see if we can do any of those going forward. All right, great. So let's see. Have we covered our dots over here? We know who Veeam is. And if you don't know by now, well, for heaven's sakes, Veeam.com, right? Click about, for heaven's sakes, figure it out. But most importantly, though, if you're not at least doing what they're showing you should be doing, you should be doing it. And if you're not using them to do it, then we're sorry. That's going to take you a lot of times to get there. In this case, as they say, why not accelerate your work? Hey, you want to get there quick? A little bit of scratch and get yourself into the horse quickly and not slog in the mud with everyone else. And so this is why that's why I love the Veeam product. Really, I call it an accelerator to bring you to where you should have been, probably a lot sooner than later.
Exactly. And just to call out, if you do
Yes.
want to try out the product, we have 10 users completely for free with our community edition forever. So this is
Trial.
our product that it's not a trial, it's just all forever. Like if you have something at home you want to try to protect, if you run your own website, you're a small like user, yeah. It's what we give back. All of our product lines have a community edition that we give out to the community for free.
All
and then
right,
there's
good.
always a 30-day trial if you want to try to scale up for a
To scale
business
up.
reason.
Got it. So the trial for the scalers, to the folks that should come over. But this is great. This is news to me now. Well, that's really, I think you've had this before, but now this is for the folks that are now hearing about Veeam. There is a community version. Watch our links. There will be links all over the place, and of course on their website you'll find them as well. Thank you, Kareen, and may your travels keep you in a time zone that you remember next time we ask. The next
Sounds
time.
great.
All right.
Thanks.
It's a pleasure.
Bye.
We'll look forward. Bye.
Thank you. If you're wondering where you should be here. If you want to hear about an informal case study in digital transformation using the Power Platform by me, Norm Young. It's great that you're here, and I appreciate it with the excellent schedule that's there. The fact that you're here is really excellent. So today, of all days, Remembrance Day, let's be sure to visit Salute Inc. and help veterans as we can. And a special thank you to our partners, Veeam and Pact. Without your support, even at these virtual events, it's just not possible. So thank you to them. And if you feel so inclined to engage with them through their follow-up conversations that they may have with you as an attendee, they would appreciate it, and so would I. So today's agenda, as we're going through this session, is to quickly highlight what was successful for our case study in using Power Platform to digitally transform, to share some of the challenges that we faced, the solution, and some of the highlights from that solution that I think are meaningful to you as attendees, and ones that have proven themselves to be critical for our company to transform. And then finally, the bottom line, what it all really means. My name is Norm Young. I'm coming to you from a very rainy and overcast St. Catharines, Ontario, Canada. You probably have never heard of St. Catharines, and that's quite all right. If the weather is nice and clear, I can look out my back door and see some of the mist coming off of Niagara Falls. If I look out the front door, I can see the skyline of Toronto. Between places, and I'm happy to call St. Catharines my home. I'm the Director of Collaborative Analytics at a company called Tygraph, and we were recently acquired by AvePoint. So I'm still training myself to call myself an AvePoint employee, but I spend most of my day supporting users in their adoption of the Tygraph Power BI solutions that are all about Microsoft 365 adoption and usage. Outside of my day job, I like to focus on the Better Together story and how Microsoft 365 can be integrated with the Power Platform. I'm currently focused in on Dataverse, which we'll see some of the examples of things that I've built. I especially like model-driven apps. I don't consider myself a developer. I enjoy Power Automate. It reminds me very much of doing data manipulation work that we would do inside of the data platform that I do day in, day out. Also do a bunch of work with Power BI during the day. Big fan of Microsoft Lists, and whether it's by force or by option, I am also a fan of Microsoft Teams and spend most of my day in it, just like you do as well. And I see so much potential there. When we talk about the case study and we're talking about digital transformation using Power Platform, some of the key takeaways for me is that our organization was able to become efficient in our operations, consistent in how we executed business processes, centralizing our efforts, and creating a single source of the truth, and having insights into the work that we've done. And the Power Platform gave us that ability to focus on the important work of developing and selling Tygraph, our apps and services. And we were able to use something like Dataverse to reflect how we're working today and adapt how we'll be working tomorrow. And so the key pillars are that we would use Power Automate to try and eliminate as much of the low value work as we could to focus on that higher value work. Using agreed upon and consistent business process, and then implement those processes using the Dataverse business process flows. We can stay on target using Dataverse as our single source of truth, and we're able to extend Dataverse out to our other workloads that we have. And finally, we can gain some real insights into our data using the out-of-the-box functionality that you would get inside of a model-driven app, but also for Power BI, for curated reporting, like standardized reports that we'd use time and time again, or even ad hoc reports. So it is a platform that enabled us to focus on value and not on technical challenges. So our challenge, we had multiple sources of the truth. We had users in different parts of the team that were managing the business process using a variety of tools like email, Excel, Planner, SharePoint lists, Teams, to do, like you name it across the Microsoft 365 stack. People were using what they were comfortable with, trying to get their own work done. There was data inconsistency. Some people would use the full form of a multi-named company. Some would use a acronym. And so we had inconsistency, and we would even have duplication. We had no single source of truth for our customers and our contacts. It was very inefficient, trying to locate information, find updates, try to pick up where you left off from different locations. It made for a very inefficient workflow. We would be in our daily stand-up meetings, and instead of focusing on the important issues of the day, it was always asking for updates. Where are we with this implementation? Where are we with that project implementation? And if you weren't on the call, you weren't being included. Sometimes even our work items would get lost, and there was always work disruption. We were very inefficient in how we were working at the time. Everything was 100% manual. If we had actions that were keyed to target dates, that would have to be manually tracked. If we needed a reminder, that had to be manually set in Outlook or a planner. And any type of workload handoff had to be done person to person with no form of automation. We were inconsistent. Customer names could be inconsistent even though it was the same person. Contact names might be different, or worse yet, not the right contact. Our business processes tend to be executed differently depending on the user. And again, we had different platforms depending on the user for the same business process. And we had no insights. We had no quick ability to see what the customers are doing, how long a process was taken. If we needed something, we had to scrape data to get any type of reporting, to do any type of ad hoc analysis. And it's this last slide that I find the most ironic for the company I work at, because we're an analytics company. We're a small company, and we're busy doing the work of development and selling, not so much managing the business. This wasn't lost on the leadership. And so a decision was made that if we were going to scale our business and have more customers and do greater things with our technology, we would have to get these issues under control. Our organization had 2 failed CRM implementations. And I don't think it was a reflection of the technology. It was a reflection of the lack of free time and how busy the members of the company were. And so instead of looking for a very large solution that would require a large investment of time like Salesforce or Dynamics, we turned to Dataverse. And we made this decision intentionally because we knew that it could grow with us. If you didn't know, Dataverse is the data layer and foundational layer that supports Microsoft Dynamics. So we could use some of the capability inside of Dataverse to start small, to start growing organically, and when the time is right, make that migration or flip that switch to move up to CRM when the team was ready. Dataverse is more than a database. It has tables, It has the ability to create tables, create columns, choices, and all of these different elements that you would consider traditional database layers. But it also has things like forms. It has views. It has the ability to integrate and just to configure solutions. And in this demo that's running, I'm showcasing something called the common data model. I'm trying to pause it. The common data model are those tables that are available in Dynamics, and they come part of this build. So as you're seeing in this video, I'm able to add a table like contacts, an account, and add them, not build them, add them to my solution. But I can also create a custom table like you're seeing on the screen now. And I can configure that table to match my business process. You'll notice that in the maker experience inside of Power Apps, we can see all of the objects listed like tables, and you can see here that I'm creating columns. This video runs for about 8 minutes, and it's a complete solution build, a very small solution. I originally built it wanting to run this and do an 8-minute introduction into Dataverse, but it takes too long and it's hard for people to follow what's happening. So let me jump forward and show you some of the things that are incredibly valuable. We saw existing tables added, we saw new tables created, and now we're seeing a new form added. And outside of the forms, we can also build apps. And I use the word build, and I really should say configure. Like there will be no development done inside of a model-driven app unless you want to take it to that level of customization. And you can see here, I added tables to the solution. Now I can add it to my app. And if I skip forward, what we're left with is an application that has been configured with some delivered tables that may have my organization's data in it already, with existing forms that we're seeing on the screen now, to my custom areas where I might have a business process that I'm trying to implement and build for. And so everything you're seeing here can be built in minutes. More advanced scenarios, of course, it's going to take longer, but I think you can see in this brief video demo of me taking something and piecing it together. So it's solutioning through configuration, all within minutes. The key, one of the major business decisions, business drivers for us to adopt Dataverse was not having to develop a front end, to not have to use Canvas apps. And that's a wonderful tool, and it has its right place. But it's not for everyone in every organization. So we made the decision to use a model-driven app, which was that configuration experience that I showed you. It looks very much like Dynamics if you've had exposure and experience to that before. But it allows us to configure so I can focus on understanding the business process, build a data model that will support that business process, and then implement it through that configuration experience that I've shown you. So let's take a closer look at a Dataverse solution and tour all of the things that you get out of the box. And then we'll also take a look at a couple of the things that I would consider highlights in the form of business rules and some of the options that you have to customize the command bar. I'm in my solution and I'm clicking on the objects. You can see that there's 97 objects. I have an app. If I wanted to create chatbots, I could. If I wanted to define consistent columns, I could do this here, which means consistent data. I can create cloud flows or Power Automate jobs. This is important. Column security profiles, so I can do column level security. That's really impressive. I can also bring in component libraries. I can define consistent connections within my solution into the other areas in the Power Platform. I can create dashboards in Power BI and in other areas. I can use environment variables for dynamic use inside of like Power Automate. I have different levels of security that I can do. Read, right, row level, lots of options here. I have different settings that I can apply, like creating in-app notifications. I can have a number of tables, either custom built or delivered. The ones that come delivered have quite a few columns in them that reflects Microsoft's best understanding of the things like an account or a customer or a contact. And we have relationships, keys, forms, views, really important, even charts, things that you can change a view to look at a chart. So this is cool, business rules. And what a business rule will do is based on a value. So in this case, if we're saying the account type equals a partner, let's hide other fields. So you can have a dynamic experience where the user is, selecting a value and then the business logic gets implemented in the form to do other things. So let's look at the other version of this where we would show it. None of this is very complicated. This is all configuration and there's no code. Business rules are really important. They help to simplify the user experience, and that's something that my users liked a lot. Here's another thing that we can have. Integrations. We can integrate into other systems. And so here's a simple example where we're going to configure the command bar that you have inside of our Dataverse solution to open up our help desk. And so what you're seeing here is I've created a button, and when you click on it, it's going to run this PowerFX command. It's going to open up a URL value over to the help desk. Not just the help desk, but that's linked account or customer to there. We can have resources like images and whatnot. So there's quite a bit inside of a Dataverse solution. And some of the big takeaways are that you can implement business rules and you can customize that command bar to be your points of integration, and you can add value there. And I know it seems very simple to add a button, but when that button takes you from an account record in one system to the same account in another system, you've added value by creating that linkage and that convenience for your users. Let's do another one. In this one, we're going to show the business process flow. Now, the business process flow is this experience where you're guiding the users through your process. And so I'm in my application and I'm going to start a new process record. And you'll notice across the top, it says new intake. And here I get this drop down menu experience from this lower menu in the gray bar. And the menu's got like lines, circles in each area. And so if you can imagine establishing a business process with your users, you can order the steps the way they need to be performed for your users. So they don't have to be disciples of the business process. They can come, follow along, and then build up their own knowledge. And this also serves as a safeguard to make sure that they haven't moved to the wrong area of the business process. When you present users with a large form like this, it's easy for them to move around the screen and just enter the data as they see fit. But if they use this guided exercise, they're more likely to execute the process the way we want. So here this business process might take me minutes in this demo to run, but in real life, this takes days, weeks as we're going through a sales generation, qualifying a lead, understanding their needs, their concerns, and so on, excuse me. And so we can see this click-through experience, and then we get to the end, we can take action, or we can close out the process, and we can have insights to know if it's completed or not. And this is a real world example in all of these demos. The data is not real. The data is all made up, but this is what our sales teams use when we're intaking a new customer to find out what they need to get through all of the technical challenges that they have to face, the compliance stance. And the last thing we're seeing here is we're completing a process record and we need to take other action. We need to start a work order. We need to notify people. And from the business process flow experience that you're seeing, we can run a Power Automate job. And that will run in the background, and we'll do a quick refresh. And we'll see that the job is complete, and we can mark the process finished. And so now when my colleagues come in, they'll know that this is done, and there's no more need to do that. And we could even see how long it took. You'll also notice that we've got those in-app notifications happening. So one of the outputs from that previous business process was to come into another record and start building up new work. And so all of that is done through the guided exercise that we've established with the business representatives to ensure that things are run consistently and efficiently. And so you're able to implement that inside of Dataverse, inside of your model-driven app with something called the business process flow. I really recommend that if you're using Dataverse or thinking of Dataverse, you should very much include those into your solutions where they make sense. So we showed the end user experience. And one of the things that I want to convey throughout this talk is that much of this is going to be configuration based. And so let's take a closer look at what these business process flows look like. We'll go back to intake and we'll edit that existing business process flow. And again, you will see that this is that guided exercise where you configure a stage, like intake details, right? Here's a stage where you have to get this selection of fields put in, and it lines up with this particular point in the business process flow. Don't move until the next step until you've completed this. If I wanted to add something new, like a condition or another data step, it's just as easy as dragging, dropping, and configuring. So if you know the business process, and then you understand the data model, a business process flow is pretty easy to implement. You can see that we have conditions, depending on certain business outcomes or certain business values, we can take one branch or we can take the other, because not everything is going to run in absolutes. So there is the flexibility to do that inside of the business process flow. Yeah, we can even say we can take action using Power Automate. And so when that becomes very compelling as a tool to use and to add value through automation and that consistency. So let's take another closer look. We were talking about the command bar, right? And we're going to take a closer look at this one again. You'll notice that I've got two buttons on the screen, and one is the help desk and one opens up SharePoint. One of the things that we want to do is the way our business works is that we have conversations inside of Teams about channels, and we also have file assets. So I need to bring them together, and you can't do this out of the box with Dataverse. So we created a mechanism to link them together. We use Power Automate to harvest the customer channels that we have, and we store that information inside of a Dataverse table, and then we use Power Effects to create a button that's tied to that channel, to that account record. And so now a third button has showed up. It says open up the Teams channel. And that was done through that Power Automate job that previously ran. And so if I open up the team, I'm not just coming to Teams, like anyone can do that. I'm coming to that account record inside of Teams, so I can stay in context. And that adds tremendous value to our users. Yes, they are context switching between applications, and that's just how things are for now. But we were able to do that with added value through this automation of harvesting the information about the Teams channels, linking them together with the Power Automate job, and then finally going into Power Effects, which we're going to show now, through the command bar. And the command bar is, relatively new. I don't know, like feels like the last year, the support for Power Effects came out. And so if I edit my button, the Open Teams channel, we go back into this experience we were showing earlier where we add a button to the help desk. And here, because it's Power Effects, we can add some, great question, Ralph. I'm just seeing it now. And that is a very good question. And Ralph's question is, will a process advisor give advice on a business process flow rather than a cloud flow for a solution. That'd be a good one to drill into. It's not one I've had experience with. But luckily, in the case of Tygraph, scale is not that big of a concern. Consistency and centralization is. So that's we go that route. And here you can see Power Effects. We have the ability to take actions like hiding the button or showing the button based on a particular value, and take action like launching a URL. And that URL can launch and open up Microsoft Teams. One of the final things I want to show inside of the model-driven app that has been I don't know what's the right way to call it, a boon in productivity for our sales team is having them stay where they work. And for salespeople, that's email. So in Dynamics, you have a Outlook app that's available to you, but you can leverage this for Dataverse. And I'm in my Outlook online experience, and I open up the Dynamics 365 Outlook app. And you'll notice that it says not tracked, set regarding, and then finally on the bottom it says, hey, there's an unknown recipient here. And it has my email address, and it says, let's add it as a contact. It scraped the values out of that email. And now it's adding that user, and it's saying, what account am I tying this to? I'll tie it to my test account. What kind of contact is this? We'll say it's IT or whatever. And then we'll say save and close. It's going to say, hey, this norm guy already exists. What do you want to do? Merge it, save it. And just like that, I was able to have the Dynamics Outlook app scrape the data, push it into Dynamics. And if this email was pertinent to how I interact with this account, I could push this email as a record into their account. And so I've tagged it, and now that email is visible to everyone in something called the timeline control. So we always say this in the Power BI space. Data is meaningless without context. And to the same extent, it's the same way as we look at an account record. It'd be nice to know what those other systems and those other conversations are happening around the work of interacting with this customer. And so that can come in the form of those emails. Not every email, like the ones that are important. The ability to open up quickly into their help desk to understand challenges that they're having. Another option to quickly open up into Microsoft Teams, where we keep some of that contextual information about the account. And I'm sure there's probably solutions that could bundle all of this up into one, but as a company that is small staffed, that is looking to have something that suits our needs today and grow with us, Dataverse and these types of solutions make so much sense. Big component to our solution build was using Power Automate to automate those mundane tasks. And one of them that was, it sounds simple, but one of them that was incredibly valuable was creating that linkage between the account and our help desk, because these are, the help desk is that front-end experience for our users. And so what we're seeing here is I'm on an account record, and I'm going to create the account over in the help desk. So this isn't a linkage so much, but this is, instead of having my sales team or operations support people come over into the help desk and start typing stuff up and creating a new account where we run the risk of the wrong information, we can push it from Dataverse, create that command bar linkage, and then I could have them open the help desk. And I also get these in-app notifications that I've developed using Power Automate that allow me to jump out. And so now I'm in my help desk, a separate application where I can have that context and see things. Pretty cool. Let's take a closer look at that flow. So within Power Automate, you can use a lot of the existing connectors. So I could start a job, I could talk to a SharePoint site or a Dataverse record, But sometimes when you want to integrate, you have to work outside of those normal connectors, and you have to use things like APIs. This is more of a development area, and so you'll see I'm focusing on the APIs that are available in our help desk system. But that was not very complicated what I showed on the screen, because it wasn't complicated to implement. I can push the name of the account from my Dataverse data over there without too much fuss. And I can promise you that wasn't that hard to implement. And that's probably one of the more complex flows that is out there, is just calling an API. But I guess I call this out because that extensibility using something like an API into another system is available for you when it's the right use case. And everything won't always be configuration based. The next thing that I want to show for Power Automate is the value that you can have by automating reminders, like due dates. So in this case, we have a flow that looks at when an account has a renewal date. And so prior to implementing this, we would have, our administration team looking through when things are coming due from like a spreadsheet or something. And now we can just say, excuse me, when we're getting close to the renewal date, let's let people know. Let's send them a Microsoft Teams-based adaptive card coming from the Flowbot based on that dynamic data. And you can see some of that in the adaptive card set. Scroll down just a bit lower, and we can see that, hey, a new renewal record's been created. You have work to do. And we've given them enough time ahead of that reminder what to do. So there's our simple adaptive card. We can click into it. They stay in the context of Teams. They didn't have to go out and find the record. It was just that convenience click, and now they can come into that area where they need their attention. Lots of value in automating reminders. Not massive value, small value, marginal value, but marginal gains add up to big margins. One of the things that we had to do as we started to invest more into the automation side of Dataverse is look towards having data-driven flows. So things would not be hard-coded to people or things. And so we created a provision, a configuration option, using our data to dynamically drive some of these Power Automate jobs. And because they were becoming so important to the business, we had to make sure that we were doing some form of error trapping and error handling so we could keep the business running in a steady state. So let's take a closer look at some of these data-driven flows. And you'll see that I have a configuration table, and this would only be visible to certain users. And we have all of the names of our Power Automate jobs, and then some of the stages that exist. And then there's emails associated to it. So if I had to send an email to the sales team, those emails would be listed there. If I had to send it to an admin, it'd be there as well. So let's take a closer look at one of the flows that leverages the dynamic data and also the error handling. So we put all of our actions inside of a scope. We would come into our Dataverse tables and we would review that configuration table to find the right stage, the right value, to make sure we're notifying the right person. We would send them an adaptive card based on the values that we pulled out of that configuration table. It doesn't have to be an adaptive card, but that's just how we're working. I also have to trap for any errors. So I'm going to have a email that would go to, or sorry, an email address that would go out to the admin. So if there was a failure, I would catch that failure in another scope, and I would do something that you're seeing on the screen where I'm grabbing the debug information out of the previous actions that were called, and I'm going to compose it into a single paragraph, if you will, and then I'll send it to the admin, and then I'll send a notification to that admin through an adaptive card, excuse me, saying that there was an error, and it's all data-driven. So when those errors do occur, and they do happen, we've given the admin an opportunity to get ahead of it and intervene. And so we've captured all that debug information, and it comes out in this format. I get the name of the flow that failed. I get the message saying I need to do something. But more importantly, I'm getting all of those steps in the flow dynamically saying, this is where it failed. Go figure out what happened. You could send this to another, like a logging table or a logging system. You could do anything. But for us, sending it to the admins through an adaptive card made sense. And so we're starting to work smarter now. You know, we have data-driven Power Automate jobs that just need to have data changes to be modified. If something fails, we get notified. And so in this way, we can continue to move forward on the business of adding value to the users in the company. One of the things that we didn't have with our legacy way of working were quick insights into our data. And so what we used inside of Dataverse are the out-of-the-box experiences and some of the options inside of Power BI. So what you're seeing now is I'm looking at all of the account data. And we don't always need something as heavy-handed as Power BI. Sometimes I just need to filter out a set of my data. Let's say I need a set of customers with a certain parameter. Well, I filter on the screen and then I click export to Excel, and I have that data available to me to do other analysis or work. Excuse me. You could dump that list of contacts and put that into MailChimp and do a communication plan or something. But those views that we're seeing on the screen right now are very configurable, and they don't take a lot of work to do so. So in this part of the demo, I'm adding a column, and then I can do things like sorting it from larger to smaller to know, you know, who's got the highest renewal value that I may need. But I can take it a step further, and you'll notice I'm hovering over the Visualize with Power BI. If you're a SharePoint user, you probably saw that feature as well. Well, let's come to Dataverse after SharePoint. And so now what I can do is, based on that Dataverse table, that Dataverse view of the data, bring that into a Power BI experience that I can take ad hoc analysis with, or start as a point of further customization. And so I click the Visualize button, and it gives me this report out of the box, and it's best foot forward to do something. Now I can change this. Maybe I want to view my data by a different attribute, like the support levels. So revenue by support level. That's very relevant to my organization. Perhaps I want to change this view to have an understanding of how much revenue it is by the different types of hosting options that we have. And then I can view it this way. And now I'm starting to get insights into my customer base. You know, who's really paying the bills? Which ones have more opportunity for increasing revenue? Or if I want to understand which partners are adding the most value to the company. So, you know, we're jumping between all of these pillars inside of Power Platform, you know, Power Apps, Power Automate, Power BI, and it can be a lot for someone to take on. But in this case, there is absolutely nothing that is high end here. Thank you, Ralph. This is exactly why they call it the Power Platform. The majority of this is done through configuration. And I said earlier that, like, I don't consider myself a developer. I might be able to read code, but I don't want to write code. And I can configure all day long. And I think that a lot of people who are faced with these types of challenges where they're trying to add value to their business, they're trying to streamline, they're coming for the promise from Microsoft marketing that what the Power Platform can be. And you can do this. If I can do this, you can definitely do this. So here I am. I've taken that quick snapshot or quick step forward by Power BI to make a report. I customize it to suit my needs. And now I'm able to save it as a curated experience inside of a Power BI workspace. And if I wanted to further edit it, I could. If I wanted to share it out, I could. But I can take it a step further. I can add value by bringing this back into my model-driven app. And we'll do that as the demo continues to play out. And there's a lot of course, whenever you're recording or doing a demo, everything slows down. So I'll just skip forward just a little bit, and you can see at the end of it, I've added that renewal report that we created just from that view with some clicks and maybe 10-15 minutes of my time. And now it's available to my users, and they can gain the same insights as me. And as my good friend Ralph Rivas has said, this is why they call it a platform. There was a lot of functionality available to us through these different pillars of the Power Platform. With Dataverse, it allows us to centralize our data into a single location, a single source of the truth. It's so important. We used a mix of that common data model, those delivered tables like the account, contact, to have a starting point without having to develop anything. We used custom tables to reflect our unique business processes. And then we're able to make a data model that reflects that, and we can implement that inside of the application. The model-driven app experience is very underrated. We configure that solution. We take a maker approach. We are making something. The unified interface that you see in Dynamics and in Dataverse model-driven apps, it's responsive. It works well on mobile. It's an easy-to-use experience. People adopt to it quickly. And for those who may have had previous Dynamics 365 experience, they can pick it up quickly. Power Automate. We eliminated as much of the mundane tasks as we can, like reminders, status notifications, moving data around, and those business process flows gave us a consistent way of running our business processes, and that means we were more efficient. And finally, Power BI, as we saw, lets us visualize and explore our data, and we can do ad hoc or curated analysis. And so what's started as problems, the Power Platform and Dataverse and these other elements that I've talked about have given us a solution that works for us here and now and allows us to grow in the future. And we are growing. We were recently acquired by another company called AdPoint. Well, they use Dynamics. So what do you think we're going to do with our Dataverse solution? It's going to move over into that AvePoint world, and the data is going to line up. The processes are going to move over. The reporting can come over as well. It can all be ported. It was flexible enough to grow with us. Thank you so much for attending my session today. I spent a lot of time looking at the schedule, and there are some amazing speakers sharing some amazing information. So I appreciate that you took time out to spend it with me. If you want to keep this conversation going, please visit me on my blog, connect with me on Twitter, or let's get a conversation going on LinkedIn. Thank you so much. Please take a moment and fill out the short speaker survey. A lot of work goes into these events that you wouldn't realize, and both the speakers and the organizers would love to hear what you have to say. Folks, that's it for me. If you were interested in asking questions, I can do my best to answer them at this point. Ralph, thank you again for moderating and adding color commentary into the chat window.
It was a very moderate group. Yes, it was a very moderate group. So thank you so much, everyone. My gosh, this was on point, on top. That's exactly why I'm in this world right now. I want to be Norm when I grow up one day. Who knows? As they say, hashtag aspirations here. But Norm, thanks you so much. We got the keynote, by the way, coming up in about 15 minutes. I put a little heads up on the chat as well on what's going on there. It's a live event. Who does live events? We do. It's a live event, so as they say, if you're a little bit late, you can always rewind. So not so bad. However, you know, you don't get bragging rights if we get to see that maybe some of the speakers might show up in crazy outfits before someone else. You never know. Just saying. Oh, Norm, were you there? You were in Florida, right?
I was in Florida.
Yes.
Are,
do you
are
remember?
we
Do you
going?
remember Dave Warner and Hugo and their little escapades?
I'm hopeful that there will be a reemergence of those wonderful outfits.
We shall see. We shall see. No promises, as I say. Maybe, for all we know, they're going to be like very sober, thanks to the occasion of the day. But we'll see. We shall see. It's worth at least, you know, just visiting to check it out. And all right. So anyway, that's going on next, and we're going to maybe if you want to leave this up for a little while here, and we can feel free to take it down. I'm going to hit stop on the recording over here because there's no point recording blank air and done over here. And I'm going to scoot over to the to that side over there because I have to let's just say I have to prepare to do bantering with those fellows as well.
Well, you're the best person for the job.
I bring banter. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for the acknowledgement. And if there was an MVP for that, I'd probably not get it, but hey, we'll catch it next time. All right. Take care, everyone.
Thank you.
Karine, long time no see. Welcome back to M365 Chicago.
I'm so excited to be here. This is actually one of my admittedly favorite events of the year.
Well, yes, you and a few other special guests that every so often show up, and we are so glad to have you over here. We're just wondering, is you're back as a partner, which is great. So some folks might be able to get some pizza. Just a thought, maybe. But here's the thing: now that you're back, is there anything that you're looking forward to? Maybe a session that you might have seen that you're thinking about attending?
Well, I know that there's been some big talk, especially since Ignite on Viva. So I will admit, the last time I looked at Viva, there was 4 different sectors of Viva, and there's what, 14 now?
Yeah, oh yeah,
So
look at
if you
that.
don't
Viva.
know anything about Viva, definitely check out some of those sessions coming through because there's been a lot happening with that. Power Platform's been exploding. If I find any time in my day, that's where I'm going to be looking.
La Viva Viva, yay! Hey, so sorry, Ricky Martin, but I'm taking over your Viva stuff right there. But yes, oh, hey, tell us about your presentation. You actually have a true presentation that you're giving us. Tell us a quick thing about it, and we'll see what you say.
So my presentation is a rolling presentation that is one of those security topics that's probably never going to die, but I refresh it every couple of months, and it's a security feature crash course. And
Whoa.
I actually highlighted it back in EduCon not too long ago, so it's completely up to date and a couple new features from Ignite.
Wow, fresh from behind the paywall to us. We are so grateful for your contributions as usual. And hey, we're going to say bye because we're going to go see you at the show. Everyone who's watching, check out the channel for later or be there live or be square. Say bye to the folks.
Bye.
Hey. It's all right. For those who are in the services, we thank you for your services. But for those who are using the greatest services, platform as a service, what is it? No, service as a service. What's the word I'm looking for? The sassy thing that's out there. That's coming right up. Don't worry, folks. We have some fun for you. Mr. Craig, please. We have some things to show you before we start with our absolute greatest guest stars. The Salute to Services continues right after this word from our charity sponsor. Mr. Craig, over to you. And hopefully we get the sound going with it. And the sound is not going with it. We'll fix it in just a moment here, folks. One more time. Stand by. We'll fix this in post. We will continue in a moment.
I received a epidural in the spine to kind of mitigate and combat. That first command, I knew I was going to be in for life. And with that mentality, you give every last drop you have, everything you have, you leave it all out there. I was in 10 years at the time when I had the fall. I fell about 30 feet off a mountain. October 2019, I received a epidural in the spine to kind of mitigate and combat the pain. And immediately, when the needle was ejected, I sprung up with excruciating pain. And I could not feel my legs.
This whole journey took us through 4 different hospitals in 2 different states. Because we were living out of state, we just exhausted all our funds. And we actually had gotten an eviction notice when we were in Green Bay.
The fact that I couldn't feel my legs, the possibility of me never walking again, those thoughts race through your head. Who's going to take care of my family while I'm in here? And I know there's going to be a lot of traveling, so another form of fear that wasn't quite physical.
I think as a grown adult with a husband that's a chief in the U.S. Navy, it's so hard to ask for help, especially financial help.
That fear, subsided when I knew that Salute was there.
Every time I see somebody from Salute, I'm so happy because I know they are there for me.
When I was facing retirement, again, that fear.
Now that time has come unexpectedly, I'm so grateful for Salute because they have so many corporate partners and they have reached out to me, and I have so many options to find out who I am, what difference I want to make in the world.
I've been in for a while, and I've seen things around the world, and not all of them are great, and that perception of humanity is kind of out the window.
We would literally be homeless if it wasn't for the generosity of the donors.
And Salute has fully restored my faith in humanity.
All righty, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And now the stars of the show, the ultimate service upon services for the software as a service system. They used to be out here in the community with us. Now they were absorbed in the right place, actually. My friendly friends, David Warner and Hugo Bernier, can you guys say hi? Because we're in podcast mode. Just saying hi because we're saving video bandwidth to the world.
Hi,
hello, everybody.
I hear Dave. That was Dave.
And hi, this is Hugo.
There's Hugo. That's really great. So let's see. Maybe we can share something over here. Somebody's doing a share. Oh, there's Dave. Okay, so everyone knows. We had some bets. It's like, is Dave going to be wearing something today, or Hugo going to be wearing something? Well, you know what though? Dave's got helmets, and anything new, by the way, you do have in there is this is very famous for his collection in the back. Is there anything new in that collection, or is that pretty much what you had for the last year? I don't know.
No, there's the Powerful Things. That's a little new. So any Stranger Things fans, there's a little play on words there. Working on an all-up power platform helmet. I don't have enough room for every product, so we're going to condense it into one helmet here soon.
Oh wow! Okay. You've just said something that's going to need a whole new session just for that alone. But we're going to hold our peace right now And let's see, maybe we can put up Hugo over there. Yeah, Hugo. Oh, you're in your you are in your island special layer location. I can tell. Clearly,
right.
you have mastered the grow vegetation beyond the size to take over the world situation.
That's right. Yeah, I've got a poppy behind me, so yeah.
It's a very famous thing actually. Well, I'm not going to go there right now, but let's see if somebody has a screen share. Let's go ahead. We're going to go ahead and go with the conversation with the presentation for today. That way, the folks that are, like, just say, in a bit of a rush, they can get going, but otherwise they can stick around and hear the banter. And there it is, very lovely. And I take it away, gentlemen. I can't wait to see this presentation because I'm me, and I just can't wait.
Awesome. Thanks, Ralph. All right, everybody. Well, Power Platform development is a team sport. That's what we're going to talk about today. My name is David Warner. I'm a community success manager at Microsoft, and with me is
Hugo Bernier. I'm also a community success manager at Microsoft.
Excellent. Thank you, Hugo. Today, we're going to talk to you about how we're going to work together using the Power Platform. Now, every player can't be good at everything. We're talking to Chicago. This is a big sports town. You got the Blackhawks, you got the Bulls, you got the Cubs, you got the Bears, and everybody attending from around the world. We know that there's a lot of big sports fans. We understand the key to a successful team is ensuring that every player in the team brings a unique value that complements the team. You'll notice everything's being brought back to team here. It's about working together. No individual is greater than the team. And so we want to make sure that that's understood. We're going to talk about how the Power Platform and really also the community is going to be your team today. We can't get started, though, without saying a salute to our partners and providers and those sponsors for events like this. We know it's virtual, but there are still costs involved. So we want to say thank you to every single one of them. Maybe go visit them on their website, send them a little email, a little tweet, DM, something that lets them know that you appreciate them and what it is that they're providing to these community events. So let's start talking about team members, the values that they bring. You need to understand everyone's strength. And as we mentioned, the key to a successful team is to ensure that every player on the team brings their unique value and then complements the team in that way. So we have a picture here of a football team. Likely we're all familiar with football, American football. We were just talking about the helmets behind me. Football is one of the best examples of a team sport. You could have a Hall of Fame quarterback, Hall of Fame wide receiver, all around, but if they do not work together, if the offensive line, which often goes unthanked, for example, is not working together, that Hall of Fame quarterback can't throw those passes to that Hall of Fame wide receiver. And if the offensive lineman decided that they wanted to throw the ball, it's not their strength. And so you can see where the team may begin to crumble at times. And so really what it is how does this correlate to citizen development? Well, I'm going to turn it over to Hugo Bernier, who's going to talk a little bit more about that.
Excellent. Thank you, David. So let me start with a little story. And then here I'm going to use a little board like the coach likes to use. And, not
clicking for you?
Well, let's see if we can make it click. There you go. All right, we got this going. Is this live, David?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay.
Let me back up. There you go.
All right. Okay. All right. We'll see if we can make this happen. So I once worked with a lady where I was doing the requirements for this new project, and this lady she had been working with this product for 11 years. And she was so excited that we were coming in to help do the new version of the software that she was going to use on a daily basis to do her job. Right. So when we started doing the requirements, she was so excited. And she's like, okay, so I'd love to be able to search for anything, any topic, any subject at any time. I'm like, yeah, sure, we can do that. Right. And then she said, okay, well, what I'd also like to do is I'd like to be able to, David, I think I'll need you to fast forward for me. Does not seem to work for me. There you go. All right. So I also, when I search, I need to be able to control the headings and the fields that I want to show in my search results. Like, yeah, sure, we can do that, no problem. And then, you know, she says next, well, I also need to be able to take those search results and export them to an Excel spreadsheet, and I need to do that regularly. And I was like, yeah, sure, we can do that. That's not a problem. And then she says, okay, and when I export the Excel spreadsheet, so next, basically, when I export the spreadsheet, I want to be able to actually have the margin on the right. I want it to be really, really, really big. And I was a bit puzzled here. I was like, well, why is that? Why do you need a wide margin? And she said, well, because when I export the margin or the report, I'll print it. The numbers are always wrong. So I'm going to add up the numbers in the report, and then I'm going to write them manually into the right margin in the right column, and then I'll recreate a report from that, and I'll import the report, and that's the report I'm going to show to the executives. So I was like, okay, so let me get this straight. Like, your requirements or your goals really are to have an accurate report. And she's like, yeah, that would be amazing. Can we do that? And of course we could do that, right? But no, this lady's been using this system for 11 years. And she's been doing exactly what she described for the last 11 years. Because the system didn't meet her needs. And it caused her to pretty much like do several days a week to do this manual labor that potentially introduced even more errors, but she's been doing that for 11 years. Now imagine if she had been able to make the changes herself to the system, because she knew her business. She knew the business better than anybody else in the organization. She knew what needed to be done. She just didn't know how to ask for it. And that's really where the Fusion team model comes in. So on the next slide, we're going to talk about the app gap challenge. And so there is a huge demand, a growing demand for applications. And unfortunately, we don't have enough developer, right? So the stats that I have here, and those are stats you've probably seen, but 500 million new applications will be built in the next 5 years. So if you think about it, that's more than all the apps that were built in the last 40 years. We've got 5 times more faster demand for mobile applications than IT departments can deliver. And 86% of organizations struggle to find technical talent to build applications. So on the right here, you'll notice that we have this shortage and the supply and demand. So the number of developers versus, you know, by 2030, the number of developers we'll need. And the gap here is about 4 million that we're going to need to be able to meet the challenge. So how do we do that? How do we continue to innovate and empower people to do, you know, the digital transformation that everyone wants to do if we don't have enough resources? And this is where, on the next slide, we have new strategies. David.
Absolutely. Thank you, Hugo. So think about it, folks. Strategies to prepare for challenging times. Now, there are a number of strategies that we can talk about, but there's also a number of challenging times that we really just need to take a moment to reflect on. You're going to look to give new citizen developers opportunities to do amazing things within an organization. Now, this is going to increase the impact written by pro developers. But let's also take a moment and think about some of the challenges that aren't not necessarily just technical within your organization. Let's take a moment and think about how our current macroeconomic climate kind of forces us to do more with less. Now, I don't know about you. When someone says you need to do more with less, I kind of feel like it's a little bit of an oxymoron, right? Like when someone says they want some jumbo shrimp or something's pretty ugly. They just don't seem to add up together to me. Doing more with less feels like it's impossible, really. Like I need to come up with a flux capacitor to make that happen, or I got to go back in time to do more with less. It seems really hard to implement and somewhat stressful, but in our current macroeconomic climate, what are we saying? We're seeing a lot of layoffs. We're seeing a lot of jobs affected. We're seeing budgets tightening. We're seeing teams shrinking. And those are most definitely above and beyond any of the technical aspects of our jobs. Those are challenging times. So how can you do more with less? Well, we're going to talk more about how you're going to be able to use the community to do that. The community is going to provide you a way to do more with less because there are samples. There are passionate people out there that want to collaborate with you and provide support. When your team is shrinking or your budget is shrinking and you still need to get business done, that's when you do need to do more with less, and that's where the community can come in. And we're going to talk about some opportunities for you to do that. But for the next few slides, we're going to talk about how you can scale with fusion teams. So for that, let's hand it back over to Hugo Bernier.
Awesome. Thank you, David. So we have kind of the usual suspects, right? We got the citizen developers, the pro developers, and the IT professionals. So the citizen developers, what they do is they really work because they're the ones that understand their business. They participate directly in the development to shorten the cycles. Again, remember that lady that worked in the same product for 11 years? Imagine if she had had the opportunity to bring up this idea she had 11 years ago, or 10 years and 52 weeks ago, because 1 week after you're starting to use the product, you realize that there was issues. Now, what the coders do, the pro devs, right? They do the hard parts. They do things like data integration. They do custom user experience controls and things like that. Now, the pro developers work with source control and they manage the app lifecycle. And then they work with the IT professionals where IT grants resources to the more advanced developers. Meanwhile, the citizen developers, they register the applications and they participate in testing, and they let IT govern the citizen activity and help nurture the community, right? So that's how we're going to be able to make the best of citizen developers, pro developers, and IT professionals working together without creating, what people like to call shadow IT. But we've been talking about fusion development. What is really fusion development? Well, fusion development is really when the professional developers and the low-code developers get together to build applications faster, reduce overall the backlog of things, and remember how we have a huge backlog coming up and we have less and less resources to do so. So that's closing the app gap challenge that we have. We also want to create developers from non-developer roles because unfortunately, that's what we're going to have to do to be able to keep up. But we also want to make sure that it's easier to innovate. And so we want to create this innovation ecosystem. And we want to collaborate together to concur basically the challenge we have out there. And so the organizations that have been embracing fusion developments, they've found that they're getting over 80% in savings in development of applications. So on the next slide, we're going to talk about when to use fusion development. The one thing, and we tend to do this at Microsoft, right? We'll talk about Power Platform, and we'll say anybody can build an app using Power Platform. Well, it's not necessarily that everybody can build an app, but everybody has the opportunity to contribute to building an app. And so here, when we're talking about fusion development and how the Power Platform helps, fusion teams work together, it doesn't mean that it's always going to work for every single person. So what apps are best suited to become fusion app? Well, the one where, running a business involves multiple critical lines of business. Applications and processes together, right? So we've got a whole bunch of things that are happening together, and then we don't have enough software developers to build the company IP, and the lines of business apps are all the same at the same time, right? The other thing too is that when we need to empower the non-developers to build line of business applications, they're the only ones really that understand their business. Right? They're the ones that, again, instead of doing the translating thing and throwing things over the wall and hoping that we got things right from the IT department, to really work closely with the people who understand their business. And so Fusion Development really is the answer to modernizing the lines of business applications and to take advantage of the potential, what the Microsoft Cloud has to offer. And that includes things like Azure, Power Platform, and even Microsoft Teams. So on the next slide, we talk about the pillars of Fusion Development. And so you'll see here that one of the things that we're showing, even though David and I come from the Power Platform community and the Dynamics 365 community, we also have a heavy involvement in the Microsoft 365 community. And so when we're talking about the Power Platform here, we need to understand that it doesn't exist in a vacuum, right? First of all, one of the things that you should look at if you want to embrace Fusion Development is think about an API first approach strategy. So build, host, and expose all your APIs in a secure and governed way, right? So that's using things like Azure, SQL, SAP, whatever you have, and they may be existing legacy technologies that you have. And then build an API integration layer. So that's something that your pro developers can do. And we'll talk a little bit later about why you would want to use this approach. And then the next kind of pillar is your low-code, no-code strategy. So use developer tools like Visual Studio Code and GitHub to collaborate with a team of people, maybe building Power BI, Power Apps, Power Pages, Power Automate, and Power Virtual Agent applications in the way that makes sense. And you might be saying, well, why wouldn't I just build the application without using the Power Platform from scratch? It'll be faster. And you know what? It's true. It might be faster for you to, I know, like I like to use React and SharePoint Framework, for example. And I have a tendency to say, it's going to be faster for me to just build a new web part or something, a new Viva adaptive card extension that will do this for me a lot faster. But what happens when my business needs change? When my customers' business needs change? When we need to adapt to a new pandemic, right? And we completely need to change how our business is working. That's when using the Power Platform comes in handy, because we're able to adapt quickly. We're able to change the business rules. And even if I was able to do it fast myself as a developer, as a pro developer, business is working, that's when using the Power Platform comes in handy, because we're able to adapt quickly. We're able to change the business rules. And even if I was able to do it fast myself as a developer, as a pro developer, when's the next time that I'm going to be available, to work on this tool? And then this is where using things like Dynamics and Teams on next pillar is to collaborate when we're building these tools. And you're going to see, if you're looking at the trends that are coming up in the Power Platform, you're starting to see more and more of this multiplayer interface, right? Where people can work together to build new applications. They can work on the same screens together, and they can work on the same records together. And that's, again, because we're trying to enable this new capability. All right, so on the next slide, kind of repeating the same thing here, but one of the things that we're trying to understand, because when we start talking about using citizen development and empowering, low-code platforms like the Power Platform, some people might say, well, is the professional developer going away? Is the professional developer useless now? No, it's not at all. The professional developers are able to do so much more, right? Because think about, for those of you who are professional developers in the audience, you probably had to deal with the silly, employee sign-off form that has to be done every year, right? And every year, the business comes to you and it's like they forgot every year they needed to do this, and it needs to be done in 2 weeks from now, right? You need to drop everything because we now need to do this form. Now imagine if what you were able to do was to say, I'm going to build the APIs that you need or the infrastructure that you need to be able to host that form. And Mr. or Mrs. Business, or citizen developer, you can build the form yourself and just call my APIs to store the data. So as a pro developer, you have the opportunity to amplify your skills, to create the building blocks, right, that will help people build the applications they need, and to really liberate the data through APIs. And this liberating data through APIs is huge. I've worked with a lot of major retailers in Canada where, and if you think about it as a retailer, the most important piece of data you probably have is the products that you sell. Imagine if we were able to actually give everyone in the organization that needs to have access to this data the ability to connect to the data about the products that we sell in a secure way, and make sure that nobody's ever going to mess up with that data. Nobody's ever going to what's the word I'm looking for? Make the data bad. That's not the word I'm looking for, but and we can do that by creating APIs. So we're truly liberating the data through APIs compared to today, what we have a tendency to do, where, a lot of the retailers I've worked with, they started with, oh, I just export about 75 copies of my database to about 75 CSVs that are updated once a day, right? And then our users are like, well, my data is out of date. There's wrong data here. There's duplicates in my data and things like that. And so again, the beauty of creating this collaboration is to liberate the data through APIs. And then enhancing user experience through custom controls. Imagine if, as a developer, I can build code components or PCF controls to create beautiful branding, and beautiful user experience. That is really where I can add the value as a professional developer. And I just give it to my citizen developers, where we're giving this no-cliff experience, right? There's no drop-off here. The citizen developers can just take the business experience they have and accelerate the business-led applications and create these applications. All right, on the next slide. We kind of have the same idea here, but I'm digging a little bit deeper here, where we have in our Fusion development, we have Power Apps and we have Power Pages, right? My new favorite product that allows you to create websites, and I can create for multiple types of clients, mobile clients or web clients. I can create applications that will call the UI and logic behind the scene. It could be business rules. It could be applications, and I could use Power Automate to create flows. And then I can connect to my data either in Dataverse or through connectors. And then outside of the low code platform, we've got access to things like SQL Server and Office 365 and SharePoint and Salesforce and Twitter and SAP and all that stuff. Now, one thing that we should remember is that Dataverse allows you to create virtual tables as well. And virtual tables means that you can take your legacy data that might be not necessarily stored in Dataverse, but make it a first-class citizen inside of your Dataverse environment. And so the cool thing about that is if you want to connect to it with, let's say, Power Pages and make that data securely, share that data securely to the outside world in an authenticated way, you can do that with Power Pages with websites. All right, so let's move on to the next slide. So now we've talked about kind of creating components and creating APIs, but one of the things that we should remember is that the Power Platform has a lot of connectors already, but maybe these connectors don't do what you want them to do. Maybe you want to build a connector to a custom API that you built internally. And this is where things like Power Automate and Power Apps can actually connect to your custom APIs and allow you to consume your own custom functionality. And so one of the cool ways to do this is you can use Azure API Management to do this. So you can actually create your APIs using, your custom web API, your REST APIs. You can use, what is it called, Swagger or OpenAPI to actually expose the functionality, or you can even create Azure functions And then through Azure API Management, you can actually expose those custom connectors to let your citizen developers consume those APIs and do the cool functionality. All right, so next slide, please. If we have talked about Azure API Management, you may not be aware of what Azure API Management is, but Azure API Management really allows you to have an API gateway, right? That allows you to create endpoints that accept those API calls, but also create routes, right, to the backend. And you can do that in a secure way, right? You can enforce inbound traffic rules, and you can transform on the fly and create policies really to protect your infrastructure internally. You also have the built-in management plane that allows you to kind of set up your APIs and import the schemas and set up the gateway policies and manage the users who are able to call these APIs. And if you're exposing your APIs to the outside world, you can also do things like creating limitations, right? Rate limitations, or how you can only call this API so many times, and then after that you'll be throttled. And then there's the developer portal, which is the main interface for your pro developers to create these APIs and list the APIs and even create the documentation so that people can actually use these APIs without, again, even if they've never used your APIs, they can start consuming them right away. All right, and our next slide, please. David, what's next?
Well, let's talk about it. Higo, thank you. So as we talked about, it's a no-cliff experience, right? So it's time to take that leap, that Fusion team leap. How can you get started? Well, the first step is to find a team. So you want to put together a team. As we mentioned, this is a team sport. We want to work together. So you want to find a domain owner, information owner, right? A pro dev, low-code developer. Choose a new application based on a business need. Now, of course, you could do this in a collaborative way to learn. So you could choose something like, I don't know, just a personal interest that you might have. And that's a good way to kind of learn together. Find people that have common personal interests, build an app around it. Adds a little less stress to it. You feel a little bit more empowered to make mistakes. So don't think that everything has to be based on a true business need with an organization. There's been lots of opportunities where passion and personal interest have built a business need. And oftentimes it's a good way to kind of build that pedigree within your organization and understanding and sharpen your axe. You want to build the APIs that are needed if there's no APIs available yet. Now, some may say that control that data. Well, hold on. I don't want to just give anybody and everybody access to my data. That's troublesome. That's dangerous. That's where building these APIs come in. So if you don't have an API, talk about building one. Because when you think about saying, I don't want them to have access to the data, I'm going to warn them when they try to access it that they can't. Right? When I started out my career a long time ago in Union Bank of California, a little young developer, eager to write code, I remember writing code. I worked with a guy who gave nicknames to everybody. And for all you people that are of common age, you may remember the movie The Net with Sandra Bullock, and there was a guy in there called Cyberbob. This was Cyberbob in our organization. And I was writing code one day, and he said, what are you working on? I said, well, I'm working on some error trapping. And when they make a mistake, I let them know the mistake they made. And he said, don't remind them when they make a mistake, prevent them from making the mistake, right? So when you think about data access and you're worried about people accessing the data and doing something wrong with it, that's where the API comes in valuable. That's where you can leverage the discussion around building an API. Don't prevent people from, or don't remind them if they make a mistake, or just don't cut them off completely. Build interfaces that prevent them from making mistakes and then still empower them to do more. So that's where you want to expose that API through an API gateway, create your API portal. Of course, that's where the power of the Power Platform starts coming in. You can export your API as a Power Platform connector. There's lots of opportunities to do that, lots of celebration of that. And then you can build your app with Power Apps or Power Pages or whatever particular product makes the most sense. So that's kind of the next step. But you may say, I got no clue how to start that. I have no idea how to do some of that. There's a lot of information. This information that you all are giving us from Microsoft, I feel like I'm running a relay race. And I've often compared it to that. You feel like you're in a lane running by yourself, maybe within your organization or a small team, and next to you are all these product lanes with multiple people, Power Apps running with 10 different runners and Automate 10 different runners, and you're trying to keep up with the understanding of all this data and all this knowledge and all this information that's constantly being new information and new features, which is great, but hard to keep up with. Name changes, which we all know about. Frustrating. How do you keep up? Well, you want to stay in shape. How can you stay in shape? Again, this is where you can do more with less. Consider the community calls. They're like a team workout. We're learning together, we're supporting each other, we're keeping everybody pumped up. We're getting updates from product groups, demos from community members. And you may say, well, what value is that, right? Seeing what someone else is doing, it exposes how the products can be used. It gives you an understanding of where maybe you're working with an organization that has a tunnel vision to how that product should be used. Now you're able to see how the rest of the world, the sun never sets on the community, I say, because we're a global community. So everywhere around the world has different needs and business needs. And that's an opportunity to learn how they're using the technology for their business needs. Now, some of these community calls are only speakers from Microsoft. Only speakers from Microsoft, which means that you're getting it directly from the horse's mouth, which is fantastic because now you're plugged in directly, and they're not like, you know, a brick wall. You are able to join these calls. You're able to chat in these calls, communicate with the other team or with the other community members and community friends and ask them questions. And again, it's a team sport, right? We're working out together. We're keeping our minds fresh and sharp, and so that's important. Now, there's a community that backs that, right, within the Power platform, and that is the Power users community. So almost 800,000 members, almost 500 user groups, 92,000 solutions, 137,000 discussions. So if ever there was something that's being talked about, the Power platform is one of those. Right? So you can learn more at powerusers.microsoft.com. Tons of opportunity here for the Power platform. Don't hesitate to go sign up. We would love to see you there. Now, what are some other things that you're going to find? We talked about doing more with less. We've got a Hall of Fame. What's that you say? The Sample Hall of Fame. We have a collection of Power Platform and M365 samples, again, because there is a better together model. Oftentimes it's said Microsoft ships their org chart. People tend to think that the only thing in the world is Power Apps, or the only thing in the world is Power Pages or Automate or SharePoint or whatever. But the truth is that everybody in the world that uses these uses them together. And that's really how they're used together. But we have a Hall of Fame of samples that you can utilize to learn, to jumpstart a project. Many have said samples is the first place I go before I start my task. And best of all, my boss thinks I'm a genius, right? We want you to take credit for these because it's an opportunity for you to accelerate your learning, accelerate your project, collaborate with others. There are opportunities here for you to be able to take some of these samples that are out there and add on to them. Give more features to them. It's a great way to learn. As we mentioned, you download them, you analyze them, see how someone else has done them, and then maybe you add on to them. And then there is an opportunity for you to contribute back, which we'll talk about more in a moment. But there is plenty of samples, and all these are free, and they're also vetted, right? So it's not like you're going to download something that's all of a sudden going to start Bitcoin mining in the middle of the night for you. None of that is happening. We centralize all these within Microsoft owned and managed repos along with community members like MVPs to ensure that things are vetted and taken care of properly. But these are again, tools. These are ways that you're going to do more with less. And again, it's hard to see how that phrase can actually work, but these are living examples of that.
Hey, David.
Now, yes.
You said these are stored in repositories or repos. You're talking about GitHub here, right? Yes,
I am, in fact. Yeah, and GitHub, have you heard of GitHub, Hugo? I know it's kind of hard sometimes. Have you? Yeah, as if we rehearse this. It's kind of like, it could be confusing, right? Now, GitHub is a storage mechanism online in the cloud, and it can be a little intimidating. It uses, I don't know, phrases like fork and raw and blame and pull request, which sound extremely foreign to almost anyone that speaks any language, really. And it can be confusing on trying to understand not only how to utilize some of these samples, but also how to contribute back. We mentioned that these are open source. They're open to the community. They're by the community for the community, which means that, as I said, you can contribute back. You can download one of these components, make it better, and provide it back into these sample galleries for the rest of the world to take advantage of. But you may say, me no speaky GitHub. How do I do that? Well, the personal coach that's part of the community is sharing is caring. Now, many of you have likely been part of this session, these sessions. We invite you to be part of them if you've not. These are live, hands-on, never recorded, safe space. What does all that mean? It means that we set up live sessions to collaborate with you, show you how to create your first pull request, perhaps. You might need to know how to utilize some of the samples, maybe some extensions like CLIs that might be beneficial for you. The key is that they're live and they're not recorded. So we all know that oftentimes when we're new to something, you're going to have questions, but then you start second guessing your questions. I know I have. Should I be asking this? Does everybody know this? Am I going to look dumb if I ask this question or sound stupid? And this is being recorded. I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to sit back and maybe find it on, the web. But these are opportunities for you to collaborate with MVPs, members of Microsoft, the community, other like-minded, passionate folks just like yourself. And they're regularly scheduled. We're scheduling more. We're starting to do some recordings of them. They're absolutely free. There's no cost, and they're there for you to take advantage of. We try to schedule them in different times of the day because we are a global community. So we understand that there are times that are better for some in the community. It's not all Microsoft Standard Time coming out of Redmond. So we want to make sure that we are empathetic with the time zones of the rest of our community members and friends around the world. But they're great opportunities to do that. So don't hesitate to take advantage of them. There are more scheduling soon. We're coming up with new sessions. As I said, we're doing some on-demand recordings so that you could always watch those, join a session with some questions. And we want to ensure that you're empowered to be able to do more. And as you do this, you learn. It's not just for purposes of being able to say, hey, I'm learning how to do this one thing, but I'm also making some friends here. And you may say, well, what is the benefit? Like, what is the career path? I really would like to know. Of course, I could learn one or two things, but is there a greater story involved here? Well, we are just tickled pink to be able to say that we have had some folks that have never done a pull request in their life. They joined a sharing is caring session. They did a pull request, they submitted a sample, and then they unleashed their inner passion. And they've made hundreds since then. Some have also made a contribution, in which case we then asked them to present on a community call. Some of those community calls are open for you to present on. And so they had never presented. We offer something called the buddy system. So if you are interested in presenting on one of those calls from a sample that you contribute, or even if you haven't contributed, it's something that you've created that you want to show off to the community, that's absolutely okay. But you may be a little nervous about having that public speaking happen. You're going to be on a call with hundreds of people and maybe a little nerve-wracking. Totally understandable. And nervousness is a good thing, by the way. It means you care. So don't ever feel like you're doing something wrong if you're nervous about public speaking. But we understand that sometimes it's better to do it with a buddy. It's better to speak with a buddy. And so we've created the buddy system. And what that allows you to do is work with another MVP or member of the team, and we'll craft the presentation with you. As Hugo says, it's kind of like a presentation on rails. We make it very easy. We present it together. We create it together. We demo together. And then at the end of the day, you get all the credit. And that's what it should be about. You're doing all the passion and putting that in. And we've had some amazing contributors in the community that have gone to their very first sharing is caring session. They've done a buddy system, and now they're an MVP. So the trajectory is fantastic. These programs have been created by the community for you in the community to get more involved. And again, team sport. We want you to take advantage.
Hey, can we take a second to give a shout out to Louisa Fries, because she started in the community. She was super active in the community, but she always said, "I'm not a developer. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing that." And then we got her to attend a sharing is caring session, and it was like she just discovered new superpowers. Like, we created the monster. It was a good monster, but she discovered that she was actually really good at doing pull requests and samples and blogging and stuff like that. And it was like she discovered her voice, right? And she always had a voice. She was always very active, but she always, had this barrier that she's like, oh no, this is more developer. I'm not going to do this. And now, like, she's super active. In fact, she's involved in the sharing is caring community, as well as the patterns and practices PMP team. And that's just one example of again, if once you get rid of those barriers and you have a personal coach like we have with sharing is caring, you're able to really truly can start contributing and learning a lot of new things. Sorry, David. Thought it was,
Nope, it's almost like we've
sorry.
practiced that ahead of time. Yeah, exactly. It's just one story. And it's inspiring. And Louisa is a good friend of both of mine, Hugo's. She's a member of our Sharing is Caring team. And again, it all started with just the sharing of information together in a way that is empowering. We don't want you to ever feel like, just here's some docs, read that, you're good to go, because then you'll have questions, you don't know where to ask them. These are opportunities for you to learn together. Now that's great once you've done all that, but how about some recognition? How could we recognize you? Well, we absolutely not only want to recognize you, but celebrate you. And if you're familiar with this, then you're probably smiling right now because you have some of these badges. But the recognition program is the first of its kind in any community that is not for profit. We are powered by Credly. And you may say, what is Credly? It's that same certification company or badge company that gives you the badges when you get Microsoft certified. And so you are able to be recognized in a formal and official way for the hard work that you're doing within the community. Now, what does this mean? Like, I print it out, I put it on the fridge to tell my mom, yeah, that's great. You should do that, by the way. But you're able to share it on Twitter, put it on LinkedIn, attach it to your LinkedIn profile. And some of the success rate of these programs, such as the recognition program, are unparalleled. You see, it's a 98% acceptance rate. That's actually about 30% higher than the Credly average, which is amazing because it shows that the community wants to be recognized. We want to recognize you. And it makes a difference for you because, again, in this macroeconomic stage right now, every little difference you're making that you can show to your manager, to your client, or both. I worked in consulting before I joined Microsoft. I had both. I had to impress my manager and impress my clients, give them a reason to work with me. And they wanted to know, what made you different? Why should I work with you? What are you doing that's different from consultant A, B, or C? How are you making a difference? Well, this is our way of providing you an opportunity to show how you're making a difference. There is no cost. We do have to pay for it, but we cover that cost in the community through a negotiated rate with Credly that we've worked hard, because again, this is the first of its kind. They've never had a community organization that was not built for profit coming to them to say, hey, we want to create a recognition badging program. So it's an opportunity for you to be part of something special. It is no cost. You do need to opt in. We run scripts every month to try to, a couple times a month, to try to identify. And we're having a fun one right now, by the way, the season of getting. Gitting, right? So the season of giving, it's the season of getting. And it's your opportunity to contribute and get recognized with some fun badges, but as well as some official badges that are a little bit more business friendly, if you will, to show the difference you're making. But we should have fun together as well, and that's the importance. So don't hesitate to sign up, aka.ms/M365PNP-recognition. You deserve it, and we want to recognize you.
And if you're planning on going back on the job market, it's definitely for future employers. It's also a bonus, right? To be able to put this in your resume and to say, I personally contributed to, I'm a top contributor in, the Power Platform sample, or contributed to these controls, or these, all these other things that we have available. It certainly makes a difference, right?
Absolutely. And as I mentioned, all these are working together, right? So that team sport, that collaboration, collaborative opportunity is a great thing. So don't hesitate to take advantage of these. Last call to action here today is join the community. There's something in it for the whole team. Go to aka.ms/join the community. You can see more about the Power Platform community, ways in which you can engage. We've got a lot more that we're working on now together. Hugo and I are all up Power Platform in terms of the product lines for the community success team. And we have so many ideas. Although people think we're the same person, we are not, which gives us the opportunity of thinking twice as much. So we want to thank you all today for attending this session. Don't hesitate to get involved. Don't hesitate to reach out to myself or Hugo in any way. Hugo?
Well, there was a few questions in the chat that we should address. One is, within the organizational context, who is best suited to start the Fusion development team conversation, own the program, and be the champions? So when I used to work as an independent consultant, I used to have to go to organizations that had not been so successful at implementing software, right? Usually by the time I got there, it was the second or third time that they were trying to implement some software. And usually the top reasons why they were failing was a breakdown in communication, but also trying to bite off too much, right? Like to do everything all at once. And so my trick used to be, I'll go to teams, I'll find teams that are bleeding, that are suffering, like they would do anything to be able to be successful because they're in so much pain, right? I would go to them and I would say, hey, are you interested in trying something new? You've already tried this like 2 or 3 times before, so let's do things a little differently this time. And if you can find, and David spoke to this in one of the slides, but if you can find a team like this where you have someone from the business who, again, they are frustrated because they're not able to get kind of the level of success that they're looking for. And you've got maybe a developer, a pro developer that's able to talk to human beings, which sometimes can be a rarity. And you got good partners with the IT team. You're able to start with a small Fusion team, and you're able to say, okay, we're going to kind of change things a little bit. We're going to work together, and we're going to solve this problem. And we're not going to try to solve every problem known to man. We're going to start with solving the most important problem. And we're not going to try to make it perfect. We're going to, because, perfection is the enemy of innovation. We're going to get it done the best that we can. And then we're going to iterate quickly. So instead of disappearing for the next 6 to 9 months or year, we're going to take the next 6 weeks to 8 weeks. We're going to make a change. And then if there's something that comes in like, oh, this is the wrong shade of blue or whatever, what we're going to do is we're not going to delay the project. We're going to go live, and then 2 weeks later, we're going to do another iteration and another iteration and another iteration. When you start doing this, it's amazing. The people, first of all, the people that worked with you will be successful, way more successful than they've ever been. But the people who originally told you, bugger off, I don't want to talk to you, I'm too busy, or, sorry, that's not, we don't want to do it this way. We want to do it the way we've always done it. They're going to be the first people that are going to line up to talk to you and to say, can you help us? Can you help us we want to know fair. We want to do what the other guys did, and we want to be successful as well. So hopefully that answers the question here, but look for the people who are the most invested in being successful, and communication is key. So make sure that you are you do have an executive champion who's able to, again, the executive champion that has the most to gain from seeing you succeed. Become best friends with that executive champion and make sure that they are part of the conversation. And they will usually help remove barriers and push hard for you.
Yeah, there's another question that's kind of on a similar mindset as that, but it's a little bit more high level. My organization has a lot of people resistant to technology and new things. Do you have any lessons learned from similar situations? So I'll start off. I know Hugo has plenty to offer on that. And there was an answer to it from Craig in the chat, but I'll just address it here too. So 2 points from me. One is that learn about allyship. And allyship, by the way, has nothing to do with technology. It really is something that can be implemented in any organization, any business model for any industry. You want to create allies in your organization, no matter what it is. Allyship is going to be very, very powerful. And that, again, it has nothing to do with technology. It has to do with getting to know the person. Sometimes people are still just people. We are people at heart. We have kids and families and lives and personal interests. And you'd be surprised that when you learn to ally with someone over something as simple as a favorite meal or a favorite destination, the bridge that is gapped and the connection that is made is pretty powerful. And all of a sudden, they're willing to listen to a whole lot more than just about your favorite trip or your favorite food or your secret recipe for ramen or whatever the case may be. But what Craig also said is an important point, which is what's in it for them. You always have to say what's in it for them. The so what? What's in it for me is what they're going to ask. So you kind of have to flip the perspective. Instead of saying, well, I can do these things that are going to improve the overall business, you have to consider if they're resistant to technology or resistant to change, they're not seeing what's in it for them. As soon as someone sees what's in it for them, they're invested, because all of a sudden you're going to improve their life, improve their efficiency, make things easier on them, make things cheaper for them, whatever it is that they need to get out of that relationship. If you put that first and foremost, you'll get adoption a whole lot faster.
I can relate a story to that. I worked with an agency that regulates investment banking and mutual funds and things like that. And so they hire retired police officers and federal police officers. And those police officers, they're not necessarily the most technology savvy. They still love their little trusty little notebook that they carry with them, and they write notes. But the one thing they always had to do is they always had to create a report every 3 months. They had to create a report to talk about their case status summary, and they hated doing those reports. So when it came time to get them to use this new technology that we were proposing for them, the one thing that we had to answer is what's in it for them. And so we said, I'll tell you what, if you already write emails and you already write, appointments to talk to your witnesses and your complainants and stuff like that, and you already write notes. So what if I gave you the ability to tag, this email, this phone call is related to this case, and I give you a place to write your notes that is always available to you. And then you will never have to do a case status summary because I will automatically produce it for your boss, right? And in fact, you never have to worry about a 3-month case status summary because your boss can always go check every case that you're working on and get up to date, like to the second of what's going on. Well, guess what? All those grumpy police officers that didn't want to learn anything, there was something that was even more evil for them, right? Which was that case status summary. They were gladly able to or willing to switch over to the new technology because there was definitely something in it for them. So to Craig's point, what's in it for me? That's the first question you need to be able to answer. If you're getting pushback, it's probably because you haven't addressed that first point. David?
Nope, totally agree. First rule of negotiation is consider the other side and what they're going to need to get out of it. And usually if you kind of lead with empathy, which is trying to put yourself in their shoes, you're going to find more success because then they see you trying to care about their needs.
All right, and I think with that,
you got one more question. More question. And by the way, so Ralph can't let that comment go away when you're with someone else's shoes. Don't forget to wear socks before you do so.
Yeah. And well, the other thing too,
straight up hygiene, my friends.
Before you judge someone, right? Walk a mile in their shoes, because then you're a mile away and you've got their shoes.
Hey, and if you can sense their shoes from a mile away, that is an indicator. I think they call it a red flag. But we do have one more question.
Yeah, one more question. What is your recommended approach when users are hungry but management is slow and the biggest bottleneck? That is a great question, actually, and a common one. So again, I know Hugo's going to have something to add. I'll add 2 things here. Find those within your organization that are also hungry and work together with them on a side project. Now, how can you do this? There is a free developer account and tenant that you get. You may think, well, I need executive adoption to be able to go learn and build some stuff. Well, you don't. If you go get a free developer tenant, you can actually create your own apps and create your own solutions within that tenant together with other like-minded folks in your organization, and maybe start small. And then what you can do is you can take that small solution, if you do use that in alignment with what is an actual business need, right? Maybe your management is slow and the bottleneck, but likely there's going to be one or two people there that have a need. You could go talk to them and say, hey, is there something you do on a daily basis that just feels so repetitive or feels like it could be improved by a solution or an app? Find out what that is. That gives you that, what's in it for me? So then you go build that. This is the story of citizen developers, right? Career switchers. Go find what that is, build it for them, and all of a sudden they're invested and things and doors start opening.
I'll give you the trick that I learned when I first joined McKinsey and Company. They taught us that when you go talk to any executive, any management, go look at their annual report and look at their strategic objectives, because they will clearly tell you this year we're going to focus on X. And you know that the executives and the managers are all measured on those objectives. So go find those objectives, go whether it's an annual report or it's documented somewhere, and then find a way to align your initiative with their objectives. So if it's about, I don't know, improving customer satisfaction or reducing overhead or blah, 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 find a way to directly attribute or whatever, contribute to their objectives. Because essentially what you're saying is, I'm going to help you get your bonus yacht, right? Your bonus house by doing this. So we're not taking money away from you. We're actually helping you meet your objectives. And trust me, they're always going to be willing to let you help meet their objective, because that's what they're measured on. Hopefully that answers your question.
And with that, folks, we're at the top of the hour. Thank you so much. The tag team, Dave and Hugo, thank you so much for your service and the services that you're working within services. Don't let me get too going. We have to let people go, and so we'll say goodbye. Hugo, say goodbye. David, say goodbye.
Bye. Thank you, everyone.
Bye. Thank you, everyone. Yep. Thank you.
And by the way, Craig was hidden in there and saying stuff too. So thank you, Craig. And we have an applause. Yay!
We gotta get the.
We gotta get going. Oh, there we go.
Bye.
And we're off, everybody.
If you haven't already seen me out in the field, I'm a technologist with Veeam Software, and I'm joined here by Emily. If you want to go ahead and introduce yourself.
Yep. So hello, everybody. My name is Emily Tejas. I am also a technologist working for Veeam Software, but before that, I've been with Veeam for about 8 years in the pre-sales engineering side.
All right, let's go ahead and see if I can get started here. And we'll start off by saying we have lots of great sponsors, including ourselves. If you haven't already checked them out, go ahead and check them out. They pay for all the nice things that happen along with the events. And go ahead and start there. So let's get started with the content here. And to kick it off, talking a little about Teams. Teams kind of exploded. If you aren't already on the Teams boat, you're probably deploying it in your infrastructure. There's tons of users, tons of new applications, and all of these applications create complications that pretty much ensue from abstraction layers of administrative consoles that you now have to get into that kind of span across the board. If you want to get into automation inside of Teams, you may go into the Power Platform, but the Power Platform's a completely different UI on the administrative side, different retentions and policies, and all of these things kind of make it a little bit more complicated to manage overall. And that's kind of where we get into all of these components have different ways and different managements on the back end. And well, we have quotes from actual end users saying that they've had data loss out there in the field. I know, Emily, you've had probably the freshest experience out of anyone on our team for actual data loss out there. Do you want to share some of your war stories from out in the field?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, I think there's a few different few different scenarios out there, right? I mean, there's the big one that everybody knows and everybody is thinking about, right? Ransomware. What happens when we have end users that are just, doing their day-to-days and they're just not being as attentive as they should, and they click on malicious links. And then now we have, some type of malicious threat that's now been introduced inside of our environment. And how does that pose when it comes to like potentially getting access or encrypting emails or deleting anything from within OneDrive? Those are some of those situations. Ironically, some of the ones that I've had the most recent are just actual M365 organizers that are very well versed inside of Microsoft, just making mistakes, right? Is it we're moving over from one tenant to the other, so we're splitting them in half, and we accidentally deleted the wrong sets of users that we meant to delete in our old organization, and we've accidentally deleted them inside of the new organization, and trying to piece back together, what were those things that were missing when we've now migrated them over. And then we've seen items like, accidental deletion of calendars, missteps on removing OneDrive files and sending those to recycle bin and not capturing them, right? So those are all just, some really recent examples of things that can happen. And, we're not all going to be immune to them. It's just things happen. And this is why having a secondary option of having a copy of your backups, being able to recover from those, is so important.
Actually, that takes us directly into, well, the core of what this presentation was developed around. And this comes from one of our surveys that we do out in the industry. It's called our Data Protection Reports. It was one of the very first really in-depth surveys that we started developing. And what we do is we come up with all of these questions of what we want to ask administrators, and then we actually port this out to a third party, and they give it out to the administrators like you in the field. They're not just our customers, but everyone out there. And they say, hey, what types of data loss have you experienced? What type of scenarios of incidents? We have a cloud protection report. We have a ransomware report. We have a couple different reports now that we run, but the question that was asked specifically where we got this data from was, what type of data loss in the Microsoft 365 environment have you, the administrator, experienced in the last year? And these were the top reasons that end users had lost data, anywhere from what Emily just mentioned, which was accidental deletion, to retention policy gaps, that ever risk of the internal and external security threat, pretty much two sides of the same coin. Administrators coming into environments being rogue. We hear it every day, disgruntled employees, people not being happy in the workplaces, and all of a sudden it's a comical later, but coming in and cutting those wires, pouring battery acid on top of the storage. I mean, we all have war stories from other people and hope it never happens to us. And then legal and compliance is catching up to those cloud scenarios. We got data management when it comes to hybrid, if you haven't already moved up to the cloud, because we knew regulations were coming and we didn't want to be that one left behind. And then Teams data structure, we kind of mentioned that towards the beginning of that presentation. Emily, do you have anything insight to add here?
I think you hit them all perfectly right. I think the biggest thing here is, and the one thing that we always want to make sure we're educating our users on, and we're going to get to it a little bit further on in the presentation, is that shared responsibility, right? What I've seen too is customers that have done the big heavy lifting of, we've migrated having these on-premise services run, and now we have it all running inside of M365, and we didn't have the conversations with our C-levels or our directors to talk about the importance of why we need to have a secondary backup of them, and it's not always just going to be available. I saw it a couple of weeks ago with a customer where they all of a sudden had just a bunch of missing OneDrive files, and there was no way for them to get it back. The unfortunate side of things was that they were a government entity, so they were a little concerned over what type of repercussions that could have. So they're having to go back and tell their end users, hey, we can't be storing, sensitive data inside of OneDrive because we have no way to recover that at this point in time, because we didn't realize that we could lose that data at some point in time, right? So having those conversations and understanding that before the bad thing actually happens is also something that we are continuously educating our users in the field on.
Right. And this is the question that came from that report, just the statistics. Number one at this list, the accidental deletion. And even with that being top of mind and top of conversation, we're still seeing a lot of businesses out there not being protected, or they're saying that they've not implemented any type of additional protection in their infrastructure. They're relying on native features, maybe something like e-discovery we hear very commonly, which is more of a compliance tool, which is a great compliance tool, don't get me wrong. It's definitely worth the cost if you ever have to go through those types of audits. But it's not going to get the data recovery back to the original environments, getting data to end users, or the recovery of intellectual property, in many cases, the way that you need it in order to get business back up and running, so that business continuity conversation doesn't come from those compliance tools the same way. And we see data is needing to be held for longer. So back to the intellectual property conversation, you may have to prove in court cases, even after an employee's left the company, if something was developed on these platforms and it was developed by an employee, that you had to then delete their account. If you don't have proof that they developed it during your company's time on your company's domain, and they come back and they've reproduced it and published it themselves, and you have no proof that that intellectual property was created on your domain, then it is theirs. There's also compliance with FDA, HIPAA, and other types of regulations where a lot of these are requiring you to keep those data points for longer periods of time. And with that, we have the reality gap between who's actually responsible for that data. And the biggest misconception is Microsoft is responsible for the infrastructure as well as the data in this relationship. But in reality, it's kind of this breaking point where, yes, they make sure they have redundancy between regions. They make sure they have multiple data centers that hold your data, fault racks, the application layers are up to date. You don't have to worry about those patches, the network layer. Pretty much anything around your house of data is protected, but anyone that comes directly through that front door and starts altering data, compromised passwords, incorrect configured retention policies, or data mishaps in your organization that cause data to be lost. So if someone sets up a retention policy inside of Teams that maybe deletes any type of chat ever after 7 days so that you're meeting compliance, but they meant 7D days or 7 years, well, everything over 7 days is now gone from inside of Teams. All of those chat histories are now gone just due to a slight misconfiguration inside of one of those administrative consoles. So anything that's done through that front door. And Microsoft's very clear about this in what they call their shared responsibility model. Now, the shared responsibility model is a concept that runs across all cloud providers, and it's a relationship deal between you and your cloud entity for who is responsible for the ownership, ownership responsibility for which layers of that security network platform in a platform as a service, software as a service, disaster recovery as a service, whatever as a service relationship that you're entering. This breakdown here is specifically over software as a service type of relationship. So all the way up to infrastructure, network, platform, even the access server, all the way up until the access server point is being taken care of and recycling bins being taken care of. Where you sort of see that breakoff point is if you have a compromised or misconfiguration coming in that door that then takes over that data. So anything you'd like to go ahead and add there, Emily?
Yeah, again, just the one thing we see customers doing is either relying on Microsoft or relying on Recycle Bin, using those tools, which are really great tools, but they don't serve the purpose of having that true secondary copy of your data that you can recover from. And I always like to, turn this into a metaphor of like renting an apartment. When you go and you rent an apartment, you have the actual building manager that's in charge of making sure that that building is up to code, getting you new locks installed on the doors, right? They're in charge of doing everything outside of the building and keeping it up to date. But when it comes to actually putting your stuff inside of your apartment, if something were to ever happen, someone were to break in, right, that's where we have insurance and things like that that we have to put in place so that way we can replace our items, because it's not going to be that apartment or that building manager's responsibility. So it's kind of a good way to think about it when you start having these higher level conversations of, this is why it's so important that we have secondary options in place to be able to recover any of that data. And then, one thing we didn't really mention in here too is hybrid environments. We have some customers that still run hybrid accounts where they have certain workloads or things like that that are still being kept on premise and they're still leveraging M365 services. Having a copy of your backups allows you to come back and recover some of that data on-prem if you have an Exchange server still on-prem, and leverage that for pulling out any important data that you might need at that point in time if you don't have access to it.
Great points. And I know that you've run into a couple scenarios where you had some deals in the works and it's been too late, quite frankly.
Yeah.
And it kind of helps push it along once you've experienced that type of data loss.
Absolutely. Yeah, we never want to be on the side of, well, what we could have done, right? In which one case was one customer when they split their tenant and it was just an unmerging of two companies. And they have some end users whose names were just very similar, right? They ended up being just a few alphabet letters off, and then they accidentally removed the wrong person. And now all of a sudden, their end user is complaining, saying, I don't have access to my stuff anymore. Where is it? And now they're in a situation of, well, it's gone from Microsoft because we completely got rid of that user. And now how do we go back and get them all this data back? But then also, remember all the permissions and stuff that was part of it. There's so many other layers within M365, which having a good copy of that data is very important.
And it's important to note that it's not just the customers out in the field or us vendors saying you really need to consider the implications of not backing this up, but we have signed documentations from all of the analysts out there that have also been talking to those end users, have been on the field in the rooms with the people that have lost these types of data, saying you need to figure out what your strategy is going to be for these different types of data losses and come up with, are you going to be okay if you don't have this? What type of intellectual property? What is the amounts that you're going to lose in these types of scenarios? And if you do have a solution, is it going to recover the type of data that you need to move forward? So your business continuity conversations. And that kind of where we kind of get to our product pitch part, which is going to be about the Microsoft 365 side, Veeam backup for Microsoft 365 more specifically. We have a product that covers the Exchange Online, SharePoint Online, OneDrive for Business, and Microsoft Teams. You're able to do all of the protection gaps that we were talking about on the 7 reasons why. We can individually restore files as well as restore entire sites, entire users, all the way up until multiple users, entire organizations at the same time down to those individual items. So it's very granular on where or how much data you can restore, as well as where you can restore that data to. It doesn't have to be to the original location. It can be to new locations, and you can export that data to different locations. We have advanced search options, and I don't know, Emily, the last time that you've been inside of our Explorers, but there are more searchable fields than I realized that there was metadata inside of most emails and OneDrive and other SharePoint sites that you're able to use to search inside of data.
Absolutely. And it's crazy because we would use some of those options, and I've had customers use some of those options for doing some security checks, right? If they knew that they had a recent phishing attempt that happened and they can find out, okay, who was the email sent to, what was the subject line, and just pick out a few of those keywords. The nice thing is that they were able to search that across their backups and see, okay, how far back might have this phishing attempt gone to, and who possibly could have been affected. And it was kind of their way of being a little bit more so proactive in their environment to say, hey, you know, this, you might have potentially have gotten an email, please delete it. Don't click on any items. If you did click on any items, please let us know. So that way they're being a little bit more proactive into those types of phishing attempts that happen. And versus looking at just the production data, let's go back and let's search through the backups and see how far back could this have possibly gone to. So a lot of really cool things that you could do with the explorers themselves that isn't just necessarily restoring the data back.
So on top of that, we have a breakdown of the infrastructure components. There's a lot of flexibility on how you can deploy all of these components, and we're getting some even further flexibility in our coming versions. But in our most current version, you're able to add your organization or multiple organizations into the same console. You can do an on-premises with a cloud-enabled environment, hybrid, or cloud only. You can deploy this anywhere a Windows machine can sit. So if you have a cloud or you have an on-premises environment, that'll work. We're directly deployed from the AWS, Azure as an extension on IBM Marketplace. And then you can choose what type of storage best suits your purpose. Now, it's sort of recommended to kind of lean towards an object storage type. I highly recommend object storage just due to the volatile data type to object storage, or excuse me, SharePoint and OneDrive. Really, once you've given access to end users, it tends to kind of explode overnight. And if you're working with an on-premises storage type, especially with the restrictions to sometimes getting drives anymore, getting extra storage anymore to your on-premises environment, it might be a better and more conducive way to have an object storage or sending it off to a provider. And if you're using object storage on-prem, you're able to use the space saving capabilities, which gives you about 45% space savings with the object storage technology. So object storage, in my opinion, is probably going to be the future going forward with almost all data types for mass storage and data entities. I think that's probably what you're seeing out there too, Emily.
Absolutely. Yeah. And, you know, the one biggest thing takeaway here is flexibility, right? We want you to have total control and ownership of your data. And that comes down to, where do you want to have your data protection strategy take place? Where do you feel the most comfortable with it running, right? I have a lot of customers that always say, well, if M365 is leveraging Azure services, you know, how do we ensure that it's not writing to the same region or writing to the same data center? We want to have kind of a split responsibility and be able to choose where is that data going to be landing. But then on top of that, you know, one thing we didn't mention in here is that we do have Veeam Cloud Service Providers that do offer Veeam Backup for 365 as a service. So you could buy your own licenses, take it to them and say, can you manage this for us? And just give us a portal to do the restores on. And so we have a lot of great partnerships with that as well. So lots of flexibility just depending on how you want to manage the day-to-day operations or weekly operations of how you want to perform restores and do data protection, as well as where do you actually want that data to be stored and kept. Are we going to do any version 7 updates in here, or?
Well, I was going to tease at least what's been covered at VeeamON, because I feel like anything that's been covered at VeeamON's public domain. Yeah. So backup copy, which is, I'm assuming what you're alluding to, in our next version is going to go beyond just archival storage. We're going to be able to go to any type of object storage out there. And what was the other thing that you were alluding to? Like the full integration into service provider console?
Well, more the small little security loophole.
You mean the immutability that we're adding into the backup copy. That is correct. We will have a immutability feature added to our long-term retention for object storage coming in our next version. And we're actually really excited for that. That's adding even more in depth to our security conversation going forward. I'm excited for it.
I'm very excited.
So So we have our explorers up here, but I feel like this is a little bit more of an impressive graphic. This is our 45 architecture way of how you can restore data. Now, this is a little bit intimidating to look at a whole, but this really just breaks down our 4 different explorers and tells you, yes, we can restore back to the original locations, but more importantly, we're not just restoring back in raw data formats, we're restoring back in native formats to the applications that we're working with. So if you do need to export a exchange file, so PST, MSG files are the types of files you expect to see in these scenarios. If we're moving over to SharePoint, you got documents, lists, libraries that we're working with. And all of these explorers are purpose-built application explorers for the applications that we're working with without needing to be an expert in each of these applications in order to do restore processes. They all have a similar look and feel, and they all function quite literally like File Explorer. You right-click on files, you do a drop-down menu, and you say back to the original location, new location, you authenticate, and you restore whichever you've desired to restore to. And it looks like we have a raised hand.
Hi,
Let's
you guys
see.
anything? We're not seeing you.
Rob did not raise a hand.
Can you repeat that?
Yep, sorry. If you are displaying anything, we're not seeing it in the presentation.
I can see it.
Oh,
Yeah, I can see it too.
trouble seeing it.
Okay, thanks. Must be my side.
Sure thing. We can always paste it for you, but maybe want to come in and out. We'll be fine.
Perfect. Yeah, and one scenario too that for any of our education customers out there, we have one university who the end user was very excited to be able to do this because every fall semester they would have a change out of faculty and staff. So there was certain professors that only taught the fall semester for certain classes. And during that time, they would end up, I would say, not deleting, but stopping or disabling that original user's email inbox or email itself. And every single fall semester, that same professor would come back and be like, I want my emails from 2019. I want my emails that were captured from 2020. And this kind of gave them a way to be able to do the restores of those email items that they had kept, and they were archiving those for over 3 years, and recover them to a new email address. They would just change the number at the very end every time they gave her a new email every fall semester. And they absolutely loved it because they knew that they could always give them back any of that old email data versus saying, here's a PST, have fun, So there's some good options in there for being able to do restores depending on what your end user are asking for.
It's a great example of versatility. And that's actually a great leanway into this next section. Now, this is a little bit more agnostic. This third-party checklist is an IDC checklist they made when they were asked. So you're telling us we need backup. What do we need to look for when we're looking at a backup provider? These are the 6 categories that IDC has come up with that you need to look at whenever you are walking in the door to the provider being like, I need this, but I need to know what I'm looking for. The information underneath of it is how we filled it out ourselves. You should also take these checklist items and fill it out yourself and make sure your provider is meeting all of the qualifications, or if it's even possible, like within like the graph and all of the APIs that they currently offer within Microsoft in order to do and meet the satisfied relationship. So to start off with, making sure they meet the feature sets for your organization, have the flexibility of choice where you want to be able to store your data, and more importantly, does it meet the compliance? Have the innovation, meaning are they continuing to update the product? When's the last time they've had a release, a minor release? Microsoft is deprecating and inputting APIs all the time. Are they using the certified ISV APIs? Or are they making their own? If they're not using the certified ISV APIs, they may not be as liable for as security is protecting them on the back end. Microsoft isn't certifying those end users or those end companies and partners to be able to use them. Maybe see if they're Microsoft partners themselves, making sure it scales to your infrastructure, whether you're a big company or a smaller company. The integrations into, say, service providers, if you want to do a hands-off, more backup as a service, S3 compatible, or if you want to do an object storage type. And if it covers other services that you expect your service provider to have. So if you do have an on-premises environment, other cloud environments, maybe find a service provider that helps meet all of those other requirements. To kind of quickly wrap up here, because we did kind of get going, we have some kind words that some of our customers say. We do have some great features coming around the corner, and we did put that in there. To take action, we do have some ready share links here, and we can get these posted in the chat for you here in a bit so that we don't have to spend too much time on those QR codes. If you do want to try it out, there's a 30-day free trial. If you only have 10 users, we actually do have a community edition. The community edition is completely free for completely ever, and you don't have to pay for it at any point in time. It's up to 10 users, and it's pretty much our gift back to the community. We do this with most, if not all, of our products, and we actually have a couple free products that are exclusively free for that community. And I don't think we had any questions come through either.
No, I didn't see anything.
It looks like they were addressed for the most part. Thank you so much, Curry. Thank you so much, Emily. We're on the half-hour mark, so you have. Is there anything else to close here? No, you're at the slide 23. We just pasted the link to get the free stuff, folks. Free. We'll see who leaves that on the table. And hey, thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you. Hope everybody has a great Friday.
Thank you, guys.
Wonderful. Stay safe. And coming up next, I believe Craig. Craig, are you here to introduce the next partner? Where's Mr. Craig? Shall it fall on me? Hold on. Mr. Rod, are you there? Let's see. Someone's faster in the draw and hitting the stop for the recording. We're going to start this in just a bit. Alrighty, just a moment. From LAE Software, the PST Migrator talk is coming up. We can start that as soon as possible over here. We're going to hit the recording has started.
Great, thanks, Ralph. This is Andy.
There's Andy.
Can you hear
There's
me okay?
Andy. Yes, we hear you perfectly.
Oh,
Andy,
you're
thank
saying
you.
Craig, and I was like, oh, you're waiting for
Yes,
somebody
I was
else.
calling Craig because they said I had a note over here that said Craig's going to introduce you. I was like, really? It's like, okay. I guess you guys like practice something. I was like, oh, okay. Well, that's okay because Chicago's all about improv, and I improvised my welcome Andy, and we're talking the Andy and not the other Andy that no one wants to talk about. Whoa, Andy, I love the slides. Feel free if you want to share video, that's okay. We'll digitize you if you're in witness protection, but no, you're not. There you are, in perfectly. All right, we would like you to start and go ahead and let's get this going.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Ralph. I'm not going to share video because I have a habit of walking around in my office, so otherwise you're just going to see a weird, distorted background. So thanks everyone for your time. I'm Andy Sulak with LAE Software to talk about our flagship product, PST Migrator, and give some case studies as to how it's actually being used and why it's, where we run into things and kind of notes from the field approach, as it were. So there we go. So going through a little salute to our partners. You just heard from Veeam, and actually that's a great fit for us being gold partners together because we actually migrate the data and then they back it up. So we usually find unprotected, unstructured data in PST files and then migrate it up, and then they do the data protection. So the essence of partnering. So real quick, I'll just give a little bit of background, because LAE, wondering what it stands for. It's least administrative effort. This actually harkens back to, I'm sure nobody here would remember the Microsoft exams from the NT4 2000 era. And yes, I go back that far, where you'd have questions that would say, you'd get asked a question and you'd get 4 right answers, but you had to give the answer that accomplished it with the least administrative effort. that idea, that answer was what is one of the main tenets of LAE software. So founded a few years back in 2008. Experience back a long time, we'll say 20 plus years, enterprise environments, and then in consulting. But really, a lot of the background is being in environments where there's always more and more stuff to do and never enough time to do it all. So you gather technical debt, and you never get to the projects that you want to, or never finish the projects that you really want to just be done with. And that's where LAE software came from, and PST Migrator actually was born of that as well. So just want to do a quick survey. And what you can do is, if you like to participate, go to menti.com, and then if you put in that code, you can answer the question if you're familiar with Outlook PST email archive files. So I'll just give a few moments here for people to, on your phone, on your system, doesn't matter, it's just with a browser. It's just really easy on the phone. And if you start putting some answers in, we can actually, we can see that actually there'll be some live results if there's a few others that want to connect in there. And this just, because there's people that either say yeah, or what is this? If you're been in an environment that's less than 10 years old, you probably don't have PST files. Or just maybe it's somebody else in the environment that's dealing with it. So all right, well, I'm just gonna move ahead here. So let's talk about where PST files end up being problems. And if from the last slide, it's effectively a file on a file system where you can dump email from Outlook. This year it's 25 years old, so it's the 25th anniversary of PST files, which were great, and then also terrible at some point. So so a lot of where we see PST files become a problem, even though they're focused on email. One of the main points, main takeaways that I really want to share today is it's not just about email, but they actually get in the way of adopting other pieces of the Microsoft 365 suite. So a lot of roadblocks for that. I'm going to go into that a little bit more with the case studies, but then also from the perspective of backup and storage costs, because this is these files typically are in the many gig range, anywhere from 5 to 30 gig is pretty standard, and then we've got some that we run into that are smaller and some that are obscenely large that tend to be outliers. But if you've been in IT long enough, you might be surprised by things, but you're not shocked anymore. And I think that's where we fall into that. And then with respect to legal and compliance risks, when email data is outside of the email system, it's not up in the cloud, it's not in the on-prem server database, it's not controlled, it's not backed up, from a compliance standpoint, that's an issue. And then also from it's also a risk for data loss as well. And then we have mergers and acquisitions. This is where it comes up a bit. there's, that's a little bit of foreshadowing for one of our case studies. A lot of organizations will say, nope, we don't have them, we got rid of them, didn't have them, and then the next week they buy someone or they're bought, and guess what? Guess what they inherited? And then just the support issues around them. It's actually was a great technology at the time in the late 90s and 2000s, but as we've gotten better at storing data, not a great place for them anymore. So, and then we'll go into, whoops, sorry, kind of skip past here. There was another another little survey here, and this is when I asked about unstructured data. Right now, I've been talking about PST files and there's email in them, but this is about all the data that gets, I think the technical term is spewed across the environment, or it's the term I'm going to use, where it's just data that's on file servers, that's on endpoint devices, individual files, and how that affects implementing other parts of M365. Like here, I don't even have email as one of the options, because I mean everybody knows that, but as far as other pieces of this, that it comes into play with Teams, SharePoint, OneDrive. Storage is a big issue, and then compliance, and even into the Power Apps and Power BI. Because now, once you have your data in the cloud, you have a lot of options to report on it and do some really cool things with it. But if it's still stored offline, that's an issue. So, all right, just real quick, I'm going to go through just a little bit of an animation of how PST Migrator works. We're a very lightweight and simple solution. It's a 2 megabyte app that just sits on endpoints, automatically finds both connected PST files through Outlook as well as disconnected PST files. So either, a user would have a connection to either they're on-prem, yep, they're still there. Actually, about 50% of Microsoft customers are still on-prem with email, or up in Exchange Online. Then they have their PST files that are, on their local system, or heaven forbid a network share, but that's pretty common. So what we do is we find them, automatically move them up into the cloud behind the scenes seamlessly without any extra storage infrastructure, no servers, no other resources needed. And then once we're done, we remove them. So it's really a quick cleanup of these PST files and getting the data consolidated in your mail system or up in the cloud. So that's quick how it works. So let's get into the case study. So I have 3 here I'm going to run through. First one is Dell Technologies. So I think you're all familiar with Dell. One of the interesting things that I just like to point out with Dell first is that for a long time, they actually owned a company that had a PST migration product. But then when they, due to some of the resource requirements and things like that, they came and talked to us about it. So this started with the divestiture of VMware, which is probably all heard of as well. They, VMware was part of Dell, and when they went to divest it, which was a little over a year ago, was October of last year, when they finished that, they needed to get all the data up into the tenant, and then they could actually divest the tenant. So that was the main reason why they said, hey, wow, we have all these PST files throughout our environment, but specifically for any of those in the VMware camp, we need to get that all up into a place so that we can migrate the data and we can actually, split a tenant. So that was the first part of it. But then that actually evolved into a data retention initiative where, they started with, I think it was around 20,000 users that were divesting over into VMware, but then there were still the remaining 175,000-ish other Dell, Dell technology employees They had a data retention policy that they wanted to enforce, but when you don't actually have control of the data, it's on endpoints, it's just sitting in this PST files. We continued that project with them, got all of their files, grabbed them all, migrated all the data, and then they were able to set their policies for data retention, which was just we'll just say shorter than 7 years, which some people were fans of and other people not so much. And then also they were doing a OneDrive rollout. I mentioned earlier about OneDrive, and you think, well, why would that make a difference? What do PSTs have to do with OneDrive? They're large files, and when OneDrive gets deployed, usually those PST files that are local, the OneDrive client just tries to sync it. And there's two main issues with that. One is they can be gigs and gigs and gigs, so they can try to sync, and sometimes it'll work, other times it will never finish. Also, every time a PST file is even just opened, its modification date changes. So that means that even if somebody's just reading something, just checking that file, open an Outlook, close it again, the entire thing has to sync. So actually taking those PST files, getting them off the systems really unsticks or unblocks a OneDrive rollout. And that's really what Dell was looking for with theirs. So it's usually just maybe, hey, it starts with email, but there's other pieces that it affects. So next case study is manufacturing company. Happy to, if anybody wants follow-up and would like a reference, we can do that, but there's a lot of companies that don't necessarily just give permission to use their names all the time, but we can do that afterwards. This actually started with a OneDrive rollout, so similar to what I mentioned with Dell, is that they roll out OneDrive and then they're like, oh crap, these PST files are basically gumming up the works. This manufacturing company actually reached out to us. They had just finished their mailbox migration, which is pretty typical, and they went to roll out OneDrive, and they're like, hey, we've got to actually take care of this right away. One of the things that our software does is it can actually find PST files that are in OneDrive folders, relocate them immediately, and then actually migrate them on the side. So instead of having to finish a migration, we can actually relocate them out and then migrate them, which is some nice flexibility. But they were also doing SharePoint Online redesign. We'll say really SharePoint Online design and then a migration. So they also needed to clean up. This is where unstructured data in general comes in. There were a lot of shared PSTs. There were data attachments, things like that saved in PSTs that actually need to be migrated so that they could even finish their SharePoint move to the cloud. And then also they were doing a Teams deployment, again, where shared PSTs, there were groups that would store things in these files. They wanted to move to Teams, but a lot of the data was locked in those. So we were able to, as part of that migration, find that, migrate it, and then allow them to actually deploy, well, I should say design and then deploy Teams properly using that. So, and then a industry research firm is our last case study. They originally came to us with issues around backup and storage costs. They were probably one of the few, well, seems to be one of the few that actually backed up their endpoints, laptops, desktops, and whatnot. And they actually found that they had, they saw the continuously changing data from PSTs that were getting backed up all the time. There's almost no such thing as an incremental backup of a PST file. And they needed to, they needed to get rid of, they needed it off their storage and out of their backup systems, or at least out of being in a PST format. Once it's up in, Exchange Online, that can be backed up in a number of different ways that are way more efficient. But having them on their endpoints was a big pain. So they were also doing a OneDrive rollout. This is where that flows into that again. But one of the things that I was really important to this company, and they were very data driven, was the actual ROI of, well, what are the costs of actually backing it up? What's the cost of the storage that we're using versus what's it going to take to deal with these? And we have an ROI calculator that we put together on our website, and we also come from the background of a lot of organizations having ROI calculators with, we'll just say, favorable numbers that work for them. But we have one that's completely editable. You can put your own numbers in. But to this point, what I wanted to show is these are actually numbers that came from this organization. We didn't provide any of this. This was actually their internal costs, where they were able to go through and say, hey, for, we had 2,600 users. This was their average, PST file size, what their backup intervals were, what the retention was versus basically the cost of migrating, which is, our cost. And after going through all this, they could say, hey, well, it pays for itself in less than 6 months. And their, 3-year ROIs is pretty hefty for, a medium-sized organization. So of course, it scales as you go up, of course. So, so in this case, it's not just, hey, we need to get email into the cloud, but like, wow, this is expensive, and it's also an anchor that's keeping a lot of organizations from implementing other parts of M365, which initially we hadn't even thought of, but over the last couple of years of working with government organizations, healthcare, financial services, I mean, really anybody that has email that's been around longer than 10 years, where they didn't start in the cloud. It's amazing the other aspects of their Microsoft 365 deployment and adoption that it affects. And that's really what I wanted to convey in this time today. So, and that's what I have. I keep it short and sweet. I don't know if there are any questions. You can raise them here, but I also wanted to keep my contact info up. But if not, thank you for your time. I hope you enjoy the rest of the sessions, the rest of the day. And if you need anything, feel free to reach out.
All right. Thank you so much, Andy.
Thank you.
welcome back to M365 Chicago, and welcome back Kareen from Veeam, one of our favorite friends. Hi, Kareen.
Hi.
Kareen, you look like you came back from a trip.
Came back, left somewhere. I'm not even sure what time zone I think I'm in anymore.
Oh no! Wow. So Kareen's been around a while. I saw her at Ignite. Was the last time I actually saw her in person. So that was great. And there was EduCon. There was a whole bunch of things going on. We're so glad to have Veeam back over here. But you know, I'm going to stop short because I know everything about Veeam. Yes, and Kareen says yes, you do, right? But
I hope you do.
Our folks watching us right now are not in the know, and we would like to get them into that state. Let's talk about that a little bit. Kareen, can you tell us what Veeam does? Pretend that we don't know, and like I don't know. Pretend that we don't know, and let's maybe what do you guys do? What are you doing now? And what's new? Because hey, if folks that have been watching this and maybe understand a little bit about Veeam, it's the what's new that's going to get you. Tell us.
Right. So we're kind of in this bubble right now of some people that are now coming to cloud. They may have heard of Veeam before and they think VMware backup. They knew us for that way, way back. And now we're just in this new field, but we've actually been here for several years and we're doing the Microsoft 365 side. We're the modern data protection, but we have an entire platform from physical, virtual, cloud to containerized infrastructures. We protect the entire suite. If you're looking at the Microsoft 365 side, we have some really cool things coming in the next year that hopefully in Q1 we'll have some more details on. I'm currently writing some blog posts for, especially around the backup copy with some security features that I will allude to. We kind of dropped some hints at Veeam around the corner. Then in our most recent release in diversity of platform, we actually now support Salesforce. That's our driving yay Salesforce right now. Woo. Yeah, we now do Salesforce backup as of a couple weeks ago. And we've actually been using it. We developed it for us internally to be able to use. Now we're pushed it out to the open market so that they can just absorb the thing that we created for our internal guys to use. We have one of the largest Salesforce deployments out there on the market.
Oh dear! So it's the best of everything when you actually create something for yourself and then say, hey, and share it as well, not exactly share it, but let's just say you've given it back to the world, and at that point, of course, this stuff should not be free, and really it shouldn't. That makes sense. So that's new. All those pieces are new. You have like you have a couple of talks that are going to go with this. I know you have a regular session that's going in. In your, I believe you guys are going to talk about a little bit. Is this something you're going to share with us? Are we going to talk about Bruno perhaps, or is it more teasers during your talk? What do you think is going to happen at your talk?
I don't think we're allowed to talk about Bruno.
No, we can't talk about Bruno yet. However, we can tease Bruno some more.
So we're actually going to cover something that we've been talking about since the beginning, which is some of the key factors as to if you're not already doing data protection of Microsoft 365 data, some of the reasons why you might want to do that, and some of the key security risks that you may be vulnerable to if you're not. And I'm going to be joined by one of my colleagues, Emily Tejas. She's actually recently off the field. We stole her to the product strategy team, which I'm super excited about. And she's got some of the insights of customers she actually watched lose that kind of data and had to have those hard conversations. We should have been protecting that, especially in the Microsoft 365 side.
That sounds super useful. That's actually, I know I'm recording it and I know I'm there. That almost sounds like one that I'll probably have to be there in person for. To be sure, maybe we'll even stream that one. I'm just looking to see if we can do any of those going forward. All right, great. So let's see. Have we covered our dots over here? We know who Veeam is. And if you don't know by now, well, for heaven's sakes, Veeam.com, right? Click about, for heaven's sakes, figure it out. But most importantly, though, if you're not at least doing what they're showing you should be doing, you should be doing it. And if you're not using them to do it, then we're sorry, that's going to take you a lot of times to get there. In this case, as they say, why not accelerate your work? Hey, you want to get there quick? A little bit of scratch and get yourself into the horse quickly and not slog in the mud with everyone else. And so this is why that's why I love the Veeam product. Really, I call it an accelerator to bring you to where you should have been, probably a lot sooner than later. Ah,
Exactly. And just to call out, if you do
yes.
want to try out the product, we have 10 users completely for free with our community edition forever. So this is
Trial.
our product that it's not a trial, it's just all forever. Like if you have something at home you want to try to protect, if you run your own website, you're a
For
small
home.
like user, yeah. It's what we give back. All of our product lines have a community edition that we give out to the community for free.
All
And then
right,
there's
good.
always a 30-day trial if you want to try to scale up for a
To scale
business
up.
reason.
Got it. So the trial for the scalers, to the folks that should come over. But this is great. This is news to me now. Well, that's really. I think you've had this before, but now this is for the folks that are now hearing about Veeam. There is a community version. Watch our links. There will be links all over the place, and of course on their website you'll find them as well. Thank you, Kareen, and may your travels keep you in a time zone that you remember next time we ask. The next
Sounds
time.
great.
All right.
Thanks.
It's a pleasure.
Bye.
We'll look forward. Bye.
Okay. Now, I'm not a huge slide person. Only thing is because one, I'd rather show you, and two, everything changes so often anyways, I'd have to update the slides every other day, as I'm sure you guys are all aware. All right. So the first thing we're going to talk about are the multitudes of apps. As you can tell from my images I posted out here, this is just a few. There are a bunch more out here. But I've kind of separated them into different categories. So I just kind of wanted to go through those. Now, some duplicate, and you'll see why in a minute. But I kind of call these the collaboration apps. Teams, of course, you're doing different teams from different areas to show, be able to chat, interact, share files, all that kind of stuff. You have Planner. You're interacting in a project, Microsoft Forms. Of course, you're filling out forms, getting data, that type of stuff. And then we have Microsoft Lists, SharePoint, OneNote, Project, Sway, Bookings, Kaizala, Stream, Whiteboard, Delve, Yammer, Viva, and of course, last but not least, all of the Office apps, Words, Excel, PowerPoint, etc. So I kind of pull these together and I call them the collaboration apps. And we're going to go through these. Some of them that people aren't as familiar with, we'll dive a little bit further in, but I want everybody to have an understanding of kind of what they do, because there's decisions that need to be made on them. One of them is, do you need it in your organization, right? You got to know what it does and how it interacts to make those types of determinations. The other category of apps is what I call the development apps. This is your Power Automate, your Power Apps, Power BI. Microsoft Lists falls in here because you can develop inside those lists and do customizations. Same thing with SharePoint. You got Azure DevOps. So you have all these different areas of different types of development depending on the level of development that you want to do. Okay. And then we have how you kind of control your environment. Some people like to say, hey, these are just admin panels. No, they're actually applications that are protecting your environment, the content and stuff that you're putting in using the other collaboration apps. You've got security, the Microsoft Defender that, for threat management, security configuration overview, to even just understand if your environment is even configured to be secure. You've got auditing, analytics, all these things to make sure that the other applications are safe and secure, and the content beside, tied to them are correct or safe. And then you've got compliance. So this is that taking everything to that next level of security with GDPR, giving you your e-discovery so you can search and find things, allowing you to create like confidential labels, retention labels, setting policies to automatically run within your organization. Here's where you kind of govern that your entire tenant, DLP, records management, and there's some other things that are listed in there. We're going to go out to that admin panel as we go through these, but these are these other apps that really kind of bring the entire tenant together as a whole, but also making sure they're safe and secure and you're being compliant to policies and regulations that your companies have to hold to. Okay. And then we will, when we get to integrations, we're going to talk about that, because if you notice, I just created a little spider web, because when it comes to integrations, I could put every application out here and say that they all connect with each other, because they really do. So that's really going to be a discussion topic once we are there. So what we're going to do is actually go through some of these apps so I can actually show you what they do, and kind of what they look like, and then give you, allow you to ask questions like, when would you use that? What if you use this? What's better? Feel free to ask any questions if I do not answer them already. All right. So if you come to your application launch here, now these are my custom ones, so you can ignore those. But you have your admin center, so you can go there. It is considered an application, but it goes onto its own beast. So we're going to talk bookings first. So essentially, now I find it to be a great tool, don't get me wrong, but it's not as robust as other calendar type scenarios. That like the Calendarly and all of those, or Calendar Bridge. There's a lot of these other tools, but this one, it's, you can actually set it up, the dates and times for your company. So you can put your company information in. If you are selling something, you can put a currency. You can use a logo, your business hours, we'll do maybe later, your business hours when you're open, closed, and you can, if you have an app, you can have a URL there as well, right? And you can supply what services that you want to provide to people who want to book a meeting with you. Is it just an initial consult? I can have an initial consult that lasts, a 30-minute block or an hour block. I can do, like, if it's an assessment, so like I'll do assessment type things. I'll have an assessment when out here, and it'll say block of 2 hours. I can set a price. I can set all that stuff out here. And then when someone goes to book a meeting with me, they can select what they want. So as soon as I get the invite on my calendar showing me that someone's booked a meeting with me, I know what that is. It's, I've already got the things preset, and it comes back to me, and I have that. Okay. The thing I don't like is when you're setting this up is like who you can, like, you can't choose multiple people and all that kind of stuff. Now, they are growing bookings, but that is one of the, kind of one of the downsides of it. But you can actually add staff in here. So you can put their name, email, notifications. So notice here, they can be, so like if I get something in, they can be assigned the actual booking, okay? And then you can supply their information as well. Yeah, it does work great, Susan. And in certain scenarios, it's just perfect, right? Absolute perfect. For me, it's really hard for me, especially with what I do. And the reason is, it works great if you're just doing it for your company. The problem, and you only have one calendar. My problem is I have 3 calendars, and it doesn't manage that to show my availability, which is where like the Calendar Bridge, Calendarly, all those come in, because you can connect multiple calendars. So this is perfect for a single calendar scenario. Okay, so it's just absolutely perfect for it. I love the tool, but it doesn't work for me or my employees, because it can't cross calendars. They bring that in, I will ditch Calendar Bridge in a heartbeat, because I love all the other stuff in here that I don't have over there. Okay. I can also bring in my customers in here, so automatically have pre-filled information in here around my customers. There is a way as well as if you have, say, a contact list already with your customers, clients in them, you can use PowerShell to push all that information in here instead of redoing it. Yeah, absolutely. So you can actually populate this stuff in one big swoop. And then you kind of have how you want your booking page to look, right? Also notice they have the new bookings. I ran into the issue with the new bookings, and I really don't want this to crash, so I'm not going to show that today, but they've added some new stuff on it. Just kind of gave it a facelift. I am excited to play with it a little more. Yeah, it was, I don't know if it was having a problem this morning or just something with the current rollout. I'm not sure. All right, so booking page access require Microsoft 365 account from my organization to book, require one-time password, disable direct search engine, indexing the page. I can actually put a little message here. I can say, you know, my time increments, like I had mentioned, the scheduling policy only up to 30 minutes, minimum lead time. So this is one thing that is for me, for like Calendar Bridge, is that I share, like in my actual email signature, it says book a meeting, which you can do that same thing with bookings, right? Book a meeting. Well, I don't have the option to say, hey, you can't book a meeting with me in 15 minutes just because you found a 15-minute slot on my calendar, right? So you can set a min and maximum lead time, and I absolutely love that fact here. Email notifications. You can notify the business via email while booking is created or changed. Send a meeting invite to the customer in addition to a confirmation email. I would always suggest that. More communication, the better. That's my thought. Allow customers to choose specific person for the booking. Okay, so if I add additional staff here, then they could choose who they want to meet with there. Okay, and then general availability here, you can say not bookable, custom hours, you know, all that kind of stuff for general service type stuff. So you have a ton of options in here. You can do, you know, new template. They've got some cool new stuff here, but you can change just the look and feel of it. You can have a logo. And so one thing is always show, it will follow your time zone unless you select differently. It will take your default. So I'm just going to save and publish. Okay. So I made changes, so it made me change. So here's where I would just see all of my calendar invites out here. Okay. And then this is just kind of the home, and it would just kind of gives you some statistics and new information about the bookings, etc. One thing I do love about the apps when Microsoft puts them out, they try to put out you know, training material along with it, which is really great. So they try to help people learn what these tools are about. Okay. But also notice the old version of bookings is going to deprecate. So this version is going to deprecate at the end of the month. The new one, all right, we're just going to try it now that I'm close to the end of the thing. We'll see if it blows up. See if it blows up. Cross your fingers, y'all. Okay. It didn't blow up. Well, okay. So here's the one I've already created. So if I open this up, it just essentially looks the same, just a kind of a different kind of feel to it. Okay. The one piece that is new is the integrations. So everybody probably knew that this was coming because remember earlier I talked about integrations where I could say literally everything connects to everything. Well, if I can tie Power Automate into this, that means I can take the data, I can put it into a SharePoint list, etc. And then I can use Power BI. So you can just add on to all these different things. Okay. So bookings, great tool, absolutely great tool. But you have to be careful. If you're a single calendar company, works perfect. If you are a multiple calendar company, meaning your people have multiple calendars, then it does not work because it can only focus on your primary email account. Okay, any questions on that one? All right, calendar is just the normal Microsoft one. We're going to skip compliance for a little bit. We'll come back to it. Delve. So Delve is something that's really, I think, is misunderstood in a lot of organizations. Does it really, do you do stuff with it? Well, kind of, sort of. It's more an information gathering area about an individual or person, right? So if I go to me, this is my information, people that, you know, I can see things that my team is working on, things that I've currently been working on. I can see contact information, availability, you know, all my normal profile stuff. You can also see your organizational chart, those types of things. It allows you to really drill down. So like if I wanted to see, what Bree's got going on. I can go out here and see what she's working on. She goes, oh, I was working on that statement of work earlier, but maybe I couldn't find it. Couldn't find it in the normal spot. And she's out for 2 weeks. I can go out to her profile. If she just worked on it last couple of days, it's going to show here. So I can easily, it's another way for me to, because I'm collaborating with individuals, I can go out and see additional information. Okay. So it's very nice that you can just kind of go through and see the different type of stuff. I kind of feel like I'm a stalker sometimes out here when I click on, my employee stuff, but it's all right. It's a great way if I mistakenly put something somewhere as well. I have to be honest, earlier I couldn't remember where I actually uploaded this presentation to. I thought I uploaded it somewhere. I came out here and clicked on it and found out where I uploaded it. So, just simple little things like this. Now you can update your profile information, parts of it. A lot of things are automatically being synced in from your Active Directory, but other information you can go out here and actually edit, like things about you, your projects, all this kind of stuff, you can add that in there. It's also a great way to keep this stuff updated, because things that you can do with having this information in this app is a staff directory. So we build a staff directory that takes the information straight here and nice little cards, a little modern staff directory, and all the information is coming straight from here. The other cool thing is in that staff directory, you can actually search and you say, hey, I want someone that has the skill set of governance. I can type in governance, and whoever has governance in a project or a skill and expertise will pop up inside of there. So you can use the data that is in here for search and planning other projects, who's your best resources, that type of information. A lot of it's already here. You put additional information in here, this just becomes more and more robust and allows you to find people you're looking for within your organizations, or like project skill sets, etc. Okay. Delp to me is very, very powerful and underutilized in almost every organization, because you can reuse this information in many, many different ways. All right, we're going to skip Excel. Of course, everybody knows what Excel is. Microsoft Forms. Yes, it's just the native form type of scenario, where you can create forms and quizzes and all that kind of stuff. Things I always like to call out is a lot of people don't realize that you have AI built in when you're creating forms. Like I can create a new form, and just by the title that I put in, it's already got built-in knowledge that, hey, I may have done something like this already. Like if I do session feedback, notice it's telling me that's what this here, you've used this before. So it's using AI to go out there and see what I already have. And like, hey, the last time you did session feedback, here are the questions that you asked, right? So it's helping me go get a jump start on building this form, okay? And then you have, other areas where you can also, like if you want to collaborate, say if someone wants one of the forms that I built, I can literally send them a link, a templated link, and they then can click on that link in their environment, and they now have that form. All right. Kaizala is literally like a chat functionality. I don't know if anybody's ever used it. I have yet. It's here. So if it comes up, but Kaizala is literally like a chat functionality. You can have groups out here. You can get the Kaizala app for your phone. At MVP Summit, we'd use it to chat and make plans and all that kind of stuff. It's not something I use because one, I chat through Teams, and now when I'm at events, they don't use Kaizala. They're using something else, whatever the hot new app is at that time. But if it's, for mobile messaging and stuff, it's, it's secure, it's built in because it's taking your tenant settings. It's a good option. Okay. All right. And we have Microsoft Lists. Everybody's familiar with Microsoft Lists. Lists have been here forever. All Microsoft literally did is give them a facelift, give you some new cool functionality in them. They integrate with everything else as well. And they give you templates. Great things about Microsoft Lists is because of the new features and functionality. So Kaizala is their biggest. The biggest thing is the mobile capability of it. With the security around it, it's focused on chat. Okay, where Teams is focused on many things. That's the main difference. In organizations that use a ton of Excel in their life, there's only so much you can do with Excel, right? If you get them in lists, you can do a whole lot more. The great thing is Microsoft gives you the ability very easily now to go ahead and import an actual Excel doc. Just nice little feature. Import your Excel doc straight into a SharePoint list and let you get it all set up so that you can then, as I said, integrate into Power Apps, Power Automate, Power BI, all these other tools that you have in here. Okay. The other thing I like is they give you these templates. Keep in mind with the templates, doesn't mean you have to use all of the columns that they have in here, but if it provides at least 50% of what you need, use that template and delete out what you don't need. You're halfway there. No reason to reinvent the wheel. Okay. OneDrive, we all know OneDrive. You're storing your data out there, connects to SharePoint. OneNote, Outlook, well, you guys all know those. Microsoft Planner. Exactly, Susan. That's what I say all the time. I'm glad I'm not the only one that says that. Microsoft Planner, one of my favorites ever. Everybody's talking about project. You know, when you use the big project, it's very cumbersome. There's a lot of things inside of it. You don't need them all, dependencies, this, that. Not everybody knows how to use it properly, so it can become quite the mess. You have all these different things. Planner allows you to be very specific. You know, it's got great functionality, but not robust per se like a Microsoft project. You know, I can create different buckets up here and I can create tasks down here. I can assign them to individuals. They get notifications. It's got running track notes in it. When someone writes a note, it goes to their email. They can literally reply to the email and it'll come back in here and put it in the actual comment section so that you keep all that stuff together. So anything you have around a task. The other thing I love about planners, I can build templates. So I can create different project templates, like I can create a migration project, like a SharePoint migration project, an Exchange migration, or you know, an environment assessment template, meaning I add all my buckets, add all my tasks, and I just save it. Then when I have one of those projects come up, all I have to do is copy this, copy the entire plan, name it to that company and my migration that I'm doing, and everything's already set up, right? Everything's already set up. It's already done. It's done and ready to go. I can attach it to a SharePoint site, the whole 9 yards, simple and easy. Also, another thing that I've done is I've created different types of tasks that we do within our organization. Then if I have a plan that's slightly different, I can use my project template, get it as far as possible, then I can come out to my other templates I have, and then, you know, task templates, and I can copy those tasks over to them as well. So there's shortcuts around making these very powerful. The cool thing about all that is doing, you know, using Planner, which you don't have if you're using Microsoft Project, is that you can actually incorporate it into Microsoft To Do. Microsoft To Do is probably one of the most powerful and underrated apps out here as well, because not only will it show you your, I just ended up getting a new computer. My last one died, well, 5 minutes before I was to speak in Ottawa, so I get some of these prompts I don't get. Anyways, but it shows me my day. So if I had tasks out here, it would show me those, anything that I had marked important, planned. So here are any tasks that I have planned. Notice I have, and these are i.e. from Planner, flagged emails, all that kind of stuff, right? Here where it says assigned to me, these are things specifically assigned to me through any kind of a task in the system. If I had a list that was created and you're like, oh, you know, this is now assigned to Stacy, it's going to show up here. If it's in Planner and it's been assigned to me, it's going to show up here. If I have tasks inside of my Outlook, it's going to show up here. So I can do a one stop on all my tasks that are assigned to me throughout the organization. Any emails that I have flagged, I can see here. And of course, I can also add my nice little personal task so that, you know, like packing my clothes for SP Fest or SPS, you know, equipment or doggy daycare planning. You know, I can put my tasks out here and one-stop shop. I see everything I need to do every single day. Everybody's like, oh, but you know, I've got tasks here, there, and everywhere. You go here, you'll see them all. Anybody love Microsoft To Do as much as I do? All right, Power Apps. So we won't deep dive into these, but essentially Power Apps is if you build a Microsoft form, there are a lot of things you can do in Microsoft Form, but there's also a lot of things you can't do. You can't do calculations. You can't do a lot of, you know, different like screens. So especially like, you know, screen 1, screen 2, edit screen, all that kind of stuff. But you can use, what you can do from Microsoft Forms is take that form that you've already built. So say phase 1, as you're getting started, I always like people to use what you have to get started and build from there. Phased approaches are perfect. And then when you know, Power Apps, then you can bring that form inside of Power Apps, and then you have additional customization development tools at hand that you can do with that. Okay, and of course, Power Automate is the workflow engine for you to connect your lists, libraries, actions, approvals, anything that you need, anything that has a plug-in to it in this entire tenant, you can nail it with Power Automate. Anything inside the admin center with reporting, all that stuff, you can tie in and pull information. From using Power Automate into SharePoint. Just like Planner, you can tie a Power Automate flow to that to bring all your tasks in one area, and then to essentially build a PMO dashboard for Power BI. When to use Microsoft? Oh, you put a link. Thank you, Susan. Power BI is, of course, taking the information that you've put into the system from, you know, importing an Excel doc into SharePoint and adding, you know, additional information, like I just mentioned with the planner, pulling all the tasks from all the plans into a list, and then tying Power BI to do like a project management dashboard on where you're at on your projects, what's done, what's not done, are they behind? Project security. We'll hit security here in a minute. Everybody knows SharePoint. I'm not going to deep dive into SharePoint, but everybody knows you got lists, libraries, all that kind of fun stuff. Microsoft Stream. And the reason why I don't want to deep dive into all these, I want to make sure we get the ones that a lot of people don't always use and why the benefits, because I really want to talk about the integrations and best practices around these as well. Microsoft Stream is literally their video hub. So this is where I also find that sometimes it's underutilized. Companies are like, well, I use YouTube. And I said, but then so your users are going outside your organization to stream a video. And they're like, yeah. And I go, well, if you bring that into Stream, you don't have as much buffering. You have a nice little web part that you can put on your page to show an entire Stream channel. Like, you know, if I go in here, like I have different types of recordings for trainings and whatnot that I have done. Oh, did I click on the wrong one? Here, oh, this is what I want. I've created channels for, like, you know, my SharePoint training, OneDrive training, and I can actually put a web part on any page. Like, so if I go to my content and my channels, these are all different types of, you know, like got how-to videos here. I've got like 8 of them. You know, the fact that I can go here and I can copy this URL and then go to this page. Why I always create a site before I go into, because I always know I'm going to do something. If I go, just do it here, go. Stream. And yeah, they're switching all this over into SharePoint, which is really cool, except for some of this stuff doesn't always work right now. All right, so now I can add it into here, this nice little web part, and now you see all these videos in a nice little site, right? Where YouTube, you're going external to the company. You do have a web part that you can use. Is it as clean? Is it built in? No, right? So you're adding a layer of complexity for your users when you're doing using it externally, right? So it's a great tool as well to bring in if you do a lot of videos, recordings and whatnot for training. Sway, anybody use Sway? I have to admit, I'm not someone who uses a lot of Sway, but essentially it's like another PowerPoint. I guess is the best way to do it. You can start a document, like I don't know which one I could use even there, but like I can do an external newsletter. It already essentially has the templates made for you, right? So it's already kind of got, now you can, it's like, this is your template. Now you can start editing and then fill in all this information, right? So it's like a PowerPoint, but templatized into much more than just presentation stuff. Which is very, if you're in a company does a lot of newsletters, internal, external, how-to, documentation, sales type stuff. It's really great to get you started on things like that, right? Again, I see this as one of those don't start from scratch or reinvent the wheel. Microsoft has given you some built-in tools that you can use to help you quickly get some things accomplished. Where'd you just make you go away? Here you go. Microsoft Teams. Everybody knows Teams. We got Visio out here. Viva Insights. Loving Viva Insights. I'm doing a lot in the Viva space these days, but being able to, again, another method for collaborating with everybody in your company, either through like insights into your company, or just, you know, content that was in your company, show and displaying that information in a site using Viva is just, it's a great tool. If you've not seen any of the Viva stuff, definitely take time to do that. Whiteboard. So if you are an artist, so I never use Whiteboard because I am a very creative person, but I'm not a very good drawer. Okay, so I am if I got a pencil, but on a screen, no. Like I would be stick figure girl, right? So, but you can actually, while you're in, and I have someone I work with, a networking guy. He uses Whiteboard all the times in all the meetings when we're planning stuff out. He'll bring up Whiteboard, and then as we're talking about things connecting, he's like throwing a shape out here, there you go. There we go. And I can type in it, and he's like drawing. Now it's very rough sketch, right? But what it allows you to do is very quickly and visually inside of a meeting, like visually show them what they were talking about so they can give you a thumbs up so that you can then take it out of Whiteboard and make it more professional to get sign off and that type of stuff. I do love it. I'm just not very good at it, and I get frustrated because I'm way too OCD, and it would have to be way too perfect for me in that session. So it's not the thing for me, but like I said, there are tools out here for everyone, right? And then you have, of course, Microsoft Word, and then you have Yammer. So Yammer, where it's more you know, Teams, it's more around groups and you know, individual discussions, which you do have for Yammer. Yammer is kind of like, it's like a big community is what Yammer essentially is. So like I even have Yammer up here because I'm going to be doing an event that's using Yammer to communicate and whatnot. But it's more community driven. You can have multiple Yammer networks. I am not a huge Yammer fan. And by the way, I'm very honest. I'm not a huge Yammer fan, only because I'm a huge security and compliance person. And unless you spend a lot of money on additional security measures for the potential of Yammer data, you know, to get out to other in other communities, you know, having things it's very scary for me. So I know Microsoft has come a long way to help tighten that up for, smaller organizations that want to use Yammer, built in some of that security. But when it first came out, if you didn't have other appliances, checking that information that was going in and out, things could leak, and it worried me quite a bit. So, all right, quick overview of those. Horizontal across your, yeah, yes, thank you, yes. All right, so that's just a quick overview of the apps. Now, integrations really is something we're going to talk about, because I can't show you, because literally it is like a big spider web. And I brought up some of it as, I was going through it. Like, we know, because the Power Platform, they put the big three in there: Power Apps, Power Automate, and Power BI. Everybody knows. Yes, thank you all. I'm with you. I'm with you, and I'm just not into it. So, especially with the security stuff around it. We know those integrate together because they're all called Power, and they group them all together. But essentially, every application that I showed, you, has some connection into the other apps, right? So we know that Microsoft Teams, you can have Planner, Forms, List. Teams is SharePoint, right? We can have OneNote. We can show projects. We can show all these things in Teams. So those all connect. Not Kaizala, right? But, we can show Stream inside of a SharePoint. We can show streams inside of Teams. Planner, we can connect to, like I said, a SharePoint list, and then use Power Automate. You can connect literally almost everything out here can connect to one another in some way, if that's the information that you need to pull. Right? So they all literally, it's one big spider web, and they can all connect. It just depends on what goal you're trying to accomplish, right? Which is why I said, why I have, these out here repeating, because you can develop in those, but they can be standalone development apps. Like, you don't have to use any of the power, the power of 3 here to build a custom Microsoft list or build a custom SharePoint. They can be contained into their own little development area. So I have some companies that they're not ready for Power Automate, so they don't use it. It's turned off. But they do have customizations using these apps here. All right. So there's a lot that goes in it. Essentially, the way I look at how Microsoft has built these apps is really teamwork. They're teamworking together to give you guys the best experience, and the best path to make your day-to-day job easy. Okay. However, that kind of takes you to the area where it's like, well, do you use them all, right? So we're going to approach that question here in a second, but I wanted to quickly talk about that because of all these apps that we went through here, right? So the integrations are more, bigger around all these applications, the collaboration apps and the development ones, than the security and compliance. When we're talking security and compliance, we just saw all these apps, and you saw all the crazy things that we can do with them, right? But, we have this app called Microsoft Defender, which is essentially security. We probably should want to make sure that we are secure. So you have inside of your Defender app the secure score. You can go out here and see how secure your environment is. What has been configured? What has not been configured? They give you recommended actions, right? So they're guiding you to make sure the things that you are using inside your tenant are as secure as possible. Microsoft updates this, new bits come out every Tuesday, not just for the apps and all that kind of stuff, but also for the security and compliance areas and all the admin centers. They're all getting updates as well, right? So it's something that has to be checked. I have a rule of thumb from my clients when we do, everybody used to have to do maintenance on on-prem environments. Just because it's cloud doesn't mean you still don't have quarterly maintenance for the cloud. you need it because there's a ton of things that you have to do. If you're not using provisioning for your sites, you want to do quarterly maintenance to make sure that that stuff is staying cleaned up because you don't want the resource pool on your environment. You want to come out here, make sure your security stuff is staying as tight as possible. You want to check, you know, any threats that you've gotten into the system. Sorry, demo one, so I don't have it set up in here. But you can go out here and you can do attack simulation training, making sure that your environment is as secure as possible. So when you're using those apps, you feel safe and that, you know, your admin side's got everything locked down and taken care of, that you feel confident doing anything in those apps. Okay. The compliance side is really regulating the content that you're putting into that environment, right? So this is where, you know, you have your DLP, GDPR, e-discovery for legal cases, data life cycle management, information protection. This is the protection of the data itself. So the security area is securing the tenant. The compliance side is securing your content, all right? And inside of the compliance center, you have the compliance manager, which looks very much like I just showed you the secure score, but it's not the same. Looks the same, but it's not the same, right? Notice here, you already got, there's a 50% score. Well, Microsoft's already taken care of a lot of these, right? And Microsoft, and how that works is when your tenant spins up, it sees everything that you have, and then it calculates, oh, that's done, that's done, that's done. They're using this, it's already configured, boom, and it applies the score. Then there is a number of them that are going to be left over. Notice this says 845. Okay, don't freak out. Most of yours are probably going to have a number like that. But in these improvement actions, what the compliance manager is doing is giving you essentially a checklist. Say if you're using data protection, I'm sorry, if you're using like Active Directory, right? So if you're using Active Directory, here's a list of things that you should make sure that you configure, have read, or have documented. These aren't all configuration pieces. They're like, hey, do you have a disaster recovery plan? Well, yes, I do. So you mark in there, yes, you can attach the disaster recovery plan or put a link to it inside of these, right? And mark it done. So it's literally a checklist so that then as you're configuring these different pieces like Microsoft Defender for Endpoint, you saw all the little bits and pieces in that admin center of things that you can configure, right? Well, here it's going to give you a checklist of all the things that you need to make sure that you have reviewed because you're using Microsoft Defender for Endpoint, okay? So, which means you may not ever get through all these because you may not use all of the functionality that's in here. So think about, you know, MFA. Not all companies use Microsoft Authenticator. Some of them use Duo. So guess what? You're going to mark those, hey, I use a third party, and you'll be done. You're never going to do those things. So it's really based off of things that you're using in your environment. You're going to want to make sure you go through here and you have taken things that they've stated into consideration, configured what they needed, documented what they have. It's just giving you things to think about. All right. So some best practices. So we just saw a ton of apps, right? And they all do different things, and some of them do similar things or the same thing as something else, right? So make sure these are my best practices for these apps. The rule of thumbs I use with every single client. And the cool thing is Susan provided a link, so it was perfect timing. Like Susan, I would have thought you read my slide. So for best practices, have a deployment plan. I am not a believer of turn it all on and see what people adopt. Not for me. The reason is for things that can be done in multiple apps, right? What you're going to find is if you just turn it all on, half of your people are going to use it one way and the other half are going to use it another. Then say one of those deprecate or you know, you start having issues or whatever, you've got half your users using it one way, and you got the other half using it another. So one of the things is determine what apps your organization is going to use. What are your needs, right? Now, when you determine what your needs are, essentially what I have done with clients is I sit down and they say, these are the tools we use now, okay? And then I ask them, what do you use in that functionality? And so then I'm literally mapping it to the M365 application or between them, okay? So finding out what they need so they can determine what they need to use, okay? When to use the app. Well, if you've done number 2 on here, then number 3 is you're going to know when to use it because you've already done that work there. But you also need to know what to use, what you're going to use for what app, okay? User adoption. Make sure you're training your users on the applications, one, so that they know the full functionality of them, or you're still going to have that disparity and they're not going to use them to their full functionality, right? And so the more training you have involving them, the user adoption, doing fun things for user adoption. The other thing is in your deployment plan, if you phase in your applications, you can actually create a conditional access policy and block any of those applications so that they don't show inside of the app launcher. And then as you're ready to deploy it to the organization, then you just remove that app from that conditional access policy and then it will show for them. That way you don't have to unselect it from the license or anything like that. You can use the conditional access policy and can control your deployment plan for the different applications, and the ones that you've determined that you're not going to use, block them so that users are not utilizing them. Okay, does that make sense? All right. I know I covered a lot in an hour. I probably could do this in like a half-a-day workshop. But thank you for listening to me talk about all these wonderful apps. Just need to think of what is important for your company, your organization, what is supportable for you guys. I do not believe any company is going to ever use all the applications. You just got to find what fits you guys. Okay. Any questions? Oh, look at you, Susan. You got like all my stuff out there. Look at you. You go, girl. Questions?
We have a quiet group, but this is great, Stacy. Thanks so much.
I'm glad you this is the first time I've actually done this one. I've had it like in my head forever, and then I finally released it, and like instantly the next 3 events like pulled it. So
oh no.
So I'm giving this presentation at Live 360 next Tuesday. So
okay.
Yeah, so I'm glad I finally got it out of my head and on paper, so that was good.
That's good. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you guys, and I hope you guys have a great day. And again, anybody who has served, thank you for your service. We all really appreciate it.
Thanks a lot, Stacy.
All right, thank you.
Karine, long time no see. Welcome back to M365 Chicago.
I'm so excited to be here. This is actually one of my admittedly favorite events of the year.
Well, yes, you and a few other special guests that every so often show up, and we are so glad to have you over here. We're just wondering, is your back as a partner, which is great. So some folks might be able to get some pizza. Just a thought, maybe. But here's the thing: now that you're back, is there anything that you're looking forward to? Maybe a session that you might have seen that you're thinking about attending?
Well, I know that there's been some big talk, especially since Ignite on Viva. So I will admit, the last time I looked at Viva, there was 4 different sectors of Viva, and there's 14 now.
Oh yeah.
So if you don't know anything about Viva, definitely check out some of those sessions coming through because there's been a lot happening with that. Power Platform's been exploding. If I find any time in my day, that's where I'm going to be looking.
La Viva Viva, yay! Hey, so sorry, Ricky Martin, but I'm taking over your Viva stuff right there. But yes, hey, tell us about your presentation. You actually have a true presentation that you're giving us. Tell us a quick thing about it, and we'll see what you say.
So my presentation is a rolling presentation that is one of those security topics that's probably never going to die, but I refresh it every couple of months, and it's a security feature crash course. And I actually highlighted it back in EduCon not too long ago, so it's completely up to date and a couple new features from Ignite.
Wow, fresh from behind the paywall to us. We are so grateful for your contributions as usual. And hey, we're going to say bye because we're going to go see you at the show. Everyone who's watching, check out the channel for later or be there live or be square. Say bye to the folks.
Bye.
Hey.
You can interrupt me. Sure, that's better, because if I have it up on the screen, I can't always, I have the presenter, the slide presenter mode. It's hard to see that and chat messages at the same time. So that would be very helpful. Awesome. All right, I guess it's continually being recorded, right? So nothing I need to do to start that. Perfect. All right.
It's still recording. We're good.
All right. Well, thank you guys for joining me today for Viva Goals at the Microsoft 365 Chicago virtual event. I've been presenting at this event for the better part of a decade, when it was SharePoint Saturday, and I've presented at when it was downtown, when it was in the burbs, and now virtual. So as someone who's somewhat ancillary to the area, I live in St. Louis, sort of down the road, so to speak. I'm happy to be a part of this event. As is always the case with these events, having put on SharePoint Saturday and M365 Saturday St. Louis, I understand how hard it is to do these events without the vendors who support it. So please, please, please do thank these vendors for their money, which helps put on the event. It wouldn't happen without them. So make sure you take some time to talk with them in the chat. I also just wanted to say that I just got online, and that's because just about 20 minutes ago, I got back from watching my son. He's there on the right side holding the sign there in his Tiger Scout uniform, but we just marched in the Veterans Day Parade in our local city here. We just want to say thank you to all the veterans. We are in our town is where Scott Air Force Base is located. So even though I am not part of the military and my husband isn't, we don't have immediate family members that are many of our neighbors serve. And we really do appreciate the sacrifice that they make for our country, because it's not easy. Aside from being put in the field, having to just get up and move your family every 3 years is itself a challenge. So we appreciate everybody who lives that lifestyle for us. All right, that being said, you know what, okay, I applied the slide, and I want to make sure all my other slides don't have the Microsoft 365 stuff at the bottom. Okay, so my name is Becky Bertram. As I mentioned, I live in St. Louis. I am on the Illinois side of the river, so I still get to pay Illinois taxes. I'm the owner of Savvy Technical Solutions. I've been awarded the Microsoft MVP Award for SharePoint and Office Apps and Services, and now Microsoft 365 Apps and Services for 14 years. And then MCT, I write Microsoft exams, Microsoft practice exams, and my little running total so far is that I've passed, I believe, 30 exams since 2000 when I started taking them. I am married to a Chicagoan originally, although we live down here in St. Louis. And so that is why you are now seeing the Bears. And that's why I'm representing with the Bears today for all of you. You know, in this picture, I have the Cubs, but, you know, I know that it's a city divided. So, you know, he grew up on the south side, we're sort of north siders. All right, so today what we're going to be talking about is Viva Goals, which is the newest member of the Viva platform. And even though I'm not usually a fan of, you know, the little marketing videos, this one is only like 1.5 minutes long, so it's really short enough that I thought I'd go ahead and play it, because it does give a very brief overview to what Viva Goals is.
Not hearing any audio on that.
You're not getting any volume on it? I wondered about that. Okay, how do I, there's a setting, device settings. Okay, I wondered about that. Isn't there a setting here about
Yeah, when you go to share your screen, you can turn on your sound there, or if you already have your shared screen.
So
it's
if I'm
like a little
sharing,
camera.
Include computer sound. Okay, now we're gonna try it. Okay, I'm gonna start over and you tell me if you hear it. Thank you.
Clear direction and purpose are essential to a great employee experience. And when teams rally around a shared goal, the impact they can have is limitless. Goals create clarity, enable focus, and help teams see the impact of their work. So it should be easy for them to understand, manage, and collaborate on goals wherever they're working. This is Viva Goals, a solution from Microsoft that connects teams to your company's strategic priorities and engages employees with purpose. It empowers everyone to focus on your organization's most important goals and provide regular visibility into progress so teams can stay aligned at scale. The result? Energized, high-performing teams driving business results together. And since Viva Goals is part of Viva, it's integrated into the employee experience, empowering people and teams to be their best from anywhere. Unite people around your shared mission and purpose and inspire them to make even more impact with Viva Goals. To learn more, visit aka.ms/Viva Goals today.
All right, there you go. So the vision behind Viva Goals is to be able to encourage people to, as an organization, for everybody be aligned to the same goals that are being set for the entire organization, and it's a tool to do that. So we're going to start off by saying Viva Goals is considered an OKR tool. And out of curiosity, does anyone, you can raise your hand in the chat. Does anybody know what an OKR is? Do we have any yeses? Maybe not. So OKRs are back in the day that we used to refer to them often as Cape. We got one? Okay. Very good. I only say that because even when I'll see if I can pull up the teams here as well so I can keep an eye on that too, some of that. The reason I say that is because this concept of what OKRs are tracking, this concept has been around for many years. It's just sort of the nomenclature is different. So an OKR stands for objective and key result. And no lie, every time when I was learning this product, really just to do this presentation and to learn the product, I kept having to go online and look up what OKR stood for because I kept kind of forgetting because when you use acronyms, sometimes it's not always obvious what they stand for. So what we're talking about are objectives and key results. So essentially an objective is at a more basic level, what are you trying to accomplish? The key result is how you're measuring that progress towards your goal. So KPIs actually are still a thing. KPI is the visual representation of the key result that is tracking your progress toward your objective. So ironically enough, we still see the term KPI popping up in Viva Goals. The reason I bring this up is I've built SharePoint solutions for 20 years, and I very often in the past would have people say, can you please have a graph on our homepage that shows us, red, yellow, or green, are we tracking towards our results? And even SharePoint had a KPI list. And then we got into like data warehousing and data analysis and that sort of thing, and talking about how do we measure performance versus results. So this concept of measuring this is not really a new thing, but this again is a new tool to be able to track really at sort of a philosophical level as well as a nuts and bolts level, how everyone at a company is tracking towards these overall goals that are being set by the company. So when we talk about the three parts of an OKR system, this all seems rather obvious, but the first part is creating the OKRs, then you want to track the progress, and then you want to report the OKR. Even though this seems obvious, the reason I'm calling this out is number one, having a technical system of tracking OKRs will not help you create good objectives. So like so many tools within the Microsoft platform, having a digital solution to what is really a business problem, the technology is not what's going to save your company. Having the right objective is what's going to do it. However, this is a good way of sort of organizing objectives and thinking about them. So for instance, I'm a small business, so I don't always think about OKRs because I don't have a large organization to track. But when I started using the system, I thought, you know what, I actually do goal setting on a quarterly and annual basis. And honestly, I've done it on my whiteboard, in a notebook. I've had different ways of sort of tracking it. I've had it in my Microsoft To Do. I had sort of low budget ways of doing it, and using this tool actually did help me frame goals and for annual, quarterly, who are they being assigned to, that kind of thing. So the tool itself did help me think about my organization in terms of OKRs. But again, you want to take some time to think about what are our strategic objectives as a company. Okay, so the reporting part is the part that I often see at organizations when I'm setting up intranets for them. This is where we oftentimes want to create reports for executives so the executives can see how progress is being tracked. And oftentimes it is people at the top that want to see it. That usually involves really pretty graphs and colors. And nowadays you can use a Power BI dashboard. Back in the day, you know, I have a bank that I created an Excel online workbook with donut graphs, and they're tied to data sources. But here's the rub. A lot of times those are fairly static. So for the 20 years that I've built this kind of thing for clients, very often it was a manual system on the back end that was being updated. And somebody had to go in and say, these are our numbers for this quarter. In other words, executives felt warm and fuzzy about the pictures on their homepage, but as a data person on the back end, I wasn't always convinced of the quality of that data. Was it really the data being collected representative? Maybe it wasn't very relevant, new, up to date, or, you know, again, the quality of it maybe wasn't the best. And that's where I think the strength of this system comes into this middle part of the process, which is tracking progress. I really think this is the best part of this solution compared to other solutions, because many people, like you say, can create an Excel spreadsheet, update it once a month, once a quarter, once a year, make it tied to a graph. Okay. The key here is the tracking is what allows you to be able to make sure that the data that you're tracking is actually being updated on a regular basis, and for your employees, it's actually keeping it front of mind. So even though, as you'll see, the tracking is a really simple, basic process, it's really not rocket science. The fact that there is a way of regularly pinging everybody that's part of your goal tracking system and asking them for input on a regular basis means you're sort of crowdsourcing this and helping them remember that this is really what they need to be tracking as well. So rather than having you know, somebody in the department emailing people, how are you doing? How are you tracking? It really becomes a self-service kind of thing, which is going to give you faster and more real-world results. Now, the one thing about Viva Goals I'll say is that Microsoft recently acquired this product from another company that was called Ally.io. So as such, and this has happened before when Microsoft acquired Yammer, and there have been other tools through the years that Microsoft has acquired. Basically, there's a lot of cognates, I would say. There's a lot of duplication of concepts. So when you're working with Viva Goals now, you're going to see concepts called teams or projects or tasks. Well, as we know, these all exist in Microsoft 365. Clearly, in Microsoft 365, a team has an actual meaning. Projects are what are tied to Project Online, and tasks usually are managed in Outlook or To Do or Planner. So all these tasks really have real concepts that are tied to other workloads in Microsoft 365. Right now, they're really just Viva only concepts because Microsoft just sort of forklifted the product and put it in this environment. So that being said, even for my own clients, I've showed this to a number of my clients and they're excited about the product, but I said, you know what, if I were you, I wouldn't put tons of work into building out really exotic teams and going really into depth of defining projects and all this stuff, because you're really going to be duplicating effort. And I haven't talked with anyone on the product team, but I would just naturally assume that Microsoft is going to integrate it so that eventually a team is an actual team and a project is tied to a real project and tasks are actually tied to tasks. So just a heads up, you're going to see these concepts here. And right now they don't have any relevance in terms of current concepts. They really are just within Viva goals. All right, so let's talk about creating OKRs and projects. So the first thing to notice is that there's basically this concept of a hierarchy. An objective can have, an objective philosophically is key results. How am I measuring progress towards the objective? But it's important to understand that objectives themselves can actually have child objectives. And so the way, if you see the screenshot at the right, actually the way Viva Goals is set up is you actually can have various teams. And so very often a very common concept here is that, you know, each department within your organization has its own set of goals. And in theory, those goals would all aggregate up to work towards the common goal of the entire organization. So, and you actually can have sub-teams within your team. So you'll see the way I've set up my demo tenant is we have the consulting team, and within consulting you've got, or the delivery team, you've got project management and consultants. So again, the idea of objectives rolling up just means the progress of one objective is going to sort of trickle up towards those parent objectives. Now, once you have a child objective, you're going to have a key result, which is how am I measuring the progress towards meeting this objective? Furthermore, there's something called a project. And really a project is nothing more than sort of a checklist kind of key result. And we'll see this. A project is really saying, I have 3 things I do to say this key result is finished. And as you check those off, that works towards that key result. So a project is a really basic concept, way less than what we think of with Microsoft Project. So the first sort of bucket to notice is this concept of an organization. An organization is the top level within Viva Goals, and each tenant can have more than one organization. The important thing to note is that organizations cannot be merged, or they cannot roll up into each other. You can't aggregate organizations. So in a lot of cases, people may say, what's the point of this? Well, for instance, I work with a university. It's a very large university. And really, they, under the umbrella of the university, is like a medical school. And then also, you know, like the School of the Arts. I mean, you've got everything in between. So if I'm working with the School of Visual Arts, their goals are really going to have pretty much nothing in common with the hospital system, right? So there's some times where really those goals just are, they're completely different operating units. And that's the same maybe if you have a conglomerate, right? You have one tenant and you have sub businesses in there, and what they're tracking towards are just completely different than one another. There really are times where you want to create different organizations. Now, a person can belong to more than one organization. So you can, we'll see it, that there's like a switcher. So if I belong to more than one org, I can switch between them. So if I guess I'm the president of the company, I can, you know, or the chancellor of the university, I can switch between them. So you can belong to more than one organization. You're just not going to see the progress all in one unified view. So in the case of my example, as you see the screenshot here, I created one for my company, but then I also just created a demo one for this presentation. All right, let's talk about teams. So as we mentioned, these are not tied to Microsoft 365 groups. The other thing is, as I mentioned, it is possible to actually have sub-teams, which is kind of cool. So you may be in a very large department, and that department may themselves have sub-departments in there. So you actually can set up even sub-teams which have their own objectives assigned to them. So for each team, you can assign the people who are part of that team, and you actually can specify who's allowed to create OKRs or projects. So for instance, you can specify that only, you know, the managers of the team are the ones creating the objectives. So you know, you can't have team members going in there say, I think we should have ice cream every Friday. You can set it up so that there are only certain people creating those. It's also important that you can set in the check-in rhythm. So we'll talk about check-in in a minute, but really check-in is tied to how often people are being asked to update it. So for example, when I first turned this on, it was asking me to check in every week. Frankly, I found that obnoxious. That was way too often because a lot of my goals were like quarterly based, like you'll see in the example, write 3 blog articles once a month. I thought I do not need to be harassed every month about this. So you may, for your teams, you may say once a month, once a quarter, or you know what, if they are tracking, you know, weekly progress, you can say every week. You can say daily if you want. So you really can specify that. But the important thing is you can specify that check-in rhythm for teams. So it may be that operations needs it quarterly and your delivery needs it monthly, something like that. The next thing to note is that you can specify the time periods. So automatically, it's going to create them based on your annual and quarterly time periods, Q1, 2, 3, and 4, and annually. I really do suggest you keep that because if you do that, it's always going to, you know, when January 1st hits, it's automatically going to say we are now in a new quarter. We are now currently in the first quarter of 2023, that kind of thing. So you it'll automatically create a next quarter out in the future so you can start setting goals. So I do think it's a good idea to keep with that. However, it is possible to create custom time periods. So again, say you're a school and you've got your time periods are set up according to the semester. You know, maybe something like that. You may have time periods that don't necessarily align to the Q1 through 4 of the calendar year. You can do that. The only thing to note is that if you do that, you have to manually go and say, we are now in semester 2. It's unfortunately not going to automatically set that as the current time period. All right, so when we look at OKRs, you essentially are going to be creating your OKRs for your objectives for a particular time period, which will be either quarterly or annually. You can't really have them as both. But what I want you to notice here is you can have quarterly objectives aggregate into an annual goal. So if you see here, I said, let's maintain our social media presence in Q4. But say I have an objective for Q1, 2, 3, and 4, depending on how well I meet that objective for each of my 4 quarters will depend on that overall progress for the entire year. So this is one of the things that did get a little bit confusing to me when I was setting it up, is that your views sometimes will say, oh, I'm just looking at Q4 right now. And you're like, I thought I had an objective. Where'd it go? I can't see it. So sometimes you have to really remember what you created them for, a little bit of clicking to make sure that you're seeing all your applicable quarter and annual in the same view. It doesn't always happen automatically. So that was one of the only things I found a little bit confusing, is you may be looking and not seeing anything. And in fact, there is something you're just looking at the wrong time period. Okay, so an objective is tied to an org or a team, and it's aligned to a time period. So the org is just, it means it's not assigned to a team, it's just org-wide. But assigned to a team means that, again, the people that are a member of that team will have that assigned to them or available to them. Now, an objective or key result itself has to be assigned to one or more owners. So these are the people that are going to be asked to check in about the progress on a regular basis. Now, one thing to note is that objectives are always aligned upwards, not downwards. And so what I mean is you can't say, I have an objective and this is a parent of that objective. You're always going to say this objective maps upward to my parent objectives. And that's an important thing because that's how you're basically noting that I'm creating an objective that's in line to my overall objective. So it's making sure that when you create objectives, you're making sure that they are aligned with those higher up, more macro goals, right? So this is part of that OKR process. So when you talk about alignment, you're really making sure that your objectives are part of a larger objective. And I really recommend this. When you create an objective, you don't have to align it to anything. You can have it sitting all by itself. You don't have to align it to something. But in general, if your objectives are aligned, then that does mean that you're ensuring that whatever you're working on, your team's working on, is actually part of a larger goal of your organization. Now, an objective can have a child objective, a key result, or a project, as I mentioned. Now, one thing to note is you can have an objective aligned with more than one team. So you can actually, there may be cases where more than one team is responsible for the execution of something, of that objective. So for instance, if I have an objective that I'm supposed to increase my client count by 20% this year, that may be a combination goal between consulting and sales, because maybe we have a metric where we want to make sure that the consultants are contributing towards the expansion of the customer account. I don't know, I'm trying to think of an example where there would be more than one. So even though the objective itself is going to map to a parent objective, you can actually assign that objective to more than one team so that more than one team is working on that objective or contributing towards that key result. So as I mentioned, a key result is a metric for measuring how you are achieving your objective. Now, the interesting thing is when you're measuring this, there are different ways of measuring information. It's not just a static number. And this makes sense when once you sort of think about it. I was just assuming it was going to be a, number kind of column, like it's from 5 to 7 or from 1 million to 2 million. But really, you can also measure, am I increasing from? Am I decreasing from? Do I need to stay above? Do I need to stay below? So for example, stay above is we need to make sure that our client satisfaction ratings stay above 4 out of 5, right? You can also say this increase from in the screenshot. I want to increase my annual sales from 1 million to 1.2 million. So you could put in those increase from numbers or decrease from. I want to decrease my incident count from 5 a quarter to 4 a quarter, whatever. So being able to measure it beyond just a static number, but kind of what you're measuring against is very helpful. So if we think about increase from, decrease from, stay above or stay below, we're basically setting a threshold and then setting a metric based on that threshold essentially. And as you can see in the screenshot here, you can specify whether that's a percentage, a dollar amount, a number, etc. All right, as I mentioned with the project, it's basically tasks. You can have a task list, and as you check them off, you can say, if there's 4 tasks, and you check one off, you can say this is 25% done, etc. So it's a way of just making sure that you're meeting objectives. So for instance, we'll see in the example, if my project is to create project management delivery documents, I can specify what those documents are, and as I create each one, I mark it off and say, hey, I'm working towards my key result of creating project management documentation. All right. When we talk about how we measure completion, it can be either manual or dynamic. So when we think about manual, just means I'm checking in, and I'm actually going to say when I check in, the number is this. I have done that. It is now 5 versus 4. You're actually putting your metric in there and saying this is what has happened. That being said, though, when we talk about dynamic, when you're talking about objectives, by default, how an objective is doing is going to be measured by how any child objectives and child key results are doing. So the idea there is that if I have one objective has 2 key results, then if each of them, it's the average of each of those will become what that parent objective is. However, for each level, you can always manually override. So whether it's a project, key result, or objective, you can go in there, say, I don't want to take the aggregate of them being, rolled up or averaged out. I really want to be able to just manually say, this is how far this is. So you can always do that. Now, what's kind of cool is with a key result, you can actually tie that metric to an external data source, such as Excel or SQL Server. So if this is the case, you can actually say, you know what, I create I have an Excel spreadsheet that's actually tied to my accounting system. And so once a month, that spreadsheet updates with the latest number. You can actually say, how am I doing? And just look at a field, it's, my total income is, my revenue is always stored in column A12 in the spreadsheet. So just look at A12 and then that's the number that will be pulled into the metric. So that's really cool. If you have your metrics already stored in other data sources, you can still track your objectives based on that data. Now, one thing that's cool as well is I have the scales there to show how you're balancing it out. Those are not the scales of justice, just scales. But the idea here is that, as I mentioned, by default, if you have child objectives and you had 3 objectives, they would each get 30% weighting. However, it's really nice to be able to have, to manually say, I want these to have specific weightings. So for example, if I'm running a company, I really think that increasing my sales is going to be the most important thing, because fundamentally, if you're not trying to make money as a business, maybe you're not doing as well as you thought. I mean, that seems like a very critical component. Having a social media presence may help you get to that objective, but really, I don't know of any organization where making sure you have the right number of Facebook posts should be measured equally with having enough revenue to keep people employed. So in this kind of example, you could say, well, the most important 60% of the weight of our overall objective is based on sales, 30% is based on our customer satisfaction, and only 10% is social media presence. So you can actually go in there and sort of weight those child objectives, so the way that parent objective looks is getting really measured properly as you want. All right, so let's go through an example here in our tenant. So here I am in this is the different organizations. I can switch between them, and I do belong to both of them, but I have to choose which one I want to look to at a given time. And the left hand here, you can see the different teams that I'm a member of. But if I look at demo OKRs, I can actually see my progress on all my different objectives. And as I drill into each of them, I can see the key results that are associated with them. I can expand them out. And we can see here the status of them. Now, if you notice here, these are all in that annual. If I go and I expand Q4, you can see there aren't any specified. So I actually do have some of these objectives actually do have a Q4 component, but at the organizational level, there's no Q4. Up here at the top, you see how it says active time periods. I can set that checkbox. If I don't do that, I can actually, I'm really only looking at one view of a time. Now, if you notice here, because I only choose annual, I now see this the cool little chart at the top that's showing me how I'm tracking. The dotted line is what I should be doing as the year goes on, and this is showing actual progress. So we'll talk about charts in a bit. So if I look in at my teams, I can see that I've got consulting, delivery, marketing, project management, sales, but you notice there that both project management and delivery are part of that parent team's delivery structure. So if I look at all teams, I can actually see it in this sort of drill down structure. So at the delivery level, if I look at the objectives for delivery, I want you to notice that it's grayed out here, but it's that little globe indicates that this is an organizational objective. So I can see here that my delivery team objective rolls up to this organizational level objective. And now, in fact, I have child objectives. If you see here, it says consulting. So I can see that I've got my project management team has an objective, my consulting team has objective, but they both aggregate up to delivery here. So this is where you can really see sort of what that structure is. Here is a project here. So if I look at that project management, create project framework, I can see that alignment upwards to see how if I complete this project, it's going to aid the progress of my project management objective, which in turn is going to help that improve customer satisfaction and delivery process, which in turn is going to increase revenue while maintaining customer satisfaction. Now, if I go in here and I check another checkbox, what's going to happen in theory is this should go in and that should update. Voila, we just saw it. It now went to, I am now 2/3 of the way done because I now have 2 of 3 tasks completed. So that's sort of how those projects work. Now, if I went into something like marketing, this is where you can see that I've got a Q4 objective that's aggregating up to the annual objective. So if I go and I want to create a new objective, right here I can just say I would like to create a new objective, and I'm going to say this is M365 Chicago objective. All right. Now, if you notice there, it didn't really give me a lot of details for that. So it created that new objective. So I'm going to go and edit the details here for it. All right, so I can specify, first of all, I've got who it's assigned to, whether it's an annual or quarterly objective. We'll make it a quarterly objective. We've got outcome, progress, alignment. So right now when I created it, I actually didn't align it with anything. So I really should. I really need to go in and say, what am I aligning it to? This part can be a little confusing. I really wish it let you sort of like browse through the objectives, but it doesn't really. And even these entities don't necessarily match with where you're at. It's just more of like a recently accessed thing. So I could go in and say, what are my marketing objectives? Well, I want this to align to my maintain social media presence annual goal. Okay, so now I have aligned that objective. But the objective right now still doesn't have any measurements to it, does it? I just created an objective, but I need to measure it somehow. So I'm going to go in here and I can add a project, a child objective, or a key result. So I'm going to add a key result here. Increase participant positive vibes. Okay, so we're going to increase the positive vibes. Now it's very small here, but I want you to notice is we have this add metric. This metric can be the number of positive vibes that I'm measuring, all right? So I could either say I need 5 positive vibes, or I need to say, you know what, I need to increase my positive vibes from 2 to 4. And this is where, again, where you can measure the percentage. I could say I need to increase it from 90% positive vibes to 100% positive vibes. So this is where you can measure that progress. Now, if you notice here, we have the manual or automatic. This is where you can have it connect to a data source if you're doing automatically. We're going to say manual. And this is, again, those details in that alignment. So we can save it right here. Now, if you want to, under this, when you create one, if you have this little caret here, you can actually, if you're creating objective, it will allow you to create those key results at the same time. So even though in general, when you create them, you're going downstream, but when you align them, you're going upstream. So this sort of helps that sort of bilateral process there. All right, so I now have it. But it says here that this key, what is my error that I'm getting? Stop. As the results that are at risk. Oh no, well, we haven't checked in with this yet. So we'll talk about that in a minute. But I just wanted to show you here, this is sort of the process of going through and creating those objectives and key results. So let's move on here. I'm gonna pull the teams back up. There we go. Okay. All right, next let's talk about tracking progress. So the key to this is being able to check in. So as we mentioned before, the strength of this is being able to check in your progress. And this is where people can check in and they can add notes. So they can actually say, you know what, I've done this is what's happened. Actually, the last time I presented this topic, someone actually came up with a very creative idea, which actually using this as sort of a low budget, what do you call it? I'm blanking on the word. Employee, when each employee sets goals for the year, that they're tracking, you know, when you have your annual review with your manager, you could actually have employees that create their own objectives, you know, and then check in with them. You know what, my objective for myself this year is I'm going to pass 2 Microsoft exams or whatever. So it's an interesting idea. It's not really meant for employee review, but it could be used that way in a small organization. So checking in, basically, if somebody is not using Teams, they will get an email on that same check-in cadence. The cadence is specified for a default at the organizational level, but as I mentioned, at the team level, it can change. If they're in Teams, what's going to happen is they're actually going to have a bot that says, hey, time to check in. And that bot is actually connected to a personal app in Teams. So if you go to your app launcher, your app bar there in Teams, when you click on it, it's really just taking you to the web interface. But the key is there, if we notice at the top, you've got that chat bot. And that chat bot is the key. It's going to remind people you need to check in. And when you check in, it's actually going to give you the tasks that are assigned to you. And you can actually check in bulk. So if you look at the screenshot here, you can see 1 out of 2 OKRs are updated. So actually, if you need to check in with multiple ones, you can just do it once and be done with it for the next month, kind of thing. So again, this is one of those things that's in its simplicity. It's pretty easy, but if you're an organization and everybody's on Teams, the bot is what's reminding people to check in. This is also a nice thing that I think it's sort of, I don't want to say passive aggressive, but instead of, you know, saying, hey, I noticed you haven't checked in, if you are the owner of that objective, you can actually nudge someone and say, hey, you need to check in. Haven't got your details yet, which is kind of neat, and that will actually manually prompt them. So let's talk about checking in here. So if I go to Teams, I've got my Viva goals in the app bar there. I can see the organizational goals. That's just the view we had before. My OKRs is really the same thing as we saw in the, again, it's just surfacing the web interface. You just have sort of this switcher up here, but it's sort of without all the navigation and everything. But then if I go to chat here, you'll notice here it says, hey, you have 3 OKRs that need to be updated. And in fact, I have 2 OKRs that need to be closed. So if it's the end of the quarter, it actually will ask you to say, hey, you need to like say, I'm done reporting. I only got 2 of the 3 things done or whatever. So it's a way of making sure that instead of just chopping you off at the end of the quarter, if you still need time to enter the metrics manually, you can, but it's still going to encourage you to say, no, you need to mark them as closed because we're done with the quarter and we're moving on. So this is what sort of that bot is going to look like in terms of asking you to check in. So when I'm asking to check in, then it's going to give this prompt here and basically saying, hey, these are the multiple check-ins that you need to do. So presenting at 3, speaking engagements. Well, you know what? This is my 3rd one I've done. Do you want to close it instead? I could, but not yet. Isn't that interesting? So it's actually prompting me to say, you're done. You're not going to overachieve. It's fine. You've met your goal. So I'm going to say, I spoke at M365 Chicago. So I can go ahead and check in. And in fact, what it did is it moved me on to my next thing. Did I send out a newsletter month? No, sadly, I have not. So I'm going to skip that one. And what's next thing? Have I created any blog entries? Nope, I still haven't. So I can sort of check in and say, you know, I'm checking in, but I haven't done it. So rather than skipping that one, I probably should check in and say, no, I'm a slacker, right? You know, I'm not doing that. So again, you can't really like at anyone, you can't notify anybody in here, but you can, you know, if somebody's looking at it, you can, you know, if there's a justification or reason, something like that. And you can actually have those statuses. I'm on track, you know, maybe I haven't done anything, but it's okay. I'm still on track because I'm working on it or whatever. So that's how that bot check-in really helps you as you're checking in with the individual items. Additionally, I wanted to pull up an email that the emails that you'll get as well. So in here, my OKRs for the demo are due for updates. So this is because, as you saw, my bot was attached to the one organization. I wasn't getting notifications. So for the demo organization, this is just an example of saying, hey, so if somebody's not on Teams, this is the email that they'll get saying you need to check in with the following of these. And when you click on that, it will take you to the page in the browser where you can go and check in. So it's very similar to those team experience, but this is where I'm actually in my demo tenant now checking those, or my demo, excuse me, my demo organization, as it's called right now in Viva. All right, let's get back. Wrong thing. Here we go. All right, so reporting and views. The nice thing is you get this little progress chart that's going to show you about your progress towards a key result or your objective. And it gives you sort of that graphical graphical representation. You also can have this chart or card view, which actually lets you sort of drill down into these parent objectives, child objectives, child key results, etc. So if you want a nice like card that works great in like PowerPoint slide decks, this is how you want to do it. KPIs, as I mentioned, are already a thing. And this is basically when you're showing reports, when people like, you know, go to the homepage and you just want to be able to call out a couple of very specific metrics. This is where people can see in a very succinct way how they're doing on that metric. So like you say, the KPI is really the indicator that's a visual representation of the progress in that key result. The next thing I want to point out is that it's possible to have this dashboard concept. It's a very basic concept. You can set it up for your organization, for the team, and it's configurable. And if you notice, there's a little present button. So again, if you had some executive presentation, you could actually sort of click through it. But the idea here is it's very minimal, but you can basically say, I want to call out these 3 key results, and this is a graph for these key, you know, 3 key results. I also, on the left side here, you can see I can actually have a free text sort of. When we look at how we're doing this quarter, it's clear to see that blah, 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 blah. So it's a way of sort of having a web page view of this. Furthermore, there's the concept of an explorer, which are just basically pre-filtered views where you're essentially saying, I'm going to group my OKRs by the status, by the type, by the period, by the owner. I can sort them, that kind of thing. So if we look at an example of an explorer, right here, instead of seeing the hierarchy of objectives like we saw in the first demo, in this case, I'm actually splitting them out by saying which ones have not started, which ones are on track, and which ones are at risk. So you can sort of slice and dice these view in different ways if you use that explorer. The other thing to note is that if you're an owner of these objectives on a regular basis, you're actually going to see here the status of them. So the first email I showed you was the, hey, you need to check in, but this is more showing you like, here's the status. Let's, just keeping tabs on where things are. So that's another important element of, again, just making sure that these things are front of mind for people, of saying, hey, this is how you're doing. So it's sort of separate than the check-in, but it's more a matter of how are we doing. There is a role actually called observer that we'll talk about in a minute in the security structure. And that observer basically, if you're an executive, you may not be the one that's actually doing the check-in, but you just want to keep your eye on how the objectives are doing throughout the year so you could get these notifications. So if we look at the example of that, then if I go back to my main menu, if we look at the demo OKRs, you can see here in the dashboard, I can do things like I can edit this panel. So here's the title of it. I can delete it. I can add a widget to it. And again, these widgets are like what we would call web parts in SharePoint. And there's not many of them. OKR detail, text block, KPI list, OKR list, or project list. It's not really a lot, but if you notice here, I'm showing the projects. So this is, I've got a panel to show my open projects. And then for the updates, then you've got this free text field that you can add, that kind of thing. So you can create multiple dashboards. I can clone it. You know what? I can share it. And if I present it, it basically takes away all the page elements and lets me sort of page through it instead of scrolling up and down. It lets me page through it. So that is really helpful if you're doing sort of a demo for folks. If I go to Explore here, you can see these are those sort of prefab. What are all the objectives? What are my objectives? What are the overdue objectives? And again, if we have here, what are my view options? I can say I want to expand them. I want to show a flat view first or not. And then I can group by the status of them. So you can see here, this is a way where it just creates these different views. And then I can save that view as a new view in my Explorer over there. And then finally, I can choose to export it, and I can export it to an Excel document. So that's also nice if people want to be able to, create a nice Excel graph maybe that's not this. This is a way you can kind of export all that data. All right, I know we're running short of time. We start a couple minutes short, so I'll get through this fast. There are some roles. The most important thing to call out is that you've got observers, like you mentioned, and these are people that they aren't creating or editing it, but they can see the OKRs. So this would usually be members of the management team. You can have a lot of settings in terms of who can join the new user type. Are they, when people are added, are they, contributing, or are they just observers? That kind of thing. Now, the interesting thing about users is you can actually invite a team, a Microsoft 365 group. But if you look here, basically what it does is all it does is does a dump. It's going to go through that Active Directory, that group in Active Directory, see who the members are, figure out how many of them are licensed for Viva Goals, and then add them as individual users within Viva Goals. Once they've been added, they have no association at all with this parent group. So adding groups is more of a fast way of adding users, but really they have no association whatsoever with that group within goals. It's just a way to get them there. In terms of data integration, like I mentioned, if you want to be able to track your progress, you can say, what are my overall sales? Well, my sales are stored in a SQL Server, or what are my customer count in Salesforce, or how many tasks have I completed in Asana? So again, because this is a product that was purchased, I fully anticipate that before we know it, this will be integrated using all the connectors in the Power Platform, and we will soon have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of connectors. But right now, it's sort of minimal, but this is an example of how you can tie that key result to a metric stored somewhere else. In terms of configuration, you can allow, typically a key result wouldn't have an objective underneath it, but you can prohibit this or allow this, that kind of thing. Are you allowing people to have projects or not? Because you may say, no, I'm actually storing that in to do, and or a task list planner. I don't want people doing it here, etc. This is also an interesting thing, this health indicator. It's not on by default, but I showed it, and it actually will show at risk or needs attention. The interesting thing about needs attention, it'll actually say, you hit this too easy, you didn't make an aggressive enough goal, things like that. So it's not necessarily just, oh no, you're not going to miss your goal, but hey, something about how the metric itself is set up is not optimal. And it's possible to create workflows. And generally, this just means that, like you said, you don't want people going in and saying, I think that we should have every Friday, Jeans Friday, or work from home Friday, if that's not part of the overall objective. So this way, you can actually say that when someone creates an objective, it goes through an approval process. And furthermore, maybe if you do this as part of your employee review process, maybe each employee creates their objectives and the manager approves it. So that's kind of cool. You also can see whether you can prevent changes after it's been approved. This color scheme is also interesting because, like I was mentioning with the metrics, when you have metrics that are just static in terms of it's over this or under this, that's pretty straightforward. But when you're measuring progress against another number, now it's a matter of range. Am I more than 6% over my 10%? Am I over, so it's interesting here because it has a matter of not just the numbers themselves, but how far of a deviation from my progress am I, which is kind of cool. So if we go into this.
Hey, Becky, I hate to cut you short, but you're kind of running over time.
Okay, I lost 3 minutes at the beginning, so I'm going to claim them now, but I'm almost done here. So here we are at the admin here, and if we look at the OK model configuration, these are where their settings are. If we look at things like that integration here, I just wanted to point out that when we look at the these OKRs, I actually do have one that is tied to a metric here, that sales. So when we look at the sales number here, if you notice down here that this actually is automatically updated from Excel Online. So that's just a really cool way of showing that integration. So that being said, I think that's the main thing about how those settings are set up. Does anybody have any questions? Nope. All right. Well, thank you very much for your time, everybody. I appreciate it. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. I can always be reached at Becky Bertram at Twitter, or you can go to my website, savvytechnicalsolutions.com, and submit something. Because this is being recorded, I don't often put my contact information just so it's not like going to get spammed by it, but you can reach me or ping me here in the community team if you want to reach out and chat with me. But thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Charity
every Microsoft 365 Chicago event focuses on a charity, and very proud to be a part of this one. Especially, I have veterans in my life. I have people that could have benefited from this had I known about it at the time. So it's really important that we support those charities if we have the ability to give. I know everything's very tight right now, so if you have the ability to give, we appreciate your support of the charity. Of course, we cannot do this without our partners. Seeing the same partners over and over again, really, it warms my heart, because we have a lot of great companies that back these events that if they did not, we would not have them. And even though it's a virtual event, the proceeds do go to the charity. And there are some costs associated with producing a big event, as far as like servers and all kinds of things and advertising. But it's not like having to feed everybody in an in-person event. But, we still could not do that without our partners. So who am I? I am Shortcut Sherry. They call me Shortcut Sherry. I'm a Microsoft certified trainer, Microsoft Office Specialist Master. And all that means is I've taken some tests, because I learn new things every single day. I started out my life as a trainer, and because I train, I do, and because I do, I consult, and now training's still my passion, because I want to empower people, but I can bring you more than just the book, because I actually use the technologies that I teach, and I can give you a lot of gray hairs. I have a fabulous hairdresser who knows how to cover all my sparklies up, because believe me, they're there and they're earned. So reach out to me on social media. Shortcut Sherry. Hardest thing to remember is SHARI is how you spell my name. And I show up in all the things. I don't do Instagram or TikTok. Everybody tells me I need to. I'm like, oh, another thing that I have to do. Yeah, the main three are good. All right, you can also find me on LinkedIn Learning, just like you, Scott. I am a LinkedIn Learning instructor. I've missed out on all the cool instructor events that came up this year, but I have 3 courses still on SharePoint out there. So check those out. I think the communication site could use some dusting off. We've got some really cool new stuff in there, but it's a lot of good, relevant information either way. All right. So demo time. If you know me, I do not like to use slides. I am a demo person, so let's get our hands dirty, and I'll bring up my virtual environment. All right. So spoiler alert, nothing actually lives in Teams. What do I mean by that? I'm going to start back here in the browser of Office 365. Office Teams and Microsoft technologies are part of a suite of tools I call the toolbox. And this is what I think is lost. Many of the organizations I've worked with in the last few years, what they do is they deploy a shortcut onto their desktop so they can chat and they can make calls with each other and maybe figure out how to share a file. But they don't realize that there's an entire infrastructure, a whole toolbox behind the scenes that feeds Teams, and they're not leveraging it. They're basically using it like a glorified Skype for Business because they don't know any better. And that's why I like to answer, what goes in Teams, what goes in SharePoint, what goes in OneDrive. Before we get there, though, I'm going to take you on a 4-click journey. There's really burying this view that I love of Office 365. Upper left-hand corner, we call that the app launcher, kind of like the apps on your phone. Think of, if your phone, old phones used to just make calls and answer calls, and then eventually it let you text things. Now it's like a whole thing on your phone. We have apps for all the things. So if I were to pick up my phone, look at the splash screen, I had a Windows phone forever, and the reason I finally moved to an Android phone is because the apps didn't work anymore, and now I'm an app junkie. I have so many apps, but why do we have those on our phone? We have them for different things. We can communicate with people, we can share information with people, we can do research and find things for ourselves. The same thing in Office 365. There's an entire suite of tools available to you. And I'm just going to go to all apps to show you some of them. This is a fully built out demo environment, so you're going to maybe see things here that you may not see at work or in your real life. So here's a list of them. But the view that I really like used to be here, explore all apps. And now I have to click one more time to get the all apps link over here. I don't know why they keep burying this view. But I love this view because it gives you an idea of everything you have and a little blurb about what each of them does. And if you want help, it's like, what the heck is bookings? You can hit the little dot, 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 and it'll take you to the bookings page. If you want to know, it's like, what is Delve? You can click the dot, 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 and go to Delve. So make sure you check out all the tools that are here. So before we get to Teams, when I was doing these adoption sessions for Microsoft for over 2 years, mainly for the federal government, their objective was consumption of Teams. So they're like, that screen better be purple the whole time. Like, if you want consumption of Teams, you need to tell people all the stuff that's underneath. So we're going to start there because I practice what I preach. Let's start with Planner. The Planner is one of those apps that some people have discovered, some people have not, some companies have not deployed it. My frustration with the first time I land in Planner is I can't just close this box. It walks me through a little orientation to what Planner is, which is great. I don't want to create a plan, but I have to create a plan before I get the little X to get the box closed. When you are working in a plan, one of the things that you have to keep in mind is that you can't have a personal plan. They announced like 4 years ago that at the last SharePoint conference in Vegas, before it was the collaboration conference, that they were going to give you personal plans, and it hasn't happened yet. So I'm not holding my breath. But when you create a plan, if you could just create a plan out of the box, like I put Sherry's tasks in here, I've just created an email address, an Office 365 group, a SharePoint site, and a bunch of other artifacts behind the scenes without realizing it. So Planner is not meant to be a personal tool. That's what we have to do for. This is meant to be a collaborative tool that you work with the group. So I can either create a new one, which creates the group, the SharePoint site, the email address, and all those other things, or I can assign it to an existing group, which, by the way, Microsoft Teams, the foundation of Teams, is also a Microsoft group. So thank you, Microsoft, for making things confusing. And yes, I said that in my outside voice. So I'm going to close this plan. And the Planner Hub lets you see all the different plans that you are currently participating in. So if I have this product launch event, I have different views of the event. Right now, they've got them set as on track, at risk, or blocked. If I go to another event plan, you'll see it's by presentation, press, venue, team travel. These are called buckets. And the buckets are how we categorize or organize our tasks that we need to do. So imagine a whiteboard. Somebody took a Sharpie marker and drew vertical lines on it, handed you a stack of sticky notes and said, manage your tasks. And then we can easily move things from one to the other. So once we have the venue, maybe I need to, put that in the press bucket. If I have a presentation, maybe now I put that in the venue bucket. Submit your expenses, so you can drag and drop the tasks from bucket to bucket. Right. So this is where we're going to manage our tasks. One of the views that I like here is the assigned to me, because assigned to me, I can see everything that's assigned to me regardless of where it lives. I don't want to have to go to 20 different plans to figure out what I need to get done today or tomorrow or this week. You can group them by progress, which this one is, by plan, so by plan, by due date, and by priority. So simply, again, in this view, you can drag and drop to make changes on the cards in those 4 categories across the different plans. I personally have one for speaking events such as this. The dates have been announced. They've done a call for speakers. I've submitted my sessions. I'm waiting for the response. Did they accept me? Do I need to book travel because it's virtual or it's in person? And so on and so on. So I have my buckets across the top are the stages that process goes through. So it doesn't have to be a category. And then things like labels can be used to mark them with different categories. So it gives you more ways to view and manage your content using the labels. Okay, so this is one tool in that toolbox. Let's look at lists. This is the one that cracks me up because a few years ago, Microsoft's like, introducing Microsoft lists, woohoo, big banners, confetti cannons. It's like, welcome to my world. It's been in SharePoint for 20 years. And this is one of the underused tools, in my opinion, across Office 365 is the Microsoft lists. And this is one of my favorite things. It has been forever. When I see an Excel spreadsheet that's in a document library that's just tracking stuff, kittens die for me. Like, what just happened? Why are they not using lists? So lists, if I wanted to, let's say I want to do a travel request, maybe I'm working on that launch event and I've got people traveling for that. I'm going to click the travel request and I get a preview of what it looks like. I'm going to use the template. Let's say this is speaker travel. So it's people not necessarily requesting travel, but I want to track it. So that's something I'm going to, create a list for. These templates are a good starting point, but in my experience, they've never done everything I need them to do. So I do a little customization. Descriptions are something in Office 365 people tend to leave out because it's not required. Everything in Microsoft 365, Office 365 is searchable. Make it findable by adding descriptions to things. So let's say this is speaker travel
Kitty.
for the event. All right. And then down here at the bottom, I can create a list, with Microsoft lists. Prior to them being Microsoft lists, they had to be in a SharePoint site. But if this is something I track for myself, we now have my lists. So this does store, so it just makes it just yours. You own it, and it puts it in your OneDrive storage. All right, so if I wanted to put that in the Mark 8 project team, because that launch events in the Mark 8 project team, and click create, then it creates a new list. And I can start tracking the information that I need for my people that are traveling in for that event. Okay, there's 2 toolbox tools. Let's look at one more. All right, so something like Stream, for example. Stream lets you store, house, and track different videos. It's like your own internal YouTube channel inside your organization on steroids times 10. It gives you the ability to not only share a video, but it also does transcription. The transcription becomes searchable. So if they can do the audio recognition and convert that to text, then when somebody says the phrase widgets are awesome, somebody searches widgets, they're going to find that in the video. So way beyond the whole YouTube thing. And there's a lot of artificial intelligence that's being built into Stream. So if you're not using Stream, this might be something you want to look at for your meeting recordings and things like that. Now, this is in a transition period. I don't know as a consultant if I agree with what they're doing. They're moving all the Teams meetings into OneDrive, which those chats, depending on your retention policy, those expire. So for me, I'm a Stream girl. Sorry, not sorry. I'm a Stream girl. I'm going to go Stream. They do have Stream on SharePoint now, or visit Stream Classic at the top. So depending on which way you prefer to store your content. All right, so
Excuse me, Sherry.
There's
Ali has a question and wants to know whether you would like to wait till the end or ask questions now.
Oh, you can ask questions as we go along. Totally fine. Go ahead.
So Ali, do you want to unmute your mic and ask the question?
Yeah, at any point, raise your hand, and then Scott's going to moderate for me, so he'll call on you and let me know. I'll continue on while she gathers her questions. Okay, no problem. All right, so we have, again, all these tools in the toolbox. And if we want to use those tools, rather than having to go to like OneNote to track my notes, and go to Planner to track my tasks, and go to Stream to watch my videos, Microsoft Teams is the umbrella that sits across atop all those different tools. So I could have, if I'm building something in my house, the hammer could be in one room, the screwdriver could be in another room, the saw can be in a whole nother room, the ratchet is going to be another room. Guess what? I'm going to have to go to each one of those rooms to get things done, or I can put them all in my toolbox and take them with me. and get that job done a whole lot easier. And that's the intent for teams, is you're not supposed to have scattered tools. We're going to bring them all together in one place, and we're going to put them in context. So there's that market project team we just saw. The formula that I use when I'm working with people and creating their teams is this. Who needs to work together? That's the team. Who needs to collaborate, communicate, or manage content together? So the 3 C's of teams. What are they working on? So here's the different channels. So are these work streams? Are these topics? Are these different phases of a project? Maybe that's how we work with people. And then across the top, you will have how are we going to get that work done? So the general channel is meant to be like the open forum. So think of each of these as a conference room. We're all coming together. We're sitting at the table in the general conference room, and then we're going to go into breakout rooms so we can focus on what we need to talk about. That's what these channels are. These are the breakout rooms. That way, if it's nice to know what the digital assets web team is doing, that group of people, when I'm working on my go-to-market plan, because I need to have assets from them. So having 2 separate conference rooms is going to be kind of hard for us to coordinate tasks between. So it's good to have visibility, but I am just the digital assets person. Nice to know what R&D is doing, so maybe I can create stuff around that, or design's doing that. But where I really focus my time is digital assets. So this allows each person to focus in on what's important to them, just like tuning in the channel on your TV. I always look at when people are saying, well, what would our channels be? I'm like, let's go look at your inbox. What are the folders that you've created as you work with your peers? And that is a huge indicator as to what you should create your channels around. There's a far more robust flexibility options in your file management. For me, the channels really focus on the posts and those conversations. So instead of having, email back and forth and trying to figure out what's going on and so said what to who and people got left out, have those conversations in Teams and use your posts tab for that, for each of those. So if I'm going to ask about the go-to-market plan, here's our conversations around the go-to-market plan. If I'm going to have conversations around digital assets, we're going to have those conversations here. That way, I don't have to triage my inbox and figure out what's going on, because when I'm ready to go focus on digital assets, I can go here and get caught up on what's been going on my time when I'm ready, not when people are sending things to me in my email. Okay. So this is the first thing that we need to focus on, creating teams that work. The biggest mistake that I see in most organizations is they create an overall team, unless you're a very small company. This is a bad plan. So they have like ABC company, and then they have the HR channel and the finance channel and the IT channel, and everybody is putting everything that they're talking about in these channels, and people get bombarded with all of the pop-ups on the lower right-hand corner, and they tune it out because they're like, it's just too much. So don't create a team where you have 500 people. These are supposed to be conference room size, not auditorium size. My opinion, if you need an auditorium for a bigger group, use Yammer. Do not use Teams. You can always stream content from Yammer into Teams, but you can't kick all that banter out of Teams. Unfortunately, as soon as it's in there, it's in there. Okay. So when we create and design our teams, now we're going to build the toolbox. Across the top, on my general tab, maybe I want to have our meeting notes that we use for all of our meetings. I tend to create my OneNote notebooks that mirror the tabs in my OneNote notebook, mirror the channels. So each one of them has their own section. So I'm going to create a new section for design. And I should have put that in the other design. All right, there it goes. I'm going to put one in here for meetings. So I'm going to take that one and then click save. And now all of our meeting notes for the Market Project team are going to be here, but I have a full notebook, just like a 3-ring binder with the little tabs down the side, so I can focus in on the notes for design, or I can focus in on the notes for the digital assets web. And then if I add one more section down here, let's say this is digital assets. I can go to digital assets, use the same notebook, but bring in just that tab instead. So we're going to bring digital assets in here, and we're going to bring in the design into the design. So I'm giving them the toolbox so I can put everything in context. When they're working in digital assets, this is what they're going to refer to. Okay. But guess what? That OneNote doesn't live in Teams. Wait for it. Where we'll figure out where it lives. Okay. The File tab is another one. So the File tab is where we store the files on the channels. And again, in my opinion, I'm a SharePoint architect. I've been using SharePoint since before it was called SharePoint. The architecture behind the scenes is not conducive to you taking everything from your network U drive, K drive folder, whatever your shared folder was, and dragging and dropping 3 terabytes of files into the different folders. And I'll show you why here in just a moment. In my opinion, this is work in progress. This is what they're working on now. If you have to dig through 200 files or 200 presentations because you need to work on the product launch, guess what? People are going to not use it because it's not usable. We need to make it usable, keep it usable. The things that you're currently working on belong here. And let's figure out where these files live. All right, so over here, look at this little link. So this is for you, Scott. You said, I can't figure out why it ended up in SharePoint when I put it in Teams. Let's look at it. So again, people ask me, what do I put in OneDrive? What do I put in SharePoint? What do I put in Teams? There are only 2 file storage options in Office 365, OneDrive and SharePoint. Teams sits on top of Microsoft SharePoint. And when you create a team, it creates a whole site behind the scenes. Here's the documents, and it creates in this one document library, it creates a folder for each one of the channels. So there's a corresponding folder. So you created one file cabinet, and I have like 6, 7 drawers in here in that file cabinet. So if I go into the digital assets channel, here's those exact same files that we just saw in Teams, because guess what? That's where they live. If I upload files from here, I'm going to go to, here's some other presentations. It's going to upload them. If I go back to Teams, and I'm just going to refresh this window, there it went, exact same files. Now, it's getting closer, but my biggest peeve with this is this list, when you click the little dot, 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 used to be like 7 things. I'm like, I know this stuff is in SharePoint. I know SharePoint does a whole lot more than those 7 things. They finally have started adding all the capabilities that SharePoint offers into the Teams interface, which is great. My biggest issue in here is using the share option, because by sharing one file in a team, you're actually inviting that person into the team, and people don't realize that. So everybody in the team, if you're working in a team, everybody has the exact same permissions, can do the exact same things in that file cabinet. Okay. And if I go back to this, I have the little dot, dot, dot menu. Again, more options. What things can I do with this file? This document library, I would say don't mess with it. Don't change permissions on it. Don't add folders here that don't belong. And look at all of these files that are not anywhere in any folder. If people work primarily in Teams, they're not going to find these files because they're not in any folder. You need to stick to the folder structure that's created in Teams. What I always say is, why don't we have other file cabinets? This is my work in progress. Once we're done with these presentations, let's create another file cabinet where we store those, because I can control that. This I can't lock people out of. So from the main site, I'm going to create a new document library. I'm going to call this presentations and click create. It's going to show up on the left-hand side, and Now I can control and change the permissions in this library. Maybe once they're finalized, I don't want people touching them. Quit editing, quit messing with my stuff. They messed it up. So I'm going to take those files, move them in here, and instead of file by file deciding who can touch what, I'm just going to change it for the whole library. Only the owners of the site will be able to edit these documents. If we change the site permission, oops, sorry, not site permissions, my bad, library settings, more library settings, and here are the permissions for the document library. Everybody has the exact same permissions because it inherits the permissions from the parent site. They're members of the team, they're members of the SharePoint site, therefore they can contribute at the site and in this library. I'm going to stop inheriting the permissions, and except for the owners, who should always have full control, I am going to edit their permission and make it read only. That way, the other 19 members of this team that are part of the team, if they want to view the documents, they can come back to this document library. So again, link on the left. Instead of keeping them in that document library here, let's say these ones are done. We've already completed them. They're finalized. I'm going to move these out of my work in progress and put them in the finished file cabinet. So this is a little breadcrumb at the top. Take it back to the site level. Here's my presentations library, and I'm going to move them. Okay. Now, how do I make sure people in teams know where to find these? They're presentations. They need to find them. That's our toolbox. I'm just going to select the site address up here for the library. Go back to Teams. Remember our tabs across the top. Maybe I click the plus. You have a SharePoint library, document library. If you've been recently in that library, it should populate. In my opinion, or my experience, it doesn't necessarily happen. So that's why I always capture the URL and paste it in. So there's the library. Oh, come on. It doesn't like all the encoding that it put. So I'm just going to take it back to shared documents without all the parameters. I'd be shorter to go this way. I can't, as again, a long-term SharePoint user, these encoded things drive me crazy because I can't just capture the URL I want. Okay, mark a project team, shared documents, right there. Delete that and go. There it is. Next, and it's going to ask me which library. Demo is a little wonky. It's not letting me select it. There, come on. Work with me, demo gods. Huh. Will not let me open it. Okay. You select it, click next, and then it would put it on the tab here at the top. That way people still have access to it in the toolbox, and they don't even have to worry about where it actually lives. Right. So any questions on what works in what lives where as far as the files go in SharePoint and Teams? So at least Ali's saying, if I am understanding correctly, anything saved in Teams is really being saved in SharePoint. Yes, it is. Teams is just the umbrella. If I wanted to, the planner boards that we had, if I wanted to, maybe I create a new channel for the product launch event. I'm going to add a channel, call it product launch. Click add, and now add the planner board that we just created. Go. I still am not seeing that purple icon. It used to be the green pea, and now it's the purple icon. It makes me, it's like, why? Why did you make it purple? All right, so the event plan looks like, click that. So I'm going to build out my tabs. Another big mistake I see people make is they put 50 tabs up here. That's not helpful either. If you have that many, give it another channel. That's too much stuff, right? Give people a way to focus. When you put too much stuff, they can't focus on things. Right, so nothing lives in Teams. So that's the team part. Let's talk about the chat part, because this is the other one. So write it down. Teams equals SharePoint. Teams and channels equals SharePoint. So what about chat? So chat is like you and I texting back on your phone, back and forth on the phone. Eventually, if it's, you're like my best friend Sue, she always sends me back 50 minutes. I'm like, can we just talk? This is insane. So you can escalate any chat into an audio call or video call. Most people figure that out. What they don't realize is you actually have a workspace with this person too. So Patty and I work together all the time. We're chatting about things, but we've also have files that we're working on together. So either I could go to your desk or you could go to mine. I could reach into my file cabinet and grab what I needed out of it and go and share it and collaborate with you in the conference room and then take it back to my desk and put it back in the drawer, right? In a physical world when we still had paper. But what about when in the digital world, I need to collaborate with Patty? I'm going to, in the chat, say, good afternoon, Patty. Do you have 10 minutes to help with this presentation? Now, there's a couple things. This is an etiquette lesson I always like to throw in because you would never walk up to somebody's desk, slam a folder down, and expect them to stop everything that they're doing and help you. Let's have that same etiquette in chat. Number one, greet them. Number two, don't just say, hey, I hate that. You've just wasted my time. Because I'm still trying to figure out what you need. And don't say, hey, do you have a minute? And then talk my ear off for 40 minutes because, Scott and I were talking about this before this session that I'm direct. You want my answer, I'm going to give you an answer. And the when you're wasting my time, that's my love language. Like there's a sixth one, not just the 5. Mine is don't waste my time. Okay, so this one is, do you have 10 minutes? So give them a reasonable expectation of what you need and give them the option to say, yes, I can help you now, or schedule with a meeting later. There's a little schedule button down here at the bottom. If they're not available at that point, you can quickly schedule with them if you needed to. So I'm going to attach the file. And I have 2 options. Notice they don't say Teams. I'm in Teams. Why can't I have, where's my Teams files that I have in Teams, right? My options are OneDrive, because that's my cloud location, or upload from my computer. So why is that? Let's go, before I do that, let's go back out and look at OneDrive and talk about the purpose of OneDrive. Okay, OneDrive for Business is like the file cabinet that sits underneath your desk. You have a little two drawer file cabinet, you have a key to it, you get to organize it however you like, you get to lock it up and then maybe unlock it, share it with people and put it back in and lock it back up yourself. Sound familiar? All right. So these are in a paper world, that's how we used to collaborate. We'd schedule a meeting, we'd go sit in the conference room, I'd take my files, you'd bring your files, and then we go back to our desk and we put our stuff back in our drawer. That's exactly how chat works. I don't want the whole peanut gallery team involved in maybe something that Patty and I need to knock out together before we maybe present it to the team. Maybe we're working on these presentations for the European expansion. So instead of, notice that it says private, okay? If I want her to help me with that, I need to take it out of the file cabinet and meet her in the conference room and have her work on it. Or I could just put the folder on her desk and she can work on it at her leisure. So I'm going to go ahead and attach and choose OneDrive and find that European expansion, click share, and always hit the little airplane. It's like, hitting the paper airplane. I always forget to do that. I'm notorious for that. But people do this without looking at what they did. The permissions, the default permission is anyone with a link. She can actually forward this to somebody else. You want to be careful how you share things. I wish they would change those defaults. So what did that do in OneDrive. I'm going to go back and refresh the window. Find that expansion, and look, now it says shared. By sending that in chat to Patty, it gave her access with this link. And notice the link says anyone with the link can edit. If she forwards that to somebody else, anyone can get in that file. You need to be careful. You need to look at the sharing options, and I'll show you that here in a second when I go back and we'll share another one, okay? So this is already being shared with Patty through a link. So Patty and I can work on this either at the same time concurrently. We call that co-authoring. She can add her slides, I can add my slides, we can have a chat around it, we can create comments and really collaborate and get it done. What about when I'm done? Thank you, Patty. Get out of my stuff. I'm putting it back in my drawer and I'm locking it up. How do I kick her out? People look at it, they hesitate to share their files in chat because there's no way to kick them out from Teams. I can download it, I can open it, I can copy a link. I can't kick her out because it doesn't live in Teams. It lives in OneDrive. So if I go back to OneDrive and click the shared button and stop sharing, I just put that back in my file cabinet and lock the drawer. She can't get in there. Even though it's in the chat, the history of us working on that file together will be in the chat. But if she tries to click on it later, it'll say you no longer have access to this document. Right, so that whole share thing, let me show you that again. When you share the file, let me do it from chat so you can see. I'm going to share another file. This one. See how it says anyone with a link can edit? That's the piece everybody misses because it doesn't blink at you. It doesn't flash. It doesn't call your attention to it. You need to change this to specific people or people in this current chat. So if you add other people to this chat, maybe I bring Nestor in later to work on it with us, then he would have access to that file until I kick everybody out. So this is really important that you look at this because Patty could forward that to somebody else and they would be able to get into that document. And from here, I decide, do you want to edit it or do you just want them to look at it and view? There is another option for review, which is great, which lets them make comments, but not actually change the content. And that's kind of a sweet spot because it used to be all or nothing. Either they can edit or they can view it. Now there's kind of this little sweet spot in the middle. All right, so I'm going to change that to just specific people. And Patty already has access to it and click apply. All right, and send it to her then. All right, what about that other option for upload from my computer? Maybe it's on my K drive, S drive, C drive. I've been working on my desktop and now I want to share it with somebody. In order to share it, I can't share it from those network locations. It has to be in a cloud location. Those cloud locations are SharePoint and OneDrive. SharePoint's that file cabinet that's out in the hallway that everybody has access to. Do you want to put it in that file cabinet? No, I just want to work on it with Patty. So I'm going to upload from my computer. Let's say it's this one. And make sure that I limit who can work on it. Send it off. And what did that do in OneDrive? So where'd that file go? 10 at the end of the day at home CTG. All right, so it should be alphabetical. I don't see it here. Where it puts it is in this Microsoft Teams chat files because it doesn't know where else to put it. I am a filer. My husband is a piler. I cannot find anything in his office, but God forbid I move one of his files because he knows where everything's at. He comes to my office, he can't find anything because I've filed things away. And he's like, where's it at? I was like, because it's not in front of your face, it's filed away in a folder. Neither way is right or wrong, it's how we work. But this is not how I work. This drives me crazy. Eventually, after I've shared a whole bunch of files, you have now just messed up my file cabinet. I like my folders in my file cabinet. I'm going to put things in folders that make sense. I can share entire folders instead of one file at a time. Thank you very much. So if I was going to organize this, I definitely would not want a whole bunch of garbage in this little dump folder called Microsoft Teams chat files because they didn't know where else to put it. My best practice to you, suggestion, if this is not how you want to work, upload your file to OneDrive first, then share it in Teams, because otherwise you're going to end up with this dumping ground and no rhyme, reason, or organization where you'll be able to find things later. Okay, so remember what I said? Microsoft Teams equals SharePoint. Write this down. Chat equals OneDrive. Everybody brings their files. Let's go back. One more thing. We have what we call chat groups. So this is Patty and I. This is a workspace. I can add additional tabs to this. So if there is notice that there's not as many. I can add a OneNote notebook that I'm sharing with Patty, because guess what? It lives in OneDrive. I have an Excel file I can share with Patty, but it has to live in OneDrive. I can upload or put in a Power BI report as long as I've shared it with Patty. She and I can create this workspace. But what if we have a little bit bigger group? These are called chat groups. Chat groups are used as small informal groups. Teams are your formal groups. Adele, Johanna, and I are in an informal group where we can create our own conference room. Now, we don't get to keep that conference room. It doesn't create a file cabinet in that conference room. Adele brings her files. Johanna brings her files. I bring my files. We collaborate on what we're working on. And then when we all go back to our desk, guess what? Our stuff goes with us. And if we leave the company, guess what? Our stuff gets shut off. So should this be a long-term solution for working together? No, this is short-term informal efforts that you're making with specific people. The result of this might eventually end up in the file cabinet where everybody else on the team has access to. So maybe this is a little subgroup. Again, we're working on something together. I don't want everybody involved in it. I'm going to keep it in my file cabinet. I'm going to share it with Johanna and Adele, and we're going to get it done, and then we're going to file it away. So if there are files in here that you want to share, each person shares it from their OneDrive or uploads it from their computer, which puts it in OneDrive, one way or the other.
Hey, Sherry.
Does that
Ali
help
has
you,
a-
Scott?
Yes, enormously. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
And Ali has a question. Asks she here? I don't know. I don't know whether it's Ali or Ali. So I don't know whether you're male or female. I apologize for that.
Yes,
In any
me
event, the
too.
question is: some of the stuff being discussed. Is there a good Microsoft Learn that goes further into these topics?
No, but I'm actually writing a video course around this because I'm so passionate about it, and honestly, I'm tired of saying it. Everybody needs to know it, but I'm tired of saying it. Again, I'm passionate about it, but it's yeah. If you're interested, Ali, or Ali, send me a email. So me@shortcutcherry.com, and when it's done, I'll let you know.
Great. Caroline is interested as well. So it's me, M-E, at shortcutsherry.com.
You can
Yep,
email
and
me
Sherry just
at
pasted it in the chat.
There you go. Perfect. Thank you, Scott.
So I have a question also.
Sure.
And this relates to you and me as people who present often, but applies elsewhere for sure. If I want to share something with the general public, is it best housed in OneDrive or in SharePoint?
It depends on your organization. Not SharePoint, probably, because those are, again, your internal formal groups are usually tied to a Microsoft team. Because I am the administrator of my tenant, can open up external access, but haven't been able to figure out, there's probably 50 different settings all over the place, and I apparently haven't figured it out because I still can't share my stuff from my tenant. I can do it in my Hotmail address all day long, but I can't do it from here. Yeah. So it all depends on your company settings. If they'll allow you, number one, if they allow external access at all, and if you can share within OneDrive. But,
Okay.
yeah, because otherwise you're paying for like SlideShare or something else out there. Or
right. I have been doing it via SharePoint because I'm a one-person company and I control the permissions, and that's been just as convenient. But I'm not convinced which is better.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to leave you two little nuggets. It's almost time, and I want to make sure that Sarah, the fabulous Sarah Fenna, who has joined us, has time to get set up. She's amazing. I met her in Switzerland last month when we were out there. Last month before. Oh my gosh, time flies. All right, so the couple things when you create a chat group, once you have activity in it, so there has been activity, there's some messages going back, you can edit the name. So if you're working on something specific, say this is the product launch prep. So this becomes searchable. So later on, it's like, oh, we were working on that file in product launch prep. There's the number one. And here, my friends, is the best kept secret of Teams. Everything in Microsoft 365 is searchable. Again, our job to make it findable. From the search bar, you can search for content. So if I search for marketing, I'm going to find people, I'm going to find sites, I'm going to find files. But the best kept secret of Teams is the rest of that little string, or type / for a list of commands. Press the / key, and instead of having to navigate back and forth in your Teams pane, as it's more of a PAIN pane, you can say /go to and say, I want to go to the design web. So there's the design. So it's either a channel or a team or a channel of a team. So here's the channel of the team that I was looking for. Takes me right to that location in Teams. If I do /chat tab and say Patty tab, say good morning, Patty. This is called a quick chat. It's morning somewhere, right? Patty. And then hit enter. That just sent her a quick message, just like sending a text from your phone and just setting it down. I didn't have to go to chat, find Patty, start a chat, or create a chat here. It's /chat. And if at the end of that, if you saw it said /chat, let's do Nestor. Hi. And I hit enter at the end. It says not enter to view in the chat. So I sent him a quick message. But if I want to go to that chat, then hit enter again, and it takes you to the chat with Nestor. So feel free to make that easier. Navigation, creating a chat, creating a call, setting your status, filtering so the mentions. I only want to see the mentions in my feed so I can focus in first on where people have called me out by name. It goes to the feed, filters it by mentions. So cool. Yay. See, best kept secret. Why, Caroline, everybody's been using it forever. And it's like, oh, so you're not using Teams. All right. We have, we're 2 minutes over time, so I want to make sure Sarah has time to get ready. I'm happy to answer more or questions in the chat. I'll be moderating for Sarah, so I'll be sticking around. Or feel free to reach out to me on social media. Again, thank you to our sponsors. And thank you, Scott, for stepping in. If you want to reach out to me, there's all my contact information. And I love to help you. I do Tip Tuesdays every Tuesday. I do Waffle Wednesday once a month. And this was one of them. And I do record those. And I believe this was one of them. So feel free to, just reach out to me and I'll give you to the resources. So you want to have waffles? Jay wants waffles. In my head, in my head, I always hear Donkey go in the morning, I'm making waffles, so it's like, on Wednesdays, we're learning waffles. So fun stuff.
Thank you, Sherry.
You're welcome. Oh, Jay he's got his own little tidbit. If you /chat someone a lot, you might also find Control F very helpful. When you're in chat with someone, you type Control F key combo, it searches that chat directly. That is awesome. I see, again, I learned something new all the time, which is great. All right, Sarah, are you ready? Jay, do you want to restart the recording for us?
Karine, long time no see. Welcome back to M365 Chicago.
I'm so excited to be here. This is actually one of my admittedly favorite events of the year.
Well, yes, you and a few other special guests that every so often show up, and we are so glad to have you over here. We're just wondering, is your back as a partner, which is great. So some folks might be able to get some pizza. Just a thought, maybe. But here's the thing: now that you're back, is there anything that you're looking forward to? Maybe a session that you might have seen that you're thinking about attending?
Well, I know that there's been some big talk, especially since Ignite on Viva. So I will admit, the last time I looked at Viva, there was 4 different sectors of Viva, and there's 14 now.
Oh yeah.
So if you don't know anything about Viva, definitely check out some of those sessions coming through because there's been a lot happening with that. Power Platform's been exploding. If I find any time in my day, that's where I'm going to be looking.
La Viva Viva, yay! Hey, so sorry, Ricky Martin, but I'm taking over your Viva stuff right there. But yes, hey, tell us about your presentation. You actually have a true presentation that you're giving us. Tell us a quick thing about it, and we'll see what you say.
So my presentation is a rolling presentation that is one of those security topics that's probably never going to die, but I refresh it every couple of months, and it's a security feature crash course. And I actually highlighted it back in EduCon not too long ago, so it's completely up to date and a couple new features from Ignite.
Wow, fresh from behind the paywall to us. We are so grateful for your contributions as usual. And hey, we're going to say bye because we're going to go see you at the show. Everyone who's watching, check out the channel for later or be there live or be square. Say bye to the folks.
Bye.
Hey.
sessions or my Teams or SharePoint sessions that one day I'm going to do it after hours, and we could make a drinking game, like for how many times you say Teams during a Teams session, all the different ways, or you have options when we're talking about all the different options and the different apps. One day, one day. All right.
And that too is Friday evening.
Right. If I had planned better, right, we could have totally organized this whole thing. Could have been epic. Totally epic. All right. Don't think, are we recording?
Yes,
Oh,
we are.
we are. Okay. Well, then let's go ahead and get this party started. Thank you very, very much for being here. Topic of the hour is staying live in a virtual world. And we're going to talk about the features and functionality that we have inside of the product, all the various products, if we're being very honest about it, to just help us manage this kind of crazy digital world that we are in these days. I'm sure you've seen these slides already, unless you're just hopping in for the last session of the day, but we are doing a charity event around this. So if you haven't donated yet, I encourage you to kind of help our veterans on this Veterans Day here in the US, Remembrance Day for our friends in Canada. All right. And again, thank you, partners. Partners make this possible. We have community partners, we have monetary partners, all kinds of folks that help make this possible. Even when it's virtual, it still takes work and effort. So we greatly appreciate sponsors. And then last but not least of all of the pre-canned slides, please, please, please take time to fill out this survey to help us make the conference better. We can only improve based on constructive criticism. So we would greatly, greatly appreciate that. All right. So staying live in a virtual world, how the heck do we survive in this modern digital landscape? If we have never met before, it is a pleasure to meet you virtually this evening. My name is Joy Apple. I am a Microsoft MVP, and I'm the Director of Customer and Partner Success for a company called Orchestrate. Now, I have been working in this space for 15 years. I will say this is the most exciting time to be working with Microsoft 365 because the feature releases and the updates and all the really cool stuff we can do, it's just amazing compared to where I started on my technical journey a little over 15 years ago. All right, so let's be honest. If we didn't work from home before, we probably always dreamed about being able to work from home. There are so many great benefits. You know, you save time on, especially nowadays with gas prices, they're a little bit better, but they're still not awesome. Not having to buy fancy clothes to wear to work, to be able to literally walk down the hall to go to work instead of sitting in traffic for an hour. And I don't know about you, we're all different, but there are times when I just focus better when there's no one around to come talk to me, because I could sit and talk for hours about the most inane things because I'm a talker and I'm not in the conversation for the conversation. I'm in there for the relationship and the connection, right? So, I mean, all kinds of reasons we dreamed of being able to work from home. But as many of us may know, I fought this battle in different places where I worked. A lot of our organizations were like, nah, you're not going to do that. It was a rare privilege. I actually interviewed for a company 8 or 9 years ago. They used to have a telecommuting policy, but there was that one person that abused it and they messed it up for everybody else, so they cut it out, right? And we would hear those kinds of stories, but especially if we were in the tech role, there was always this kind of frustration of but I can do my job from anywhere with an internet connection. So why can't I? And I can remember having many conversations too when I was a traveling consultant. People say, well, I don't understand how you can trust employees to do their job if they're not sitting at their desk. And I know we've all felt that over the last couple of years. It's like, well, are you seeing results? Then I'm doing my job, right? So there was struggle, there was some resistance to the ability, but then we all know that infamous week in 2020 didn't matter if companies wanted to do it or not. We went to the cloud, we went remote, right? We all got sent home. 44 million office workers had to suddenly figure out how to work from home in setups that weren't meant for it. Microsoft 365, I've got the numbers on the slide, but just to highlight it, had 20 million users in November of 2019. By December of 2020, they were seeing 115 million daily users. And we kind of half joke with a lot of customers and partners that I interact with that COVID kind of helped us embrace technology faster than anything else, whether we wanted to or not. Let's talk about the numbers. These numbers are a smidge dated in some ways, but I still think they're very, very relevant to really set the picture of what we're talking about. So these numbers that I've got in front of you are from some research that Microsoft and the Boston Consulting Group did around European countries and organizations. Before COVID, only 15% flexible work policies. That jumped to 76 by 2020. And I'm not here to have this conversation with you about numbers. It's really about thinking about what that impact was to us mentally, emotionally, whether it impacted our productivity or not. It was a big shift in the way we had to come to terms with how we worked day in and day out. And we all know that we had companies that were super shocked. Everybody got sent home, so productivity is going to be just awful. It's going to tank. But it did not, right? We went home and we really did work from home. I personally found it kind of distasteful when towards the end of last year and into this year, people started talking about a return to work. Right? I found that very offensive. Return to office felt much more appropriate because we went home and we worked our rear ends off, sometimes working very early in the morning until very late at night, with our kids home from school, with our spouses, our roommates, our family also there at the same time. But our productivity did not take a hit, right? Because the average employee had 67 extra hours of meeting. It says last year in 2020. That number has not diminished. I think we can all attest to the fact that number has not diminished. And when we move to this virtual landscape, it's actually a little bit harder to focus, even though if some of us are still working from home, we may not have people walking down the hall. Sometimes I do. Or peeking over the cubicle wall to say, hey, what's up? We still gonna have a hard time focusing because every notification, every attempt at a conversation is gonna start with a ping, a ding, a phone ringing, a pop-up somewhere in front of our face. Meeting fatigue. I had never heard of the phrase meeting fatigue before COVID. Had anybody else? I had not. We started doing virtual happy hours, which I enjoyed, still have a couple that I hop on from time to time. But if we're being honest, it's still kind of a meeting, isn't it? It just might be a meeting with alcohol. I mean, it helps, but it's still a virtual presence and it's still a way of interacting with people that's not exactly natural. I think one of the main reasons why the meeting fatigue was so high and kind of that drain we felt, even if we weren't consciously worried about things going on around us, is that we were not supposed to get our work from home dream the way it happened, right? It wasn't supposed to be in the office one day and then kicked out the next. You know how you remember that those, I'm going to say traumatic, but those big events that happen, you kind of remember where you were and what you were doing and what day it was. I was on a customer side in Indianapolis, and I'm going to be really honest, I'm going to tell them myself, I don't pay attention to the news. I find that I'm just a happier, healthier human being when I really don't focus on world events. I get a daily email summary. I look through them about once a week, and then that's enough. That's enough for me. So I had just kind of caught on to this crazy stuff was happening in early March of 2020. Right? Something was happening. I didn't really dive very deep in because there's always weird stuff happening. But literally, the night I got to Indianapolis, I was cranking out statements of work for training because all of a sudden, oh, things are happening. People are going to have to work from home for 2 weeks, right? 2 weeks. People needed to know how to use Teams, right? They were not prepared to suddenly send everybody home. Anyone lived through the nightmare of trying to get on your company's VPN during those 2 weeks? It was kind of rough because it was not set up for every employee to be on it. So we were frustrated. We were a little scared. We were scattered. We were not prepared to be doing what we were doing. And it really did. Sadia said this line last year. It felt like we did not know if we were working from home or if we were living at work because that line was very blurry. In fact, not only was it very blurry, this screenshot of the calendar was actually my calendar one week. And you see, I outlined sanity breaks because if I didn't block off gaps, I didn't get a break. Right. I kind of had my focus time. You can see those green for the focus time. My company was really good at respecting that. But then suddenly I'd be like, I'm going to need some time in the afternoon to eat lunch or maybe run to the bathroom. Right. Virtual happy hours, we did that. Everything was a meeting. We had helpers at home. The kitty cat is my cat, Dorian Gray. He is always helpful. It's hectic. Different times, different stressors, because now it's November of 2022. But most of our organizations, or a lot, I could say, we're still trying to figure out how to make hybrid work work. I know a lot of companies kind of did a false start and a stop, and they kind of did, and then they didn't with the return to office and working in shifts. But what they're finding is that we as employees, we're willing to go back to the office, but it's got to be worth the time to do it. I want to go into the office when my team is going to be there, when we can really see each other and work and interact the way we've always done really well. But don't make me be there if it's a waste of my time and my gas money and effort. Managers are under increasing stress because they got to figure out how to make sure their team still feels included as a whole when some of them are remote, some of them are in the office, and that number is kind of fluid and flexible. So what do we do, right? How do we tackle the stress of the meeting fatigue and the notification overload? How do we kind of still find, it's still new, right? Normal, if there ever was such a thing, still really hasn't simmered down to where it feels comfortable and predictable on a day-to-day basis. Well, from the stress point of view, one thing we can say is turn on the webcam. If you're not a webcam person, I get it. I was not either before COVID. In fact, most days I did not have my webcam on, and probably about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I would go, oh, I should probably like take a shower and brush my teeth and brush my hair so I look like a functioning human being when my husband gets home. Maybe I should do that, because I just walked across the hall and I went to work. But as soon as I knew I wasn't going to be seeing people anymore, I flipped that webcam on. And Stephen Wilson, one of my colleagues, called me out on it like the first day of week 2. He's like, why are you always on camera? You're missing people, aren't you? I was like, yeah, I haven't traveled in 2 weeks, right? I haven't left my house in almost 2 weeks. Yeah, I miss people. And when you have the webcam on, even though it's not exactly natural, you're still getting that body language. You're kind of making eye contact. Jay Leask and I work on presentations together quite a bit, and I forgot what it was. He said something a little too sarcastic, and I just like dead eye right into the webcam, stared him down. And he was like, oh my gosh, you're literally staring me down through a camera. Yes, I am, because it gives the full effect, right? You feel like you're connecting face to face. Together mode is there. There's lots of really cool backgrounds for that now, and it can feel a little more natural than that kind of grid view Brady Bunch feel that we've got in the standard Teams window. I will say together mode feels weird to me because I I don't feel like I should see myself in that audience, right? I see, we got some stuff in the chat. Yeah, it does. You're right. By not having the webcam on, you can't tell when someone else is taking that breath to start talking, and you kind of, that's a good point. That's very true. But as awesome as having the webcam on so you can see each other and kind of go, oh, Dave redecorated. What did he do? Oh, he painted the walls, all that kind of cool stuff. But also it's okay to turn off the webcam, right? Studies show that it is psychologically stressful for us to sit and feel like we have to stay in the square. So I'm going to kind of look at my square. So here's my square. And we kind of get to a point we feel we have to stay there. We have to sit very still and we have to stare at the other people. Psychologically, that's threatening. Human beings aren't built to stare at each other in the eye for an hour at a time. It's weird. And our hindbrains kind of see that as threatening. So if you find after a day of just meeting after meeting after meeting, and the camera's been on all day, and you're like, oh my gosh, I'm done, going to bed, the day's over. Give yourself permission to turn off the webcam. If it's people you already know, it's all right, they know what you look like. You know what they look like. I find too that if I'm doing introductions, but then there's going to be content presented during the call, people are going to be looking at the content, not me. So I'll go ahead, it's like, okay, I'm going to share my screen and turn off my camera, right? So that way, if somebody's, needs to get fidgety or be comfortable, they feel like they have permission to do that. But now, right, that everything is virtual, do you feel, and I'm curious, you do show of hands or go to the chat, do you feel like the notifications are just insane? Is that a thing? Is that a problem that you kind of sense? Personally, I feel, thank you. Yep. I feel like it's there all the time. You got the messages, you got the noises, you've got people calling you. You have a coworker that just calls you out of the blue for no reason whatsoever. And you're like, what are you doing? I'm not sure I should take this call, right? You've got the meetings, stuff is coming at you all the time. Solution for that, and this is a really great article, aka.ms/Maca. I know it looks like mocha, but they pronounce it Maca, for modern architecture. If you use the right tool for the job, that can make a difference. I feel that we have a tendency, because Teams is the thing, right? We have hundreds of new features that are rolling out every quarter and all kinds of things are happening. And we left the office and we went to Teams. That's like the new workplace of the office. But that means that every notification that I get is going to come from Teams for everything. So the concept behind modern collaboration architecture is, think about the work you're doing day in and day out, and then the side work, the fun things that you do as an employee of the company. Teams is positioned for teamwork, right? We all know that. That's a thing. I wish my slide would advance. So if Teams is for teamwork, then it makes sense that those notifications that are in Teams are going to come at me with a little bit of a higher priority for me, right? My boss is asking me to do something. A coworker needs something that's project related. It's what my task list is built off of, and that's where my performance review comes out of, right? That's where I do my work day in and day out. So if all of our work is in Teams and we also put our fun stuff in Teams, that means I'm also going to get a heavily weighted notification for the pet photo of the week competition, or where are we going to go for lunch next time when we're all in the office, or hey, did you see about this conference they're accepting call for speakers? That's good stuff and that's very important, but that should not come to me with the same mental weight as my boss asking me if I've got my time card in, or if I've got the presentation ready for the customer at the end of the week, right? So that's one reason why Microsoft has positioned Yammer where it is. So anybody have an urge to roll their eyes when they hear Yammer? I'm curious, you can be honest. Nobody? Are you just being too nice? Okay. No, so I used to. In fact, before I did a webinar with Rishi at Microsoft on modern architecture, I kind of was an eye roller when it came to Yammer. But when I saw the modern architecture model, oh, that makes sense. Diego, I see you have your hand. Oh, and you just put it down if I wasn't ignoring you. Teams for teamwork, heavily weighted notifications. Yammer for communities. It's beautiful. That's for the things I want to know about. Those are for the areas of interest. Those are for our employee resource groups, right? When we come together as a community at work, those notifications can come to me as I choose for them to. We have control over the Teams ones too, but I don't have to join a community in Yammer. I can jump in, see what's going on, be part of the conversation and leave, and not get notifications when new things happen, right? I've got managing how we move around our organization and pay attention to the work and the things I like to be a part of as an employee of where I work. So, notification management, because we want to manage the notifications. We don't want the notifications to manage us. Do you really truly need a notification for everything? Probably not. I do tend to get more than I should, but Teams has some beautiful functionality to help us be able to take control of the notifications that come to us. My favorite one is the missed activity emails. I wish they don't. I should probably go and submit some feedback or request a feature to have like once every 3 hours, because it's either none every 1 hour, and I think the next option is once every 8 hours. Or you could do immediately. Don't do immediately. That means every time somebody puts a notification in Teams, you're going to get an email about it. That seems crazy to me. But once an hour, if I've not read stuff in Teams, I'll get an email that says, hey, your team members are trying to have a conversation with you. Oh, okay, thank you. And I'll go catch up. I do like having the message preview, so I kind of know what somebody's asking of me before I actually go read the message, because maybe I don't want to handle that right now, and it can just sit there and be unread until I get back to it. Those are options. But under the custom ones for teams and channels, banner and feed is where I put my priority notifications. Do I want to know if someone's replied to me? Yep, that's great. It can show in my feed. It doesn't need to interrupt me while I'm working. Same with likes and reactions. I love to communicate with GIFs. GIFs are my love language, but I don't need an interruption every time somebody reacts to it. And this is totally a personal perspective. I don't really need to know what's trending in my organization. I'll figure it out when I see what's going on in my activity feed. The trending thing I don't really care about. I could be wrong. If you think I'm wrong, let me know. But being able to come in and really take control over those notifications can lessen kind of the chaos and all the noise that's around us digitally. Also, one other thing, I don't have a screenshot for this, but for those teams where you're not really active, but once in a blue moon, someone may call you in, go ahead and hide those, and it will mute any of the notifications coming out of the channels unless someone personally mentions you. And that's always something I've been a really big fan of. I've just changed roles within the last month. In my previous role, I was in about 45 active teams. The ones that I wasn't active in that particular week, I would hide. And just if you need me, mention me and I will be there. Otherwise, it was just a lot of noise that got very overwhelming when I saw all the chatter going on in all the posts. Focus time. Who here uses focus time in their week? Is that a feature you've turned on? Jenna, awesome. Awesome. Oh, yep, great. I love it. It's a game changer for me. Truly is. I do struggle sometimes to say no to someone if they ask if they can book over my focus time, but most of the time people are very respectful of it. If this isn't something that you use now, I encourage you to try it out. I have heard from folks from time to time that their culture at their organization is that no, you're not allowed to go on do not disturb. I would suggest maybe exploring that a little bit more to see if there is a way you could kindly and gently push back. Because as we already said, if everything's a meeting these days, when do you actually get the time to do what you need to do to get your work done? I still have days where 6 hours a day are meetings, and it leaves a very small window of time for me to actually shut down all the noise and focus on producing the content that I need to day in and day out. Focus time does that for me. And there's also like quiet hours now as well that you can integrate with it. But when you go on focus time, it mutes the notifications coming out of Teams. And with the quiet hours piece, it also mutes email notifications. So you literally, now your phone's different. You need to go on your phone and tell it things. I actually will take my phone to the other room sometimes just so I'm not distracted. The new, okay, don't judge me, but my last name is Apple. I have an Apple phone. I use the work focus for it as well. So it just kind of mutes everything on the screen for me. Really lets me carve out my me work time. I find it very valuable. Let's get back to all the meetings because it does feel like a lot. In fact, I've got a fun little graphic here that shows us there's a reason why it feels like a lot. Because it is a lot. Just look at these numbers climb as we go through from February of 2020 to February of 21. And I've got some more up-to-date numbers too. Already in December, we were at 140% increase in meetings. 140%. By February of last year, 148. Email up through, and these are all increases. This isn't, hey, these are numbers. These are how much more we were seeing in this digital landscape. If we fast forward to now, spring of 2022, I got these numbers from the Microsoft Work Trend Index. We were at a 252% increase in meetings. That's more than a lot, right? That's truly mind-blowing. That's too much. 32% increase in chats since March of 2020, the beginning of the pandemic. So it's because we're getting more people on Teams, which is why we're seeing that. Those are really big numbers, and I went backwards. So we can sit back and ask ourselves, does it always really, truly have to be a meeting? You ever get called into a meeting that's about another meeting? I used to work in the government, and that happened all the time. Meetings about meetings. Woohoo! Asynchronous communication. Is it okay? Would that be acceptable? If you think about some of those recurring meetings that you have, when you hop on, you're like, okay, how's everybody? Chit chat, chit chat. Did we do anything since yesterday's meeting? No? Okay. Anything? No? Okay. Did that really need to be a meeting that interrupted everybody's flow of work? Could it have been a touch base? Could it have been coming into the team and say, hey, I know we talked about getting together a new deployment planning outline. Here it is. How does this look to everybody? And we can have that conversation in Teams as we have time, instead of interrupting everybody's day and having a meeting that probably, the old joke, it could have been an email, could have been a Teams chat, right? We can request status updates. We can make announcements. We can take those announcements, put them on the homepage, put them in Yammer, right? The new Viva Amplify is going to make that even better next year. We can have those brainstorm sessions in Teams. It really is magical. And I've got some screenshots here of the Update app. If you didn't know, one of the apps that you can find when you go to the 3 dots, the ellipsis on your left rail in Teams is Updates. You can do it that way too. There's all kinds of great templates. In fact, we pivoted at my company to having a midweek check-in instead of trying to do a scrum every day, because it's consultants, right? You got to be billable all the time. Midweek check-in, Wednesday. Guess what day it is? How's everybody doing? We had our stand up on Monday. Now it's Wednesday. Are we stuck? Are there any blockers? Is there anything we need to tackle? Does anybody need help? Is anybody underwater? And again, there's also the weekly update. We were doing this before the update app rolled out, and I feel like the update app kind of snuck in. I don't remember seeing an announcement for it. It's just one day. I was like, what's this button? Oh, it's magic. You can create your own templates. It's really fantastic. Post it to your team and just let people fill it out. And it goes to your forms and you can see who's filled it out. You can get to all of them from there. It really is beautiful. But having those updates via Teams, right? We use the tools we have. Keeps everybody in the flow of work for their day. And it's one less meeting we have to schedule around. I love it. But honestly, sometimes, truly, it does have to be a meeting, right? So how do we make a meeting a better meeting? First off, why are we here? Why do we care about this meeting? And who's in charge if we have any questions? Agendas are really, really valuable for making meetings worth our time. I'm not good at agendas. This is something that I'm growing into to make sure I have an agenda when I call meeting, even if it's just a couple of sentences that let people know what we're going to be talking about, because sometimes the title isn't always obvious. Does the meeting have to be a whole hour? Probably not. We can go in and set Outlook up. So if we want to go schedule an hour from 3 to 4, we can have it actually start at like 3:05, 4. You know how magical that 5-minute break is when you're back to back to back meetings? My new standard meeting length is 45 minutes. I try to book 45 instead of an hour. Usually we can get it all done. Now, if I need to do a presentation or a very specific demo and I know how much time I need, okay, it's probably going to be an hour. But if it's just a meeting, 45 minutes. And hopefully we're scheduling our day such that that means I've got maybe about a 15-minute break until my next meeting. Perfect world, perfect world. So this meeting that we're setting up, is it going to be a hybrid meeting? Plan the meeting. This used to happen a lot more, I think, than it does now. You would sit down at a meeting, they're like, oh, where's Bob? Oh, Bob's dialing in from a customer site today. Oh, well, no, he's not. There's no dial-in number in the call, right? In the meeting. There's no link. How's Bob going to get in? So as more and more this world is going hybrid, we are hybrid. Making sure that meeting space is going to accommodate our people that are in the office today and that are also dialing in from their home offices. And by having that agenda, right, it's in the team meeting notes, everybody can get to those assets and even do a little planning ahead, make the most of the time. A big deal these days is making sure we do stick to the time. And I think by shortening our meetings just a little bit aids us in doing this. Back in the olden days, Diego, I think you and I had this conversation. If you started to run long, you were probably in a conference room and the next group would come in and go, hey, are you wrapping up? Right, it's our turn. You'd be like, okay, sorry. And you never had to literally be in another meeting within the next 60 seconds, right? We didn't do that because you had to physically walk to the next conference room. Treating our virtual meetings the same way can make a lot of sense, right? Give people time to transition from meeting to meeting. Give yourself time to transition from meeting to meeting. I had to learn over the last 2 years that if somebody needed a meeting, they were probably okay waiting till tomorrow. If it's an emergency, right, we handle that. But more than likely, waiting a day is probably going to be okay. When we stick to the time, it helps the folks that are remote make sure they get to their next probably meeting on time. And those virtual meetings, they really are more taxing than in person. So by just watching the cadence, taking into consideration the different audiences we have in our meetings, it helps the flow of work just be a little bit more smoother for everybody. And by using the really awesome meeting features we have in Teams, like raise hand, I've seen companies transition to having everybody that's in the meeting be in Teams, even if you're in the same conference room, and raise hands. Everybody has to raise hand in Teams. That way everybody is treated fairly inside the meeting, goes a long way. I feel you on that. So I have a homework assignment for you. Evaluate your meeting settings. Go to your calendar, events and invitations, and just take a look. I like to start events late. It's weird. I didn't like it at first, but there's psychology behind it. Because psychologically, if we're in a meeting that's going to run from 3 to 3:55, we are more likely to go, oh, well, we've got those 5 minutes to the hour anyway, let's just go long. If it's from 3 to 3:45, we're definitely going to go over. We got time. Nobody's going to start a meeting at 3:45. Let's just take the time. But if we start it late and that meeting starts at 3:05 and it runs to 4, we are conditioned to stop hard at the hour. Oh, gotta go, it's 4. Break. So you've padded a few minutes at the front of the meeting for people to get a glass of water, to transition to the next call, to take a bio break. We jump in and we have a 55-minute meeting. Or if you start at 3:15, I know it's weird, but man, now you've potentially got a 10 to 15-minute break where people can sit down, focus for a minute, let it go from that meeting, and actually prepare for the upcoming meeting. And again, we're less likely to go over at that hard stop at the hour. One of the beautiful things that I love too that's come out as part of the Viva Insights piece are your email or your meeting insights that shows you a summary of any documents that have gone back and forth about this subject and any of the emails that may be related to the meeting you're about to have. Man, if you pad it so that you don't jump on that meeting until 15 minutes after the hour, you've got 15 minutes to prepare for the meeting by just reading through that. Beautiful, beautiful. It's one of my favorite insights features, maybe my second favorite. So the overwhelming pace that we're working at these days can absolutely be overwhelming. So inside of Viva Insights, if you've not looked at this before, you've got that little home panel, and there is the ability to go in and find these little breaks. There's the body scan, which I've not done. I've done the 2-minute focus. It's just a breathing exercise. And I'm going to confess something to you. When Microsoft announced that they were going to be partnering, is it Headspace that they partner with, to do these little breaks and these breathing exercises and these meditation things, I was kind of like, this feels a little crunchy. This feels a little weird, whatever. Okay, whatever. But then I did it. There is something really great, even if you're just taking 2 minutes. And I think there's a 60-second one too, to just take a minute, pause, and breathe, and then go to your next call. It's like your brain winds down from one and you're able to gear up to the other one in a much cleaner pace. It's great. If you've not tried it before, I absolutely recommend you give it a whirl. I also like the music they have too. They've got the lo-fi tunes and like a zoom out tune. They've got a couple things you can listen to just to help you stay focused. My brain is always kind of whirling around in the background. And when I play that music, it's not distracting. And it kind of gives the little random part of my brain something else to focus on. I know that sounds weird. And studies show, and I've got the link in here. So Work Trend Index, you can just Google Microsoft Work Trend Index. I'm so sorry. Bing, Microsoft Work Trend Index. And this will be one of the articles that hits. But just taking short 10-minute breaks helps your body reset in between meetings or activities, or maybe you're writing blogs or writing knowledge-based articles, but a 10-minute break kind of helps your body decompress and you're able to jump in without building up more stress continuously throughout the day. Pretty cool. It was a neat read. I really enjoyed reading through that the other day. But at the end of the day, so I'm curious, those of you that are here, are we all remote or do we have a mix of in the office, hybrid? What kind of work schedule do we have? Feel free to come off mute if you've got that ability or to put it in chat. Remote? Mostly remote. Okay. All remote. Whoop, whoop. I can do that as long as I get to travel. Otherwise, I go stir crazy. Okay. So we got remote people. So let's talk about this because this is important. Before I was a work from home person BC before COVID. I've probably been working remotely now for 6 years, a little over 6 years. I found that I missed the commute a little bit, just a little bit, because it was an hour commute. All right. I didn't really miss it, but I missed the time at the end of the day to decompress before I had to like step into my house and what's for dinner and what are we going to do? When we switched to remote, there's no commute time to wind your brain down, right? Or to let go of work, gear up for who you are when you're not at work. Ooh, travel, nice. Like that. Traveling definitely helps. But inside of Viva Insights, the virtual commute can absolutely be an essential tool for helping you transition from work to home, to the real you. I struggle with that. I tend to identify more with professional joy than not on the clock joy. But using the virtual commute, which again, I kind of was like, I don't know, that seems kind of weird until I tried it. And it is an absolute game changer. So let's look at what it is. So again, Viva Insights, you wrap up, mindfully disconnect. What you do is you schedule a time for Viva to say, excuse me, at the end of the day, it's time to step away. Sometimes I tell it to go away and talk to me later. Might be busy, but I try to stick to it. So what this does is step you through some very distinct tasks to offload all the garbage that's going to be floating around in your brain if you just get up and walk out to the kitchen at dinner time and never really wrap up your day the way we did when we were ready to actually leave the office. So let's go. Let's do it. The first thing is it lets you review your tasks. So if you're not using to do to capture your tasks, I encourage you to start because you'll kind of review all the things that you did that day. And my goodness, doesn't it feel good to click it and it goes ding, winner, winner, you have knocked off a task. Any of the tasks that you have will be in to do. You'll get them in your briefing email. If you're not using your Insights emails, I encourage you, open those up in the morning, work with it. It's AI. The more you work with AI, the better it gets because it has to learn about you. If you didn't get to any of those tasks, it's going to be on your Viva Insights email in the morning. It'll be on your homepage, on your to-do card, if you've got that on your homepage, the next day. Okay, so we do that. Close out your tasks. Feel like it did that slide twice. Let's keep going. And then after that, it has you capture anything new that you've got up here. Because if I don't do this, then at dinner, I'm sitting there going, okay, tomorrow I need to remember to write the blog on Viva Insights. And then I've got to get my slides ready for the Minnesota User Day. And I'm constantly doing that all day. And I'm going to bed going, okay, in the morning, first thing, I've got to remember. You capture your tasks as you're going through your virtual commute. It's done. You're offloading. You're downloading those tasks out of your brain and into your virtual commute. And it goes on to do. And it'll be on your Insights email in the morning. Anything that you didn't get done, you can tell it to remind you tomorrow, right? It's perfect. It's setting you up for success. So you're not forgetting about all those little things that you're probably juggling day in and day out. It'll walk you through what your next day looks like. Your first meeting's at 8 a.m. This is who's going to be on the call, right? Now, I still find myself, the last thing I do at night before I plug my phone in, because that's my alarm clock, is I go to my calendar and I look at it again and go, okay, I've got these meetings tomorrow. But I find that peaceful. Go through, get my preview of the next day. And then it asks you to take a minute and reflect. How was your day? This kind of reminds me, I used to work with a hospital ministry when I lived in Alabama. And you see the pain scales in hospitals, right? It's kind of, what was the pain scale of your day at work today? Was it great? No pain. Everything was sunshine and unicorns? Or was it oh my gosh, it hurts so much. And we've got a few things in between. I wish, I'm not a journaler. I know that's a very healthy thing to do, but I guess I'm lazy. I wish it gave you a space here to say, why did today hurt? What made today awesome, right? I think that'd be interesting for us to be able to go back and track. Right now it doesn't. But just taking a minute to go, this is how I felt today. Nice little activity. And then it will guide you to just take literally 2 minutes. This has got the 10-minute one, but the one I usually do is 2 minutes to just close out your day. Leave it behind, right? My husband has an amazing skill. When he leaves work, work stays there. So he says he works at a private school. And he says the gates close behind the car and I'm done. I'm envious of that. I am not that way. We're not all built that way, but this helps. I find that just going through that process helps tremendously. Diego, I see you said that you do the walk around the neighborhood. Awesome. We do a lot of walks here. It's winter time now, so that's probably coming to an end for me. I don't like cold weather. And at the very end, enjoy the rest of your day, right? You've done your commute, you're stepping away, you're done, and you've closed out work. It really is fantastic. If you've never tried it, I really encourage you to sit down with that virtual commute, pick the time that works for you, and invest that time in yourself, because we're valuable commodities for our companies, right? And taking these little steps and the tools that are already built in just makes for a happier employee, a happier you, and it pays off. But don't forget, at the end of the day, disconnect, right? I laugh every time I present this slide because I literally created it in the Office app on my phone, sitting in the parking lot while my husband was walking into the restaurant for dinner. Like, almost done. Yeah, I was cranking it out, right? Okay. But staying connected 24/7 is not a good thing. I have quiet hours turned on my phone on Teams on the weekend, right? I still may go look every once in a while because I need to know, but it's okay to step away and disconnect. You know, we're not paid to be robots. We're paid to be employees, and we're only really good employees when we're healthy and happy. And apparently I hid the closing slide on my slide deck. So let me go fix that real quick. But that is all that I have. That is the close of this session. So that means we've got time to have some conversation, ask questions, share tips and tricks, and kind of how you all stay sane in this very crazy digital world. Did I hit it? But here is my contact information on social media. I'll throw that up real quick. At Joy of SharePoint on Twitter, and then the QR code is to my LinkedIn. If we've never connected online, on social media, I would love that.
Welcome back to M365 Chicago, and welcome back, Kareen from Veeam, one of our favorite friends. Hi, Kareen.
Hi.
Kareen, you look like you came back from a trip.
Came back, left somewhere. I'm not even sure what time zone I think I'm in anymore.
Oh no! Wow. So Kareen's been around a while. I saw her at Ignite. Was the last time I actually saw her in person, so that was great. And there was EduCon. There was a whole bunch of things going on. We're so glad to have Veeam back over here. But you know, I'm going to stop short because I know everything about Veeam. Yes, and Karine says yes, you do, right? But
I hope
our
you do.
our folks watching us right now are not in the know, and we would like to get them into that state. Let's talk about that a little bit. Karine, can you tell us what Veeam does? Pretend that we don't know, and like I don't know. Pretend that we don't know, and let's maybe what do you guys do? What are you doing now? And what's new? Because hey, if folks that have been watching this and maybe understand a little bit about Veeam, it's the what's new that's going to get you. Tell us.
Right. So we're kind of in this bubble right now of some people that are now coming to cloud. They may have heard of Veeam before and they think VMware backup. They knew us for that way, way back. And now we're just in this new field, but we've actually been here for several years and we're doing the Microsoft 365 side. We're in the modern data protection, but we have an entire platform from physical, virtual, cloud to containerized infrastructures. We protect the entire suite. If you're looking at the Microsoft 365 side, we have some really cool things coming in the next year that hopefully in Q1, we'll have some more details on. I'm currently writing some blog posts for, especially around the backup copy with some security features that I will allude to. We kind of dropped some hints at Veeam around the corner. Then in our most recent release in diversity of platform, we actually now support Salesforce. That's our driving yay Salesforce right now. Woo. Yeah, we now do Salesforce backup as of a couple weeks ago. And we've actually been using it. We developed it for us internally to be able to use. Now we're pushed it out to the open market so that they can just absorb the thing that we created for our internal guys to use. We have one of the largest Salesforce deployments out there on the market.
Oh dear! So this is it's the best of everything when you actually create something for yourself and then say, hey, and share it as well, not exactly share it, but let's just say you've given it back to the world, and at that point, of course, this stuff should not be free, and really it shouldn't. That makes sense. So that's new. All those pieces are new. You have like you have a couple of talks that are going to go with this. Is your I know you have a regular session that's going in. In your, I believe you guys are going to talk about a little bit. Is this something you're going to share with us? Are we going to talk about Bruno perhaps, or is it more teasers during your talk? What do you think is going to happen in your talk?
I don't think we're allowed to talk about Bruno.
No, we can't talk about Bruno yet. However, we can tease Bruno some more.
So we're actually going to cover something that we've been talking about since the beginning, which is some of the key factors as to if you're not already doing data protection of Microsoft 365 data, some of the reasons why you might want to do that, and some of the key security risks that you may be vulnerable to if you're not. And I'm going to be joined by one of my colleagues, Emily Tejas. She's actually recently off the field. We stole her to the product strategy team, which I'm super excited about. And she's got some of the insights of customers she actually watched lose that kind of data and had to have those hard conversations. We should have been protecting that, especially in the Microsoft 365 side.
That sounds super useful. That's actually, I know I'm recording it and I know I'm there. That almost sounds like one that I'll probably have to be there in person for. To be sure, maybe we'll even stream that one. I'm just looking to see if we can do any of those going forward. All right, great. So let's see. Have we covered our dots over here? We know who Veeam is. And if you don't know by now, well, for heaven's sakes, Veeam.com, right? Click about, for heaven's sakes, figure it out. But most importantly, though, if you're not at least doing what they're showing you should be doing, you should be doing it. And if you're not using them to do it, then we're sorry, that's going to take you a lot of times to get there. In this case, as they say, why not accelerate your work? Hey, you want to get there quick? A little bit of scratch and get yourself into the horse quickly and not slog in the mud with everyone else. And so this is why that's why I love the Veeam product. Really, I call it an accelerator to bring you to where you should have been, probably a lot sooner than later.
Exactly. And just to call out, if you do want to try out the product, we have 10 users completely for free with our community edition forever. So this is our product that it's not a trial. It's just all forever. Like if you have something at home you want to try to protect, if you run your own website, you're a small user. Yeah. It's what we give back. All of our product lines have a community edition that we give out to the community for free. And then there's always a 30-day trial if you want to try to scale up for a
To scale
business
up.
reason.
Got it. So the trial for the scalers, to the folks that should come over. But this is great. This is news to me now. Well, that's really, I think you've had this before, but now this is for the folks that are now hearing about Veeam. There is a community version. Watch our links. There will be links all over the place, and of course on their website you'll find them as well. Thank you, Kareen, and may your travels keep you in a time zone that you remember next time we ask. The next
Sounds
time.
great.
All right.
Thanks.
It's a pleasure.
Bye.
We'll look forward. Bye.